Then let's start building our collaborative cloud code editor from scratch. Okay, so I'm just opening a bare minimum VS Code window in here. Okay, and let's create a new Next.js application. So I'm just going to create in here a next tab, and I'm going to name this application as CCCE. So collaborative cloud code editor. Okay, that's the abbreviation of this. Okay, so let's create the new app, and I'm just going to choose the default suggestions that this provides to me. There we have this Next.js app created. So let me open this in this editor. So fine, so I'm just going to open this terminal, and let's try to run this. Okay, and I'm just going to first close this thing. Okay, and let's try to split this thing so that we can see the output in the right part of the screen. So I'm just going to move this here and this one to the right, and let me just run this application, and I just want to show this output. Okay, so here let me open this thing, the starter application that we get with this boilerplate code. Okay, so this is the application. Okay, so now we have the initial app created from this create next app command, which is going to provide us the boilerplate code to get started with Next.js app. Fine, now I wanted to focus on giving a basic layout out to our application, kind of like we see in normal code editors, where we'll have the code editor in the left part and the right part on top we'll see a preview of what we're trying to build, and below a kind of a terminal view and all. So okay, so for me to have an editor where I can highlight a particular, let's say if it's a CSS file, I need to highlight few keywords, and if it's a JavaScript file like that, I'm going to use a Monaco editor, which is going to help me a lot to highlight a code associated to particular language. Okay, so this is what I'm just going to install. So as and all whatever we need, we are going to install the dependencies in here. Okay, so you can check out more details about this. Okay, so here let me install this Monaco editor. Okay, and also I'm going to initialize this shardcn because I need basic components where I doesn't want to reinvent the wheel, rather than use what it's available out there. Okay, so the installation to this, what I'm going to do, let's just initialize this. So I'm just initializing this shardcn components, and we will go for default whatever the values that are suggested. Fine, and we added this shardcn and this. Now in this page.tsx, so whatever is part of, so I can just minimize this now. Okay, and in here I'm just going to get rid of all of this, and we will try to give a layout for this. Okay, so in here let me just have a empty div. Okay, and also the styling, let's leave that as it is. First I'll give a layout in the div. So what is the layout that I will be trying to add in is, we will first make this div as the flex. Okay, so let me show you this flex, and I want this to occupy width of the screen and direction to be a column, and height also we want it to be of a screen, and background to be of this background. Okay, and in here first part I want the navbar and other whatever the code is associated with the code editor. Okay, so here let me show you what I mean. So if I just give this as height as 12 and make this as a flex, and let me just hard code for now, this is a navbar. Okay, you see this is the thing, and now this is for our the main code editor part. Let's just give here this width of the screen and flex, and I wanted to grow the rest of the screen. So in here let's say I want this code editor. Okay, and to just give you this, so let me add in here the color. So I can just take this and try to give some color. Okay, so this is the thing, and so if I just we will try to change this as we keep developing this. Okay, fine. So but this is going to be the main layout of our application, and also I wanted to add in a dark and light theme for our editor. So for that let's use this next themes, which we get an option to change the theme of our application to either dark or light. Okay, so I'm just going to install this. Let's install this next themes, and for us to use this, what I'll have to do is, so if I just open this readme part, so we'll have to wrap our whole layout of our application under this theme provider, which this theme provider comes from this next themes. So that one, what I will do is, let's in this components folder I'm going to create a new folder for our layout, and in here let me create a new file for exclusively for this theme provider.tsx, and in this we will make this first as the client side component. Okay, and I'm just going to export a function kind of where we will try to wrap in this theme provider from next themes, and wrap all of our children, basically the components and pages of this application inside that, so that when we change the theme will apply to all components and all part of our application. So let me name this as the theme provider, and we will be passing on the children and rest of the props to this component, and for us to give a type for this, I can import that from next themes types itself. So this is how this is the theme provider props from this, and I can just give the definition as that, and inside this we will import the this theme provider, and I'm just going to rename that, because we have the component name as the theme provider, to something like next themes provider from this next themes. Okay, and here let's use this next themes provider and pass in whatever the props to this, and inside this I'm just going to wrap our children. Okay, so this is going to be the theme provider, and now we need to use this to wrap inside our core layout of our application. So this is the core root layout of our application, and in this we can just import that. So in this body, instead of just wrapping the children, I can do use this theme provider, here, and I will just pass in this attribute as a class and a default theme. Later we can change these values to dynamic values. For now we are just setting the theme to be dark, okay, and this disable transition on change, and inside this I'm just going to wrap this children. So this is how we'll be wrapping the provider to all our children. So okay, so that's the theme, and let me build a simple editor component so that I can rather than hard coding this code editor, we will try to use that component and see that in action in place of this text. For editor alone, to separate, I'm going to create a new folder in this editor components, and in here let's have a simple index.tsx file, and this is where we'll try to define a component for our code editor. Okay, so let me just and also make this first as the client component so that we can use the hooks, state variables and all those things, and this is the way for us to use this. So we can check out this demo and also see for the examples how do we use this, okay, and all those things you can just take an example. Fine, so you can just explore that, and in here let me just create in here this new component called code editor. Fine, and I'll just focus on this rendering part, and I'll wrap everything inside this fragment for now. This empty div, let's just give the height as a full and width, let's say 52. Okay, so and now I wanted a way for me to resize the code part as and all I need, at the same time resize the preview part of the things and the terminal part and all those things. For us to use that have that resizable feature, I can go for this resizable component from this shard cn. Okay, so this is what exactly we want, and if you see in place of 1 there sits the code editor, and in place of 2 we need the preview part whatever we are building in our one section. In this 3 part it's going to be our terminal and also. Okay, so we should be able to resize this 2 and 3, that is between preview and the terminal. At the same time we should be able to resize the code editor section and the preview and the terminal section. So to use this component we'll have to add in this resizable component. So and we can just wrap in the components to respective editor, preview and terminal part inside this resizable panel group. Okay, so okay, let me try it again. Okay, it's installing. Yeah, it's done, so we should be seeing that resizable here. Okay, so that one, let's do it this resizable panel group. Okay, and the direction I'm going to set this to horizontal. Okay, you can just refer to this for more information. Okay, and inside this we will have a panel, resizable panel, and a max size, let's say I want it to be 75, and minimum size to which we can compress it, I'm just going to set this to 30. Default size by default let's set it to 60. Okay, and also let's make this as a flex in the direction to be a column, and I'm just going to have a padding of 2 in all directions. Okay, and in here we will have a so you will see this in action. So this is where I'll try to have a editor part and also something like buttons which can say the file names. Okay, for now I can just hard code those things. So to show that as a button, I'm going to use the button component as well from this. So this thing, so I can just use the same. Let's add this. Oh, why is this happening? Okay, so button is also installed. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is, so instead of this, first let's try to see this included in our page.tsx. So I'm going to replace this with our code editor. Okay, fine. So as I keep adding, you'll see that in action. Let's go to our editor part, and in here I'm going to add a just 2 buttons to showcase the names of the files that we can select, indicating that we clicked on so like this we have this index.tsx, layout.tsx, like that. I just wanted to have a 2 buttons like that. Okay, so let's wrap this inside this div. Height, I'm just going to give this as a 10, and width to be full, and make this display as a flex and gap of 2 between each file. First button is the let me first import this button. So first button, it's going to be the index.html. so this is what I can remove this background color. Okay, so that's the first button, and also let's have some icon just next to that, something just to cancel that, like close this application. Okay, so this one, let's just give height and width as 3. Okay, fine, that's this button. And also let's make this variant as the secondary. Okay, and size, let's make this to be smaller, and styling, let's give this minimum width of 20, and also justify between. Fine, so like this I'm just going to add in one more button for one more file, just hard coding the file names. Okay, so here this is going to be the style.css. Okay, so now these are the 2 files. After this div, we will need to add in a editor, which is the code editor and all. So let's wrap this in this div, and make this to occupy the rest of the screen space, and have this full width of width, and overflow I'm just going to hide it, rounded large corners. And in here I need to have a the editor that we will try to import this from our Monaco editor, which I installed. Okay, and for this let's just set this height to be 100%, and default language, let me set this to a TypeScript, and theme, let's set this to VS dark. Okay, so this is the editor. We will worry about styling and all those things, and we need to unmount, we need to set an editor ref for this, so that we can do have a reference to this editor, so that we can do by defining one editor ref using our useRef hook inside this component itself. So I'm just going to name this as the editor ref and use this useRef hook from this React, and let's define this type either to be null or it can be of type this Monaco editor standalone code editor type. So we can import that from this Monaco from this editor. Okay, so fine, and here I can just give that editor dot the standalone code editor. Okay, so let me just import this. We are seeing that issue, so just because I haven't completed this. Okay, so this is going to be, and also here I need to close this. Okay, and here let me give the default value as null. This one, this is going to be this, yeah, standalone code editor type. Okay, now we have this useRef, and let's have just a simple function where I can have a reference set to that above editor ref, handle editor mount, and this is going to be on mount type. Okay, and this editor and this Monaco, all I'm going to do is set this editor ref current to this editor, which we are receiving as the input prop params for this function, and this we need to attach in here, that is on mount. I'm just going to set that to editor ref. So this is the editor part. Okay, so the styling part and all we will take care. So but this is the editor. Okay, so this is where actually we will be writing in a code. It's completely vague now, which it will change eventually. Okay, fine. So that was for that, and after this I'm going to have this resizable handle, which is going to help us change the default size of the sections in this. After this we will have a one more panel where one section for our preview part and another section for our terminal section, kind of like that. So let's import this panel, and the default size, let's set this to 40, and inside this again panel group direction, let's set this to be vertical because we want it to be resizable in the vertical direction. And here let's have this panel, and default size want it to be 50, and the minimum size we can restrict it to 20, and class name same padding of 2. Make this a direction column and display as a flex. For now I'm just going to have a some button like we have the here, so I can just copy the same and use this here. So let me just have just one button, and also let's give in here this URL, something like, you know, localhost 3000 port, and yeah, and yeah, so this is what I was talking about. So we need to change that, which we will eventually. Okay, so fine, and after this div, I'm just going to have a one more div with just giving the width as a full and some background. Let's have this rounded larger, and background color foreground. Okay, fine. After this panel, let's have this handle provided. Okay, and one more panel with I can just copy the same this thing with some button for now. Right after this I'm going to have this one, and in here I'm just going to say something like node or whatever. I'm just going to give this random names. So this is the view that we want pretty much, but again there is a lot of issues, so I'll take care of that. Here this is the section for preview part, and this is the section for our terminal part. Okay, so and this is for our code editor. Okay, yeah, so this is simple editor component initially. Okay, and this one what I'm going to do is I'll try to load this dynamically rather than importing in this way. That is let's name this as the code editor component, and I'll try to import this as a dynamically. Here let's import this components this editor. Okay, and I'm just going to set this to false, and let's just remove this part, and now this will be let me just refresh this. Okay, so we are just trying to import this dynamically. Okay, and also fine, and we need to, so that's the initial layout. Okay, and this one needs to come below this. I don't know why, so let me just check this out. So there is something styling issues that we did in our editor component, so let's check this, because I want this editor code editor to come right below this index.html and style.css. So here this is the first panel. Okay, okay, here we misspelled, instead of this column as sol, so let's check this once. Yep, yeah, so now this is looking the way we want the editor part, and now we should be able to resize this. Yes, and then should be able to resize this part, and also yeah, fine. So this is the initial layout. So this is the navbar, and where down the line we need to show the folder structure for our files and all those stuff, and this is the actual place where we'll be trying to write a code and see this preview in this first localhost 3000, all those sections, and in this next below this the terminal part. Okay, so now what I'll do is let's try to add in a simple similar component for our navbar too, rather than hard coding this as a navbar. So I'm just going to create in here this new folder for navbar in this components. Let me just create in here this navbar, and let's name this index.tsx. Let's export here this default function for our navbar, and in here I'm just going to return this div, and here for now let's say we'll have a simple button which is going to help us navigate back to home. Okay, so here let me add in this button component, and I'll just have this text as the go home, and we will try to use this navbar component in place of this navbar text. So in this page, so I'm just going to remove this whole div, and I can just use this navbar component. Okay, and yeah, this go home, we have this button. And now let's try to style this. First I want this variant to be outline, so this is what let's, I mean not the styling, so variant, set this to be outline. Okay, fine. And also let's have some icon, just kind of a left icon, something like that. So we can do that using this chevron left icon. And let's just set this width and height to as 4, and let's have some margin right, so there's some space between text and icon. Okay, yeah, fine. And also we can just style this so that I want this to be properly visible. Let's make this to be flex, and I'm just going to center this items. And let's just style this root part. Let's give the height as a 12, and the padding in the x direction are 2. Okay, so that now, and also give this also a flex, and let's just center this items and justify between. Okay, fine for now. Okay, let's leave this as it is. And okay, so we will try to improve this navbar. What I can do is rather than this button looks weak for me, what I will do is let's try to add a what's the project that we are trying to edit in our code or something like that. So just an indication from the snapbar. Okay, let's do this. I'm just going to remove this button and add in some logo or whatever as an assets, and show this as the that project. Let's say if we are trying to edit in our code here as the react project. Okay, then I want something indicating that this is a react project or node.js project or python project, and so logo of that. And then the name of this project, for example my first react project, and then some an icon where you can go ahead and edit the name of the project. And so maybe it'll be better if I try to show you that. What I will do is, first let me minimize this and remove this button. And okay, and in here let's just wrap inside this normal button this image component. Okay, so for image I need to have a logo, kind of react logo or whatever the project specific logo. I'll try to add that eventually, but here what I will do is, let's just give some simple icon. This I'll have this clock icon, and let's set this height and width to be some 10, and this. Okay, in this button we will change that. After this button I will have a div where we will try to show the name of the project. So let's say I'm just giving the name as the first my first react project or so and so. After this div where we will have an icon where you can edit the name of this application. So I will have this pencil icon, and let's say width and height we will set it to 4. Okay, and this needs to be next to each other, so I need to make this div as a flex. And let's center this items and text size let's make this to be smaller and font type to be medium. Okay, fine. And also styling for this div, what I'll do, let's set this width and height to 7, and also make this a flex, and let's have some margin left so that there is some space, and item center so that it is aligning with the text. Okay, and justify also, let's just apply center. Transition, let's apply these colors. Background, I just want it to be transparent, and on our, let's have this background to have a muted foreground by a quarter of it, and rounded let's say medium. Okay, fine. So this is what I want, and instead of this icon I'll just change that to the actual logo, which I will come back to that. And first let's style this button as well. Let's have this ring offset for this image or button, and also this background. So I can set this background, okay, and a focus visible. Let's have this outline to be none, and this ring effect, so if it's I will have this ring 1, and also this ring color, or let's have this what, let's say ring, okay. And if it's a disabled, let's have the pointer events none, and rounded the smaller. Okay, you will see that in action once we change that to the image icon and all. And also let's change this height to be 14, and I'm just going to keep this as it is, and let's give the width a full, some border at the bottom, just to indicate that this is a title of our project, and this border. Okay, yeah, so this is the border at the bottom, and remaining, and also let's just give space in the x direction, let's say 4. Okay, so now there's enough space between each of them. So this is like a simple navbar component. Okay, and also let's reorganize the page. So kind of I want the ID, dynamic ID for each of our code editor and all. So for that, what I can do is, in this thing, in this app folder, I'm going to create a new folder for code page, and here we'll have a dynamic ID for each of our application. And I'm just going to create here the simple page.tsx, and whatever we had a code as part of this application, I'm just going to copy this and move into this code ID page, and in this main page we will just so if it's let's just create in here this new page .tsx for code page alone, and in this root page what we will do is, I'm just going to edit this, let's just have it this things removed, and I'm just going to just have this test and remove this other things. I can just remove whichever we are not using. All of these things are not needed. Okay, so we're just seeing this as this thing, and in here let's just have this redirected to our home page. We can do it in this way. This is going to be simple. So this function, this page, I'm just going to for now use this redirect from this next navigation. All we want it is navigate to our root location if this is trying to access this code. So you will see this. So if I'm trying to access, it's redirected to this thing. And if I just give in here some dynamic value, so it will just take us to the this page. Okay, so I'm just trying to restructure this. Okay, fine. And also let's try to edit our editor part. So that is, so here in this editor component, I'm just going to configure few things for this editor. That is this on options, we can have a properties set for our mini map, and I'm just going to enable set this to false. And also this padding we will have at the bottom 4, and the top are also 4, and this scroll behind a last line to set it to false. Okay, so now if I just save this, uh, we can have this actions apply to this editor. Okay, find just the simple configuration change. And also we need to add a image. I will just add that image. And also we need to try to give a shape to our sidebar. What I can do is, let me just create this new file in this editor itself, name this as the sidebar.tsx. okay, and in here I'll just try to create a simple sidebar component and use this. So let's create in here this default function for our sidebar, and here let me just have this div, and we will try to use this in our index. So that is the placeholder we had in here for this div. I'm going to use this sidebar now. Okay, so which as I keep adding, you'll see this in action. For our sidebar, let's have this everything wrapped in here, one more div, and in here I'll have all things where we'll try to add in a option to add a new file, or to add a new folder as part of their code base file structure. Okay, and you can search for particular file and all those placeholders icons for now. So this is the div first for our, let's say I'm just going to name this as explorer. Okay, we will come to this divs for styling eventually. And first is the file icon I wanted to show, and also the folder addition, and then the icon to search. We can wrap those all three icons in one main parent div in this. So in this div, okay, so here I'll try to have this icons imported, this, let's say file plus, and all I can give this height and width as a for each of the icon. Okay, so this is adding the file. And similarly one more div for our folder addition, so I can just import the same from this Lucid React. Let's give this height and width as the same. Okay, and one more div to search. Let's import the same search icon as well. Width and height, let me just set it to 4. Okay, so these are the three icons. We'll style that. Okay, after that the files that we wanted to show just below in here, how many files, and then the tree structure and all those things. What I can do for that, here let me just create a one more div, and here I'll just show one file now. This I'm just going to import this. Let's just give width and height as a 4 and some margin right, so that I can have a text right next to this icon. something, let's say index.html. Okay, so this needs to be styled again, and just below this we'll have one more div where I'll have this now this folder icon, and the class and styling for this width and height and some margin at the right, and let's say this as the styles folder. Okay, fine. So now let's try to style this from this parent div. Give this height as a full. Okay, and width, let's say I want to have a 56. So now we'll have this much of width for the sidebar. Okay, and make this display as a flex and direction to be in the column, so I can set the same. Okay, and after that let's have the items at the start. Okay, and let's have the padding of 2 in all directions, so that there's a space in the left bar and other directions as well. So if we just add in this padding, okay, so now we have this padding of 2 in all directions. So that's the styling for our core parent div. And the things that we are actually writing, the things explorer and all those icons, make this as a flex. Okay, and yeah, now you see the icons are next to explorer. Okay, make this to occupy whole width of the full. Okay, and center this items so that they are at the center part. Justify, I'm just going to make this between, so that they're at the extreme ends. Height, let's say height of 8, and let's have some margin bottom 1. Fine, yep. Styling for this explorer now, all I'm going to give is text. I'm just going to give this a muted foreground. Fine, and now this stylings for these icons, we want that to be next to each other. So what we can do is make this display as a flex. Okay, and let's have some space in the x direction one. Okay, fine, yeah. And now the styling for this each icon, each div icon. So height and width, I'm going to set it to 6. Text will have this muted foreground applied. Let's have some margin left of 0.5. Make this also flex, and let me just center this item so that's aligning to the explorer text. Justify also, I'm just going to apply the center. Translate in the x direction uh, by 1, and let's have this transition colors. Background, I'm just going to set this to transparent, and on hover I want this background to be muted foreground by quarter. Okay, and let's have this cursor to change it to pointer, and we'll have this rounded things. Okay, that's the styling for this. I can just apply this styling to remaining divs as well. So I'm just going to copy the same styling for this 3 icons. So now it looks decent, this explorer and the icon to add in a new file and icon to add in a new folder, and then the to search. Okay, and these are just placeholders, so we're trying to give a layout and good shape to our application. Okay, fine. And after this the styling for this files or tree structure, let's make this also to occupy width full, and let's have some margin at the top. Okay, fine. And the styling for this icons, uh, let's again give this width as full, and let's make this as a flex so that they're next to each other. Items, again make it center, and height I'm going to restrict it to 6. Transition, let's say I'm going to give the colors, and hover, let's have this muted foreground effect, and cursor to be pointer. So for now I think this should be good enough for better view on the screen. So I'm just going to apply the same for this too. Okay, so this is the sidebar, and with a particular file in, and the folders and all. So just this is the decent sidebar component that we can have. And next thing that I'm going to do, first I'm going to add in few assets so that I can show as part of the image component from this next image component. And we'll try to get started by adding some authentication piece and all those stuff. Okay, so this is the now the layout how it's looking for our code code dynamic page. Let me add the assets now. I'm just going to create in here the assets folder. So let's yep, and in this let me have a simple svg file. So I'm just going to name this as logo.svg, and I'll have this svg copied, and you can just refer to the code base, the link that I'll be sharing. Okay, so this is the svg. Now we can tweak that in our navbar component. Instead of here the clock icon, now I can go ahead and use this logo that we just added. Okay, so I'm just going to remove this and use this image from this next image component, and source I'm going to import this as a logo. So this is how we can just try to do this from this assets logo. Okay, so and I'm just going to give this alternate the logo as a text, and width let me just set it to 36, and height let me set this to 36. Let's see this in action. So if I just refresh this, yeah, so this is the logo, and now at least it's looking good. So now we added this logo kind of asset to this, and next thing that I wanted to do is try to add in the authentication layer. Rather than building the authentication layer from ground, doesn't want to reinvent the wheel, we will try to use this providers, authentication providers. So in this we'll use this Clerk. Okay, so let's just use this Clerk authentication. Okay, so open this and log in, and just log into this. Just sign up with your Google account or whatever the account that you have. Okay, and create a new application. So I'm just going to create in here this new application, and enable this phone number. Okay, and Google and email for now default. Okay, you can add in all these providers that we want. For later we'll come back and change the way we want. Okay, so if I just click on this create application, so now we are provided for this application. So we wanted to get started with this Next.js. So all we need to do is install few things. So this thing, so let me just install this thing, Clerk Next.js, and also we can go ahead and install the themes as well. Okay, for us to use the various themes of it, I'll install the same. Let's wait for it to install this Next.js. And also you need to create a environment variables for us to use the secret key and also the publishable key and all. So there's clearly instructions provided, and this is what we are supposed to do. So I'm going to do the same. Let me install the themes as well. Okay, so once I install this, we are going to create in here this new environment variables file, and I'm going to you copy this, okay, and use the same in here, and after this create a middleware file in the root location. So I can just do that, middleware.ts, and all you need to do is just use in whatever they have recommended to use. So I'm just going to add in the same in here, okay. Fine, and once we add in this, we need to wrap the whole layout of our application with this Clerk provider, so that we can do inside our layout. So in this app folder, this layout.ts x, we can import this Clerk provider. So I can do this by importing this, and we can just wrap a whole this part inside this, okay. So that's what we are going to do, and once we just wrap this, we can just run this, and also let's create a simple customized themes for our sign in and sign up page. That this is how we are supposed to do. So I'm just going to create a simple structured auth folder for me to better structure the sign in and sign up pages. In this, we will have a simple layout page. What we will do is, let me do one thing first. Let me create a sign in folder where we'll have a template for our sign in, and inside this I need to have this dynamic sign in folder again, okay. And then we can go ahead and create a new page for this, okay. So this is the structure, okay. And in this sign in, what we can do is, let me just export this default function as the page component, and here now I can import the sign in component from this Cloud Next.js, and appearance we can provide in here this theme, importing the dark from our Cloud themes, okay. And we can give the elements here, that is this footer action link. The color, I'm just going to give this color as a white. Fine, so that's the simple customized sign in page, okay. Same way we need to do it for our sign up. I'm going to create the same way for this sign up let's rename this, okay. And again, new folder inside this, sign up, and here let me just create this page.tsx. For that also, it's going to be pretty much the same. Export default this function page component, and we are going to import this sign up component from Cloud Next.js, and we can customize this appearance. So base theme, changing this to dark, and this elements I'm just going to add in the same footer action link. Just showcasing you can customize whatever the template themes that we will be provided with the Clerk Next.js module. Okay, so fine, so I can just close this. So this is the thing. Now we have this things. Okay, and for us what we can do is I can just try to add in a layout in this thing. So that is in here I'm just going to create a new layout dot tsx file. Just the I'm just going to name that as the auth layout. Okay, so default function, let's name this as the auth layout. Okay, and here we will have this props which is nothing but our react components as the props for this component. Okay, so react node, and I'm just going to destructure the children in here, and we will just wrap those children in this div with some styling. So I can just wrap the children, and here let's have this width set to screen. Maybe I can just minimize this part, and display to be flex. Let's just center these items, and justify I'm just going to center them, and height of screen. Okay, fine. Yeah, that's the change. That's how we are supposed to add a clock to our application, and you can just read more about it if you want to know in its documentation. Okay, so yeah, and now in our code id page, so in this dynamic page what I can do is use the use clock hook from and make this first. If you wanted to use this as a client component, we need to make this as the client component first, and now I can use this use clerk hook from this clerk next.js, and here I can get this clerk object, and here I will render this only if this clerk dot loaded is true, then we'll have this code editor, else I'm not going to show anything, so I'll have this null thing. Okay, so let's just try to check this so that you will understand better. And also in the Navbar component I'm going to add in a user button. So in this component navbar, just below this div, so let me just add in this user button from this clerk next.js, and also we can just view this now. Okay, so here okay, so if that's loaded, that's what we can do. So if I just try to sign up, okay, so this is what we'll be receiving. So the sign up pages and sign in pages and all. Okay, and so now what I can do, we can provide in a phone number, email address, and try to sign in, or else I can sign in with Google. Okay, so if I just try to sign in let's say with this account. Okay, so and just provide in the details. So now I'll be receiving an OTP to my mobile. Okay, so I can just enter the same. So this is the code that I have received. So now once I receive, so it's success, and we are redirected to the home page. Okay, we can see the same in this. So if I just open this and check the who are users that are, so you can see users one, and this is the user recent signups that we see, and we can see that list in your users dashboard. Okay, fine. So that's the authentication authorization integration. So we will make more changes as we need, but this is a thing that I just wanted to show how we can easily integrate this thing. And you can just google about what's this middleware indication and how this is going to help us restrict the entry to the pages that we wanted to show and all those things. Okay, and also we can wrap in all those. I'll talk about that later. Okay, but this is just the integration of this clerk. Okay, oh, I think it was clear. And now I just wanted to add more icons. So the icons that I can show as part of the sidebar. Okay, so that I'll attach those icons in the description or in the code base, so you can just add in into your code base. Okay, so the public icon, so I'm just going to add in our root location. So let me just collapse this whole part. Okay, uh, in this, and we can just replace in here. So I'm just going to remove this. Let me just delete this, and I'm just going to rename this to public. Okay, and in here I've just added in all this SVGs for the icons that I want. Okay, so these are all the icons that I have added for all the languages, for all the icons, the folders, files, and whatever I want. Okay, you can just refer to that. So nothing much to cover in that. So once we add in the icons, and what I can do is I will try to use this VS Code icons JS module. So I'll just show you this. So this the icons that you see as part of our development in our VS Code, I just want to use this so I can get the icon file for respective language and all those things. So we will just install this into our application and we'll use this. Okay, so going to this, let's just navigate to our code editor page. Okay, fine. And now we just added, and in the sidebar I'll just show you that how we can use the thing that I have just installed in the editor, the sidebar. So what I can do now, instead of just showcasing this as the file and all those things, uh, we can do it this way. So that is use this get icon for file, this index.html. Okay, and if it is the case, I can wrap the actual icon which we just added as the source in this image component. Okay, and in here the source, it's I'm just going to set in the source as this icon slash get the icon for file, this index dot html. Okay, that will be the source, and the other mention you can just give in here this width and all those things. Width I'm just setting it to 16, and height also let's just set it to 16. Let's have some margin at the right like we had. So here, okay, if that is the case, okay, else I'm just going to have the default of file component which we have. So here I can just show you this. So you see now here, instead of showcasing this file, I'm showcasing the HTML indication and all. So same applies to our style.css as well. I can do the same. So just below this, let's do get icon for file, and index.html. Okay, you can just change that. Okay, I'm just giving the same example for now, so we can just copy the same. So I'm just going to copy the same in here. Okay, and here we can check for this style.css, and here I'll just keep this as it is for now. We can change this later. Okay, or else let's do one thing. Let's keep this as it is. I'm not going to touch. The folder will come back. So in here itself, let's try to have a one more div like this, just to show how this is going to look. So add just below this, and I'm just going to change this name to style.css, and this one I'm just going to change this to style.css. Okay, now you can see the styling indication for CSS and all. So this is what I wanted to show, and that's how we can show the icons the way we see in our regular editors. Okay, fine. Now we did add a file icons, and we did install VS Code icon.js module, where we can try to get the dynamic icons based upon the file type and the language that's the file is in. Okay, fine. So now I wanted to take care of this tree logic, that we can show if it's the folder, we need to show the children uh, files present in it, and accordingly all those things. What I can do is, we will try to create a separate components inside the sidebar folder, one for file, one for folder, and the types that we can have and all those things. Let's do one thing. Inside this editor folder, I will try to create a new folder for our sidebar, and in this, first let's try to define a types that we can have, so that it will be clear what we wanted to have as part of this sidebar. We'll have a two types to keep it simple, one for folder and one for file. What properties can we have as part of folder? We will just try to mention in this definition. Okay, so this folder, we will have the ID, which is the unique identifier of our folder, and then the type that will specify this as the folder, the name of this folder, which is going to be of type string, and finally, does this folder have any more children? That is, the children can be again of type file or folder. So this needs to be of a type either let's say folder. Okay, and it can be an array. So, and also the file type, I'm just going to define here the type for our file. Let's name this as a t file. ID, this is going to be of type string, and then this type, this is going to be file name string, and here I can just give, now this can be either a folder or a file. So now we have the definition for a folder and file. I will try to create a component for file first. Let's name this as file.tsx, and in this we'll first make this as a client component, and this is going to be a simple single component with just the image that we had as part of our sidebar. So I'll just first name this component as the sidebar file, And for this we will send the data of a file type which we just created. I can just mention the type in here, this t file, and we will just destructure the same here. So here what we will do is I'll just go back to the sidebar, and whatever is present in here as part of this div, I can just copy this uh, whole thing and will return that part here. Okay, so this is going to be the div, and except that I'll not have any conditions. So for now we'll just remove this, and let's import even this. I'm just going to remove it, and so let's import this image from this next image, and also this get icon of our file. After this image we will just give in here this name of our file. So this is going to be a simple sidebar file component. Okay, same way I'll try to create a component for folder. Let's name this as the folder dot tsx. Okay, and in here let's also make this as the client component first, and after this let's name this component as the sidebar folder. This again we will send in the data which is going to be of type this folder. First thing, we wanted to know whether the user has clicked on this folder to open and sees children down the level. For that we will maintain one state variable, so let's name this as a set is open, and default I'm just going to set this to false, and if it's a folder it's open, I'm going to get the icon for open folder or else the icon for normal folder. Okay, so that we can do it icon for open folder by just passing in this name, or else we can get this icon for folder and just pass in this name of this file. So this is going to give me the folder icon. Now we will focus on the rendering parts. I'll wrap everything inside this fragment. Let's wrap everything inside this. What I can do is we can just take this same here the styling whatever we have said. So I'm just going to take the same and go back to our folder component, and in here I'm just going to add in the styling for this div, just making this widthful, making display as flex, item center, height maybe we can change as we go on, and also let's add padding. You will understand why I'm trying to add this. And hovering, we can just change the background color to secondary, and cursor I'm just going to make this as a pointer, and we'll have the small rounded corners. So this is the styling, and we'll have this image component in inside this div, and source it's going to be this icons slash the folder, whichever we got this value into this folder variable. And now the just I'm gonna give the alt text as the folder icon. Width, let's say we'll just set it to 18. Height, I'm going to set this to 18, and the styling for this, let's just add some margin right, and after this we'll have the name of this folder. So this is going to be the main div, and Based upon whether this folder is open or not, we are supposed to show its children. So that we can do it right below. And so if you wanted to see this in action, so I'll just show you this in while in this right part of our screen. So if this is open, we will wrap everything inside this div and give the display as a flex and width as a full. Items, I want it to be a stretch. So, and inside this we will have a empty div with some width and border. Okay, so here let's just give width of 1 pixel and background of border and margin in x direction 2 and height, let's say full. I'll tell you what this div is for. And this is the div where we will have an actual children showcased. Make this as a display flex and direction to be column so that they're onto new lines, and this make this as a group. We will use this data dot children and map through each children, get this child. If this child dot type is equals to file, then we will use our sidebar file component to showcase that this sidebar file. And the key I'm just going to pass in this child dot id, and data what we are supposed to do is pass on that object. If it is not a file, then we need to use this sidebar folder. So I'm going to do the same key. It's going to be this child dot id, and the data it's going to be the child object. So this is how we will try to show on the UI based upon its a type. Whether if it's a file, we will use the sidebar file component, else the sidebar folder component. Okay, and in here if it's not the case, we're not going to show anything. So this is the simple folder component. And now I'll create a sidebar index file. So here the index.tsx, in this is the file where we'll try to use the components which we just created. Okay, and eventually I will just delete this sidebar.tsx. Okay, so this file, let's just name this as the same as the other component, that is the sidebar. And the root layout I can just take it from here. So let's do one thing. So I'm just going to take the whole div, and here we will just use the same and tweak the things which we doesn't want. So I'm just going to leave whatever we have as part of this default as it is. I'm just going to import these icons. Once I import this icons, okay, so that's the this three icons that you're seeing: explorer, file addition icon, folder addition icon, and the search for. After that the div, this is the div where we try to hard code a few examples and see that in action. So now I'm just going to remove everything, and so here I'm just going to remove all the divs that I had as part of this div, and we'll use the components which we just created, sidebar file and sidebar folder. And let's make this display as a flex, and direction to be a column. Okay, and also we can just give a less margin. Now we will use this data. So for now I'm going to create a constant data list and see that in action, and later we'll try to pass that as a dynamic value. Okay, so this can be of type this t file, or it can be of type this t folder. Okay, array. So in here I'm going to first add in a few examples. So id, let's say this is going to be index.tsx, and type I'm just going to mention this as a file, and this name, let's say the same as the id index.tsx, and I'll add one more object and I'll show you with more examples down the line. And let's add this as a components folder, and type, let's say this is the folder name, let's say this again same as this id components. Children, I'm going to add in here list of objects, where one I will have this as the file, something, let's say navbar.tsx. Type, this is going to be a file, and this name I'm going to give this as the same as the id navbar.tsx. okay, and later one more object where I'll give the id as the ui. Kind of I'll make this type as the folder, and we'll see the combination of file and folder under a folder. Okay, so folder name, let's give this as a ui, and children, let's say this will have the again the file button.tsx, and type I'm just going to give this as a file name as same as the id this button.tsx, and I'll add in one more file, and then we'll try to see this in action. So here this input.tsx, this type I'm just going to make this as a file, and this name same as the id. Okay, first we'll see this in action, and then I'll add in more examples and to see how it looks. So now I can iterate through this data, that is let's map through this data list and get the child present as part of this list, and depending upon this type, if this is file, I will pass on this to the sidebar file component, and key, let's just pass on this id for this for unique identification, and data the child object which it expects as a props. If not, we will have this sidebar folder component, and I'll just pass on this id along with this data props the child, and close this. So if I now we need to use this, so the place where I was referring to, I can just delete this now, and I'm just going to delete this. Okay, so now inside this this I will import from our sidebar. Okay, so now let's try to see this. So you can see we have this component. So if I just click on this, ideally I should be able to, okay, I did not add the on click functionality which is going to toggle this. So this one, what we need to do is we need to add in a on click for this root div. So here on click, let's toggle this value, that is whatever we have this previous value. So I'm just going to toggle the value that is present, and this is open. Okay, so now let's try to refresh and then open this. So you can see the structure, and again I can open this, I can close this. So this is how now we can dynamically render the components based upon the structure that we receive in this data. So where is this here? So if you wanted to see, I'll add in a few more files, so you can just see that. So in here, after this, let me add in one more file. Okay, app.tsx. Type, let's specify this as an file, and name this app.tsx. Okay, and I'll have one more folder, styles. Let's say this is going to be a type folder, and the name, let's give the same as the id, and children, let's have two children's inside this folder. One is this style.css, and the type it's going to be the file, name same as the id, and I'll have one more children index.css, something like that, just an example. Type, it's going to be a file. Name, I'm going to give this name as the index.css. Okay, so you can see the styles is added, and now if I, yeah, you can see now we're able to open it, close this. So yeah, so this is the sidebar component that we want. Okay, and the logic, the file tree logic, how this ideally works, where we can open have the multiple nested folders and all, and this is how we'll be trying to handle. Done with at least with the layout for our file tree, we will try to add in a few bit landing logic. So for example, I'll come back to that. So now it's just the test or something I just created. So in here in this app page.tsx, I have just test. So we'll try to change this and try to add in some text and style this. Okay, so what I can do is, let me just minimize this part, and this one let's remove this test part. Okay, and here and also let's give this overflow to be hidden, so that I doesn't want to see the scroll bar, and also the over scroll or to be none as well. Okay, fine. And now inside this I'm going to add in the div that we wanted to see something like text as a landing text or something, all kind of things inside this div. We'll style this. Okay, so the header first, what I can do is I'll give this as a something like our title, a collaborative cloud code editor, something like let's say AI powered copilot. Okay, and I can say this as the auto scaling copilot, something like this. Okay, so this is the text. Okay, fine, we'll do styling later, and after this we'll have some text. I'll just wrap this inside this div. I can say this as the collaborative cloud code editor is virtual box code editing environment with something, let's say the custom AI code auto completion and real-time collaboration. So you can just add in whatever the text. I'm just going to add in this few lines of text, and I'll give this as the infrastructure runs on Docker containers and Kubernetes to scale automatically based on resource consumption. Okay, so something like this, you can just add in whichever whatever makes sense. So this is the brief description. After this we can just have a link where it helps the user to navigate to the sign up page and then redirect back to the code editor page. Okay, so I'll have in here that div here, and we'll use this link component from this next link, and here I'll just add in this sign up as the routing page, and we will have this button. Let's say this says something like go to app. So this is the button. Okay, and yeah, okay, so after this I'll just have a one div which is going to apply some background color and margin. Okay, so here let's just have this width and rounded, let's say large, and I'll apply this background a neutral color 800 and margin top 12, and this aspect to be of a video. Okay, fine, so just this indication. Okay, now the coming to the styling part. So the main div, what I will do, make this to be occupying all width and max width to have this screen medium, and also padding in the x direction 8, and make this as a flex and direction to be a column, and let's just center this items. Okay, and now styling to the header, this one, let's make this text to be 2 times extra large, and also this font type, let's make this to be a medium, and the text I want it to be aligned at this center. Margin top, let's say I'm going to give 32. Fine, and styling for this div, let's make this text to be muted foreground. Okay, fine, and let's have some margin at the top, and the text as usual to be aligned center. And the styling to this button, I'll add some margin at the top and make this as a flex and space in the x direction for. Fine, I think this should be good enough for now. Okay, so this is just the simple home page. We'll come back as soon as and when we need to make some changes. Okay, and also you can just go ahead and change the text, this one, so I can just change this to collaborative cloud or code editor. Okay, and you can just change this to the description which makes sense to our application. So I'm just going to add in the same for now. You can just add in whatever is needed. Okay, and also what I'll do is, in our navbar in this index file, I'll try to apply the appearance for this, because this is the component that we are trying to get this from Clerk, that is if base theme. So like we are going to set this to dark. Okay, and after sign out URL where it is supposed to navigate. Okay, so this is what configuration we can give, and you can just tweak other things which you want, like changing this to link and all those things, so that it navigates to the home page when the user clicks on it. Okay, fine, but I am going to leave that as it is. I think you guys can take care of that, or else I can change this. So this one, this link, and this href, I'll just navigate this to home page when the user clicks on that. Okay, so that's the small change, and also we will try to protect the code page in here by adding in this middleware. So here I'm just going to change this to, let's say this as the Auth middleware. Let's import this Auth middleware. Okay, and in here this public routes we are going to handle in the like this. So if request.url.includes dashboard, okay, and the code, okay, so fine. So this is just the protection, and and also we can just go ahead and check this out. So this is how we try to protect private routes and public routes and all. And also I wanted to add in the custom components and custom like buttons and all, so that it looks better, but it's again left to our choice how good we want it to look to the users. So going to this app page.tsx, in here what I'm going to do is, first let's try to get the user. We can do this using and make this as the async server component. So I can make this as the asynchronous function, and I'm going to use this current user. And if we have this user, we can directly redirect the user to dashboard page, which we don't have yet. I'm going to create that, okay, fine. And so you can see, since we were logged in, so it directed me to the dashboard page, which I will create. So that's how we can redirect, okay, fine. And after this, what I will do is, we will try to create this dashboard page and see if we are not seeing this not found page anymore. So that what I can do, create this a new folder for dashboard, and here let me just create a simple page.tsx file. And I'm just going to quickly create in here this function called this as the dashboard page, okay. And let's just wrap inside this div. All I'm going to do is show this navbar, and also I'm going to build the dashboard component eventually, but now I'm going to show this dashboard. So that's what this dashboard is, and we can just check for the same, try to get this user. So that is the current user, and if there is no user found, we can again redirect the user to this home page. And I need to make this as the asynchronous function, okay. And now we should be able to see this dashboard page again. So we don't have dashboard component yet. What I can do, let's try to create in here this dashboard folder inside these components, and create a simple index.tsx and make use of this component inside our dashboard page. Let's first make this as the client side component, so that we can use the React hooks. And this is going to be a simple dashboard component, and in here I will try to wrap under this div everything that we wanted to see in a screen, okay. And first div, so as I said, we'll try to create some custom component for button. I can just create inside this components UI folder. So let me name this as the custom button.tsx, okay. I just wanted to add in more stylings for this. So what I will do is, whatever we have as part of this, let's just copy this Okay, and I'll just tweak this component here for the children. Okay, so I don't want this, so I'm just going to remove this variance, and also this and this button. Let's remove this again. So the props, maybe I can just remove everything, try to build this component. So this props, we will have I'll yeah, so now this the children, I'll have this children of type these React nodes, and the additional styling that we wanted to do for this custom button component, which can be of type string, and on click what are we supposed to do. So this is just the callback function. So this is the simple definition of the props that we wanted to pass on to this component. So I'm just going to destructure the same class name children and this on click function, and now inside this we can just return this the things that we want wrapped under this button. Okay, and inside this I'll have one more div where we will have this plus icon, and with this width and height set it to 4 and some margin right, and here I'll just have this text of this button as the new project. We can export this button and use this so I can export this default. I'll come back to styling again. So button, so now we have this custom button component. So going to this dashboard, I'll use this custom button component. So that is inside this div, I'm going to create one more div and we'll wrap this custom button inside this. So that is, we don't have the custom button component. So what I will do is, let's rename this to custom button. Okay, so this is the custom button. So go back here, try to import this, and some styling. I'll just add some margin bottom, and here I can give in the children. So the plus icon, I'm just going to add in this plus icon. Width and height we can just set in this to 4, and same as margin 2. After this icon I'll just have in the same text, this new project. Okay, so this one I should be able to see, but since I think, let's just inspect this. Going to this. Okay, because I haven't added this dashboard component, so I can just add in this dashboard component to our dashboard page. And yeah, so this is the button. So now we need to style that. First let me style this custom button component. What I can do is, for this let's first style this div where we are trying to wrap on this plus in new project. This styling, let's have this rounded, let's say 6 pixel, and we need to have a border for this. Let's first do for the main div, on click we just have to pass on this callback function, and now this styling I'll use the cn thing and pass on whatever the styling that we receive as a props for this. Additionally we'll apply this styling. So gradient, so this gradient and all those things, what I can do is I need to create that as part of our global.css file. So I'm just going to add on that. You can just take a reference from here. So here after this I'm just going to add on this classes with gradient button background, just a radial gradient circle at the top and this colors, and for button, and then for div which acts as a child of this thing, this styling will be applied. So now we have this. I can go to this custom button and use this the gradient button classes which I just added. So those things, first I'll apply this background, this gradient button. So yeah, so you can see this is the color which I added as part of that class, and we'll have this padding of 1 pixel in all direction. Okay, and make this inline flex, and also this group rounded, I want it to be medium. Okay, and text size, let's make this to be a smaller, fine. And font type, let's say make this as a medium. And focus visible effects, I'll have this ring offset 1. Okay, and this again of focus visible effect, let's have this ring offset ring. Okay, and I'll add in more effects for focus visible, outline to be none, and also ring 2. Okay, so and let's add in this ring, and also if it's a disabled, I want the pointer events are none, and also the opacity, let's say 50. Okay, so that's the styling for our main button. And now for this actual div, we'll have this width of full, and also this now this gradient button where we have just added. So this gradient button, okay, fine. And let's make this flex items, let's just center it, and justify, also center this white space no wrap, so that we'll see in a single line. Padding of 4 in x direction, and in y direction let's say 2. Okay, and height let's say 9. So now it looks good. Grading, so I can just remove this. So you can see focus visible effects are working, and also hover effects and all to the div which we added in this CSS file. Okay, fine. So that's the simple custom button component. So now we have this custom button component style. We will go back to our dashboard page, and after this custom button, I will have a button which kind of says my projects, to view the projects, and also the button to share or shared projects, and or settings icon and all those things. Okay, so we can just use this normal button component which we have. So here I will have this icon, let's say the folder dot from this lucid react, and the height of width and height I'm going to set it 4, and some margin right, so that I can add in some text right next to it. The text I'm going to say is this my projects. Okay, so this is my projects. So same way I'll try to add in a buttons for the shade and the settings. So I'll just change this to shared rooms. Okay, and here instead of this I'll just add in this users icon. Okay, and this one the settings button, and let's change the icon of this to this settings icon. Okay, and now we need to style that, so let's make first the variant as the ghost. Okay, and also on click we need to set the screen to show the project section, and also that we can do it if we maintain one state variable. So I can just go at the top and define the state variable for screen that we are saying. So I'm just going to set this to be a default the projects. We need to define the types for it for strict type enforcing. I can do that by defining the type for our screen. So I can just name this to be of the screen, and this can be of projects or the shared or this settings or for search. Okay, so that's the type, and I can give the type for this so that it doesn't take values other than this four values. Okay, so now we have that, and on click of this buttons, what I need to do is I need to update the value present in the screen variable. So that what we will do is, if this is the set screen, we'll set this to projects, and also we need to style this based upon the active screen. Okay, I'll just define a simple function here. Let's say this is the active screen function. So here we will send in here the t screen as the input param for this. If the screen is matching to the current one, I will just return the styling as the justify start, else we will return this justify start, and then font type to be normal and text muted foreground. Okay, so this active screen, and this one we need to pass on to this class name. So I can do just this way, active screen, and here we will pass on this projects. Okay, the same thing needs to be done for the remaining buttons. So we will just add in the same for the other buttons, except that I need to change the values. So here it will be a shade, so I'm going to change the text from projects to shade, and here we will change this one to settings. Okay, so I'm just going to change this one also to settings. So you can see now so the active that we set currently is the projects, and it's indicating that we are in the my projects and we are not into this. So if I do the same, so this is active now. Okay, so that's it's working. We will come back to styling of all these things. Okay, the main part and all. So after this div we will have a one more div where we will try to add a buttons to show a way to access the code, or else the anything about section of this and all, just for placeholders. So I can do that here, this button and this variant I'm going to make this as the ghost, and the styling will do that. Okay, and in here I'll just have this code icon, same width and height, width of 4, height of 4, and let's have some margin 2. After this I'll just add in this text, like get a repo. Okay, so this is the thing, and I'll just add in one more button kind of about or more info, something like that. Let's just change this to help circle icon, and I'll just add in the text as about. Okay, so after this I'll add one more div, actual components which we are supposed to build, but still we don't have those. I'll just add in some helper text inside this h1, so I can just add in this as the collaborative cloud code editor. Okay, something like AI powered, and this auto scaling code editor. Okay, so this is the dashboard page. So now we need to style this. So to style this for main div, let's make this display as a flex, and apply this grow effect, and also width to be a full. Okay, and now to this div we'll restrict the width to be of 56. Okay, and let's have the border at the right. Okay, so this border, and I'll apply this border styling. Okay, and padding of 4. In justify, let's say we want it to be a between, and the flex and flex column. Fine. So now to this div, I'll just make this flex, and direction to be a column, and to this buttons, I think they are good looking already, so we don't have to make much changes to this. Okay, so to this div now, the place where we try to add in a buttons for repo and more helper, we'll make this again the flex column. Okay, and this styling, what I can do is I'll apply this justify start. Okay, and the font to be normal. Text, I'll just apply this muted foreground. Okay, so that this is aligning to this. Same styling I'll apply to this about button as well. Okay, so now to this div where we are trying to wrap on the content of this dashboard page, we will make this grow, and apply this direction column, flex column, and also items to be at the start, and padding of 4. Okay, so and styling to our header, same like we had in our main page, 2 times XL, and font type to be medium, text to be at the center. Okay, fine. So this is what we will leave for now as the dashboard page. Okay, I think looking decent enough. Okay, so this is the dashboard page, and also I need to update the navbar where we can add in a search icon and all those things, search component and all those things. So that one, what we will try to do is I'll try to create the new component for search inside this navbar itself. So let's name this as the search.tsx. Okay, and in here I'll just create a component with search icon on an input where we can type in to search for something, and make this first the client side component. Let's name this component as the dashboard navbar search, something like that. And in here we need the state variable to keep track of what the is typing into the input component. Okay, so I can just maintain one local state variable for that, search and set search. Let's initially have this empty string inside that, and this div part. Okay, okay, first we have this wrapped inside this div. I can go ahead and use this search component inside this, and we will see that in action. Okay, so this is the navbar component. I'll just remove this hard coded my React project and all those things. We will try to add in the navbar search component along with the user button from our Clerk module. So I can do this way, just remove this div. Okay, and in here below we will try to create one more div, make this as the flex, and have some space in the x direction so that we can have two components just next to each other, this dashboard navbar search and then the user button. Okay, so here this is what I was trying to create. Okay, and here in place of no text, what I can do is right after this I'll just add in a small div with the text, let's say as the VirtualBox. Okay, and we'll just style this text to be smaller and the font type to be a medium, and flex and items center. Okay, fine. So this is the new navbar component, and now we will try to style this dashboard navbar search component. So nothing, just we need to have an icon indicating this is for searching. So we need to have a search icon. I can just use this search icon from the Lucid React. Styling, let's just give width and height as a 4, and make this as the absolute, and I'll have add in this left of 2, text to be a muted foreground. Okay, so I'm just going to apply this. So this is the search icon. After this we'll have this input component. So this input component I'm going to add this shardcn component. Okay, so let's try to add the input so that we can use this component. So once we add that component, we can just import that. Okay, so importing this input value, we will just pass in the search. On change, we are supposed to update the value to search variable. We are just going to set whatever we are receiving in our event target, and placeholder, let's say something like search the projects. And styling, let's have some padding left of 8. So this will be the input, but we don't have this search icon, so that we can do it this way. Make this div as the relative, and add this height to be 9 and also width of 44. Make this also flex and items to be centered, and we'll apply this justify start. Okay, now it's looking good. So now we can just search for, and we're just updating the value to this search. And also we need to pass on this search value to our dashboard page. So we can do that using our use effect hook. So something, I'll just wrap on that logic inside this use effect. So I'll just create a function kind of like delaying a debounce function. So debounce, and here we can just use this set timeout, and in here if the search, then I'm going to use this router object from this next navigation module, and we can just push the search value to our dashboard query page. So in this way, query and the search value whatever the user is typing into, else we are just going to push the dashboard without any query pattern. Okay, so this is the thing, and the for every, let's say, 300 milliseconds, and I'm just going to clean this on unmounting, this clear timeout, this delay debounce function. So let me change this, and this needs to be triggered whenever the value in this search is changing. Okay, simple. So this is how we'll be passing on the value to our dashboard page. And if I go to the dashboard page now, we will try to handle that later, but this is how we'll be passing on this. Okay, as a query param to the place that we want. So at least this dashboard UI is in better shape. We have a lot of work to do in this, which we will do it. So next thing what I can do is I'll try to add in a simple project card, so that in here we need to show the projects that are present as part of our account. We can do that first, creating a components needed to show the information about particular project. I'll add in the card component from this shard CN, so that we can make use of that and show the details of the project in each card. Inside this dashboard, I'm going to create a new file for a project card. So let's name this as a project card or .tsx. And inside this, like I did add a gradient styling for the button, I'm going to add in the same for our project card. So you can just refer to the code that I'll be sharing. So I'm just going to add in this styling to this project card. And let's go back to this project card component. All I'm going to do is just wrap the div with the children's nothing. Children is going to be the card component which we just installed from Shartsian, which I will show you eventually. So let's create this function project card, and the props that we'll be sending for this component is going to be the children's, which is again the React nodes, React dot this React node. Okay, and the additional styling, which is going to be a string. And here let me just destructure, children, and class name. Let me just return this div. Okay, so yeah, and here this div we will have a children wrapped inside this div. We'll come back to the styling later, but this is the project card component. Okay, and this one what I will try to do is, let's try to add in a simple project card example in our dashboard page. So here, as I said, this was just for placeholder. We will try to remove this header which we just added as a placeholder and make this div as the grid rather than a flex. So I'll just remove this flex display, make this to be a grid, and adjust columns based upon the screen size. So if it's a larger, I'll have the 4 columns, and if it's a extra large screen, we'll have grid columns 5, and the space in the y direction, let's say 0.5. Okay, and now inside this I will add in this project card component, and inside will try to wrap in the this react nodes div things. So where I'll try to add this react project one, something like this. We'll style this later, and after this div I'll have one more div where we will try to show in the whether this is a private or public project, and then when was this created, the time, and all those things. So we can add in the icon for that. So like, let's say this globe icon. Okay, and the styling for this, let's say width and height, I'm going to set this to 3, and some margin in the right, and the text, let's say the public, that's this thing. We will try to add in the same icon for the clock. Let's change this to clock icon, and instead of this public, I'll just change this to something, let's say 3 days ago. We'll style that. Okay, so this is the project card, and before coming on to styling of this, we will try to style project card. Okay, so what I will do for this is, to the children, make this as this rounded let's say 7 pixel. Okay, and the padding of 4, and height, let me give it as a full. Make this direction to be column and display as a flex. Justify between. Okay, and I'll apply this gradient project card styling which I just added to our global.css. Okay, so going back here, you will not see that. I'll show you in a while. Okay, so now and I'll apply this tab index 0 styling for this. We'll use the cn and pass on the class name whatever we send it to this component, and let's have this rounded large effect to this project card. Okay, and I can just minimize this so that we can see better and add in this border. Okay, so we have this old border now, and let's add this background of card, and text card, I'll add in this foreground. Let's add in this shadow height, let's say I'm setting it to 48. So this is the height now, and padding of 1 pixel in all direction. And we'll apply this gradient, this project card background. So this is the card background gradient, and make this cursor to be pointer. So now if I just hover, this cursor is pointer, and we'll apply this transition all effect, focus visible effect. Let's say outliner doesn't want any, so I'm just going to set this to none. Same thing, we'll have this ring effect, ring of 1, and also this ring ring. Okay, so this is the styling for this project card. So at least, okay, so we have some gradient, yeah, you can see some gradient and all these things. And now we need to style uh, for the children. So here for this React project, I'm just going to give some styling to its text, making like, you know, font to be medium, and make this as a flex. Items, let's just center them, white space no wrap, so that it will be in single line, and width to have a full text, ellipsis, and overflow I'm just going to hide it. So that's the styling for this title. And now for this icons, make this as a flex, and direction to be a column, and text to be a muted foreground. Okay, and we'll have a space in the y direction, let's say 0.5, and text size to be smaller. And now styling to individual divs, we'll make this as a flex, and items, let's just center them, and same thing I'm just going to apply to below div, flex, and let's just center the items. Okay, fine. So this is the simple project card component, and also to the div where we are trying to set this width 56, I'm going to apply the shrink effect. Okay, so now as we keep adding more project cards, so it's going to look just next to in the grid format. Okay, so this is the we'll make use of the Shartsian card component later, but since we have written the custom card component, maybe we can go ahead and use this. So that's the project card, and now we will add in the backend code also as part of this project. For that, what I can do is, it will be better if we try to move all this into a separate front-end folder, and the backend to backend folder, so that we'll be isolating the code to the front end and the backend into the separate folders. Yeah, so I can do that. So let me just create in here this new folder called this front end, and whatever I'm just going to select all of this folders that we have in the root location to be moved or to the front end folder. Okay, so I'm just going to move everything to this front end. Okay, and we are just going to update imports for all the modules or components that we used in a different files. Okay, so even this needs to be a part of. Okay, so I'm just going to update this, and also we have some issues, and let me just check this by stopping this. Okay, and let's just move into this front end folder and try to run this. Okay, so yeah, so it's ready and we don't have any issues. So if I just try to refresh this, we should see what we were just seeing a while ago. Okay, the issue is with the components. Okay, so if I just go in here to the app dashboard page, it is still going to be the components. Okay, and even this. So let me just import this again. So this needs to change in our ts config. Okay, there shouldn't be any issue just because we are trying to change. Let me refer this as it is and in this ts config. So now it should be front end. Okay, so let's try checking that. Okay, fine, I don't see any issues in this. We are seeing this dashboard page. Okay, so that means the issue that we were seeing got resolved, and now wherever we have this the front end reference, we just need to change that to back to whatever it was. For components, there is an issue with this. I'll just check this. Okay, we just need to restart the ts server. That will be the issue most of the times. Okay, so even if I change this to a front end, you shouldn't see any issue. Okay, fine, yeah. So since we changed this in the ts config, so I don't think we have to tweak this as well. Okay, so now I don't think I see any issues, so I'm just going to restart this server. Okay, and we shouldn't see any issues anymore. Okay, the assets, where is this in Navbar file index, this assets, this logo. Okay, so okay, fine, so now I think the issues is gone. So I just moved everything into a front-end folder because I'll be creating a new folder for backend, and that's where we'll try to write a code for our workers and all those handlings that happens in the backend logic and all. Okay, so I just moved this. So if there are any issues, just comment that in the comment section and we'll try to have a look at it. So now we'll start this backend. Oh, we will try to create in a new folder for a backend, and I will start creating a simple hello world or Cloudflare worker database project. Now I'll just navigate to the backend folder, and in here we'll start creating a simple Cloudflare project. So the prerequisite for this is you need to have a Cloudflare account. So I'll just so go to Cloudflare workers and create in a new account if you don't have one, and you need to provide so if you just so you need to have an account for this. So just refer to docs and how to create a new account, and then this is how we are supposed to get started with this. Okay, so for this, and also I just need to correct small mistake in this. So here it should be front end slash star, so that even when we are trying to see the suggestions, it will be front end slash all those components and all. There are multiple ways to do this, but I'm just leaving this as it is. So now in here, let me run this command npm create a Cloudflare. Okay, and yeah, so once we start creating this, and it's going to check whether we have this create Cloudflare module installed. If not, it's going to ask you for your consent whether to go ahead and install or not. You just go and give as a y as a consent, and then you'll be seeing that getting installed. Post this, we should be able to create a simple Cloudflare worker application. So now in which directory do you wanted to create your application? So this is the directory, and the name I'm going to give this as the database. Okay, so this is where I want, and I'll just go for default hello world worker. And do you want to use TypeScript? Yes. And now it's going to create a database in here, and that's what it's creating, and simple hello this hello world and all those things. So let's wait for it to install all the dependencies, and so meanwhile I can just show you how to create a new account. So this is where you just need to have a so what I will suggest is go to this Cloudflare. Okay, and so and open. So here all you need to do is start for free, and if you don't have one, and I'm just going to log in because I have one account already. So you just have to sign in with the email ID whatever you have given while you are trying to log in. I can just do that. So whatever the password you has given, so I think my password is not correct. Yeah, so this is the dashboard of our Cloudflare account. So once we create any workers and all those things, we can have a look at all this in this section. So simple, you just need to input your email ID and create a password, and then create an account, confirm. You will receive a verification email to your account, verify it, and then you will be good to go. Okay, so that's the thing. And also, do you want to deploy your application? Okay, I'll just go with the yes. Okay, and we will have this all the test, the command to start. So there is a wrangler, so you need to know what's wrangler and all those details, so that I'll just show you. So this is the workers command line interface, which allows us to create, test, and deploy our worker projects to this Cloudflare. Okay, so that's this. Okay, so let's wait for it to what is this issue. Okay, whatever, fine. So this did deploy, and this is our the URL database dot c storage dot workers dot dev. Okay, So if I just navigate to database.c storage.workers.dev, I should be able to see something like hello world. Okay, so yeah, so this is what the thing is. Okay, so you can just go ahead and create that. Now we have this simple backend starter application. We need to make a lot of changes in that. We will use the Drizzle ORM to take help as an ORM for us to talk to the database. That I'm going to install this Drizzle kit. Okay, so you can just install this Drizzle kit. Okay, in order to use, we need to install this as a dev dependencies and actual Drizzle ORM as the dependencies, so which I'm going to install. So once I install this, okay, I just misspelled that, Drizzle kit. So you can just check for the same, so I can search in here. So this one, how to use setup the Drizzle. So this is neon. Okay, yeah, so adding a Drizzle ORM and kit to your project. So this is how we need to install this, and the dependencies, Drizzle kit and all those things. So I think we should be having yeah, Drizzle kit is installed as the dev dependency. So I need to install the Drizzle ORM as the dependencies. Okay, and also okay, I did a mistake, so I need to do that inside database folder. So let me just delete this. Okay, so now in here I need to add in that. Okay, so in database, now we have this dev dependency, so I'm going to add in the Drizzle kit. Okay, so once I add this as a Drizzle dev dependencies, then we'll add in the Drizzle ORM as our dependencies, and then we can go ahead and start creating our schema. For creating a schema, I will create in the new file inside this source folder called schema.ts. Okay, and let's wait for it to install this Drizzle ORM. So once this installs this, I'm going to define the schema, nothing but the tables for our database. I'll start with simple tables, one for user and one for VirtualBox related details. Okay, so why is it taking time? Is this because of my net? I think so. Okay, yeah, it's done. So in here, then I can start creating a table for user. So we'll use the SQLite, so you can go for Postgres, another DBs. Okay, so I'm going to use this SQLite table and name this as the user. So to get to know more about the syntax and all the things about this Drizzle ORM, you can just refer to its docs. So the documentation, there are clear examples and all those things. Okay, so you can refer to this docs, and I'm not going to talk much about that. So here the ID, we will have this of type text, and this is ID, and we'll have this default function. Okay, I will use the create ID. So create ID, so I'm going to use this node module dependency, which is the parallel drive, which is going to give me the unique ID. So you can use whichever works for you. So there's no restriction that you need to use this, but I'm going to show you this. So yeah, so this is what I'll be using for me to get the unique ID and all. So let's just install the same. So in here, installing, I'm just going to install this dependency, and then we will just make use of this. It's installed now. I can just go ahead and use this ID. So all I want is the create ID function from this. So this is going to give me the unique ID, and I'm going to make this as the primary key, and I want this to be unique. So this is the ID, and now the name. So this is going to be name, and not null. I want it to be not null. Why is this? Fine. And finally we will have the email as also stored in this user table. This is also going should have been not null. Am I missing something? That is it the text? Okay, and the issue is text is from MySQL, but I want it from the SQLite. Okay, yeah, so that was the issue. And so that's the user table. So I can just minimize this because yeah, we can see this bigger part. Now one more table is going to be the VirtualBox, and this is also going to be, I'm going to name this as the VirtualBox as the table name, and here this ID, this is going to be pretty much same. I can just take this one and use the same here, and we'll have this name of this, the name, and also this should be not null. The type, this is going to be a text, and enum, so this can be for now I'm just restricting to React or a Node. We can add later as we need more virtual boxes. Okay, and user ID, the relation mapping. Okay, so this is going to be the user ID column name, and this has to be not null, and also we are going to reference the user.id. So okay, so these are the two tables that we will have for now, okay, as a schema. And once we have the schema of what we can do is I'll just go to this index, and for now let's add in a interface for our environment. So here this should be interface db. I'm just going to add in this d1 database. Okay, and now we have this schema. We need to migrate this. For migrating, we need to have a Drizzle config. Only then we can migrate it. So if you just refer to their documentation Drizzle, so once we have the schemas, we need to create the config drizzle.config.ts in our root project with this properties, and then if we run drizzle git generate, this is going to generate the migrations for the schema that we have defined here. Okay, so let me try to do that. What I will do is, first let me create a drizzle.config.ts file inside this database folder. So here let me create drizzle.config.ts, and here I'm just going to create in here the object that they want as a part of the default config. What I can do is, let me do it this way. So based upon this environment variable local or db path, so if this exists, this is what I'll be exporting, that is the schema. So schema, this is present in the source schema.ts, and the driver, it's going to be better SQLite, and DB credentials. URL, this is going to be this process.env.local db path, which I have not yet added. Okay, fine, and I'm making sure this is not null, and here we will just add in this satisfies the config definition. So I can import that. Let me import that type from Drizzle kit. So import type this config from this Drizzle kit. Okay, so fine. So what's this? Okay, fine. Also, let's do one thing. I'll just remove this environment configuration for now, so we can just export this one. I'll check that later. So source schema.ts. Okay, and the out folder, we want it to be drizzle. Okay, and this driver, this is going to be d1, this db credentials. We need to add in this Wrangler configuration path property. So this would be the our toml file. Okay, and then the db name, I'm going to add in this as d1 VirtualBox. Okay, and here I can just add in this now satisfies config. Okay, oh, why is this an issue? Is it because of this? I mean, let's try to. Okay, so the thing is, if I just search for Cloudflare D1 SQLite, okay, so this is what we are supposed to have. Okay, so this is there here for Cloudflare D1. Once we have this, and this is the SQL by hand. Drizzle kit. Yeah, here driver. Okay, fine. So I'll not give the definition for this, and let's try to check this. Okay, and also in our toml file, so this is so we need to add in this database, so that is d1 this database. So I need to create that. this is how we are supposed to add in. And also so this is name database and this is the default that it comes. So now whichever we wanted to use, we need to provide the values for that. And here this binding, I'm going to give this db binding, and this database name, so let's say this d1 VirtualBox. Okay, and this database id. So we need to create that this database. So let me just get into this account, and I need to create this database. In here this is the storage. So here we need to create a database. So I'm going to create one. Let me just create the database name as d1 virtual box. Okay, so I'm just creating this. So once it's created, we will be assigned this unique id. So just once you create, use the same name of your db along with the database id, and this should be the configuration for us even to migrate and deploy going down the line of whatever the changes that we make. So once we have this credentials added, what I can do is now we will just try to run this. So in here the migration part, what all we can do is I'm just going to add in so let's go to this package.json. Here let me add in some commands, one for generating our so I will add in this drizzle kit. So this command generate. Okay, so and this is going to be the SQLite, and schema location, the schema is present in our source folder schema.ts. okay, so this is the command so to generate run migrations for us. Okay, and now I'll add in one more to up it. So this is going to be a drizzle kit up SQLite, and the schema location is going to be the source slash schema.ts. okay, and if we wanted to have the studio open db studio, so I'll write a command for that. So before that I want a few dependencies to be added. So I will try to add in first the cross environment dependency. Okay, and also I would need Zord for evaluations. If the properties that I'm expecting and if they're missing, I wanted to evaluate using this. Okay, so and also we will try to install the routers. So for us to use the routers, we need to install this et router. So this is the one. So to build an API, so I'm just going to use this. Okay, so let me add in this router as well. Okay, so we'll install this cross environment and the Zord et router, and also the types so which we need, and we need an extras as well. So you can just refer to their documentation of this Cloudflare and look at the examples on how to you write in services, endpoints, and all those things. You will get a better idea of what I'm trying to talk in here. Okay, So here this router extras, and I need this SQLite. Okay, so these are the modules that I'll be installing, so which is needed for us, our application. So this is just the SQLite 3 library for a SQLite. Okay, so you can just check this out. So I'm just installing them, and once we install, I need to install the types for the IT router extras as well. So once these are installed, I'll install that, and then we will apply migration on the schema that we have, and then we'll try to check whether they're working or not by writing few simple routes where we can get the list of the users, or we can try to get the particular ID based user and all those things. And also I'm just going to add in this types for this IT router extras just for TypeScript suggestions and all. Okay, fine. So now we have that, and so what we will do in this package.json db studio, I am going to use this cross environment and this set this db path, local db path. Okay, so this is how I'm going to set this. First I'm going to find this wrangler. Okay, slash state version 3 d1, then mini flare d1 database object, the type and name. This is going to be the SQLite, and we can just print the quit. Okay, and after this what I'm going to do is just start this Drizzle kit studio. Okay, so fine. So now we are in here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to apply this run this generate command and see if okay, schema source schema.ts. okay, let me just check this Drizzle kit. Okay, so yep, options, list of commands, we have this generate. Okay, let me just give this relative path, and now let's try this. Why what's the reason? Looks like the syntax is correct, but still I'm not able to get this running. I'm in the correct folder, and also okay, we'll just check this. I don't know why this is not happening. Ideally this should happen. Looks like there is some issue with the versions of this Drizzle kit and Drizzle ORM. So let me just downgrade a version to the one which it works actually. So I'm going to change this to 30.8, and also this drizzle kit, let's change this to 2014, and I'm just going to install them again, and we'll try to run this generate. Okay, so ideally if it works, we should see the drizzle folder generated for us. Okay, so let's just check this. Yeah, so we got this drizzle thing, and this is the generated schema for us. Okay, so now we have this one, and what I wanted to do is let me try to check this by creating a few routers in our index.ts. Now in here in this index.ts, I'm going to create a simple user route where we will try to get the list of the users present, and also based on particular ID, we will try first writing that and see if it's working or not. Let me just remove whatever the default response that we have, and also I'm just going to minimize this. In here first, let's try to get this a URL which is the URL object by passing in this request dot URL and the path. So this path is now it's going to be this URL dot path name. The method, whether this is the get or post or those method, request dot method. So and the object of our DB, which we have just created the schema for. And now if the path is equals to this slash API slash user, which we will be creating this for our user route, and this method is the get, then we will get into this logic. We will get the params here, so just we will check for whether do we have the ID in the this URL params. This is how we'll be checking. If this params as the ID, then we'll try to get the details of the user matching that ID. So this is the IDs. We will try to get this ID and typecast this as the string, and we will get this result by using our the DB instance and calling this select from this user, where I can specify this equals this user dot ID is matching to the ID that we receive in the query param, and we will just call this get function. So and finally we will try to return this response in the using the JSON. So I'm going to use this JSON, and if there is no result, we'll just return this empty object. Okay, so fine. So now if there is no ID, we are going to get the all users present. Okay, so that how I can do is, let me in this else part, let's try to get the result of all the users and store in this result variable, that is db or dot select. Okay, and from this user, and we'll get the all users, and I'm going to return in here this new response and stringify whatever the results that we get. Okay, so that's the case. Else if it's not this route and method is not get, then we will just return this new response saying that not found, and status code as a 404. So I can just add in this status as 404. So this is what we'll be sending, and I am receiving these issues because mm, I need to this one should be the drizzle. Okay, that is why we are receiving this select issue. Okay, so this I'm going to import this from. Okay, so this db, this should be environment db, so that's the reason we are seeing the issue. Okay, fine. And also this json, this user. Okay, fine. Yeah, so this is the like simple route, and we have just created this Drizzle migration, but we haven't pushed to our db. So you can see there are only zero tables, so we need to push that. So since there is some issue with the commands Drizzle kit, what I'm going to do is, let me stop this. I'm going to use this command to push our whatever the schema that we have to our remote database. This is how we can do. So let me just clear this terminal so that it will be clear. So npx wrangler, and this is the d1, and the execute. The database name is our d1 VirtualBox, and here this remote and file location is nothing but the Drizzle folder, and in that we need to give the name of our the migration. So here if I just open, so Drizzle, so this is the name that we are supposed to give. So 4 zeros followed by the dazzling wild, let me expand this, wild pack. Okay, so .sql. So once we try to run this, we are going to so this is going to push this two tables, or create these two tables in our remote database. So now you just saw there were zero tables. So if I just refresh this, we should be having a two tables in here, which is the user and the VirtualBox. Okay, so we have this tables created in it, and okay, so now this is the route, and also let's try to deploy this and check it out. Okay, so I've just deployed this. So it's a deploying, and also to just test so if we are getting a particular example or not, what I'm going to do is, in this user, let me add a simple data in it. Okay, so let's just say 123 is the id, and the name I'm just giving is Uneet, and this email as a test@gmail.com. So let's try to save this, and now this is deployed, and the url is this database.c storage.workers.dev. We can just browse this, and since the route is api/user, we should expect the result. Okay, this is what we got. Okay, and if I give in here this id as, so if you wanted to check one more, we can add in one more example. So 124 some name. Okay, test2@gmail.com. Okay, so let me query this again without id. We have received 2. Now if I just query using this id 123, so we should be receiving 1. Okay, so this the whatever the endpoint that we have created is working, and I think it's clear now. This is how we use the d1 Cloudflare worker database, and expose this as router, and then we can use that in our client side application. So now this router is ready. What I will do is, let's minimize this backend, and in here this I'm going to create in here likewise for auth the new folder for app, I mean I'm just want to avoid this as a part of the router, and then we will move this complete code and a dashboard into this app section. So I'm just going to move this into this, so for better organization. And also this part, let me just move this one. Okay, so this one into this. Okay, so here let me refresh this. Okay, fine. So now I just created this and moved this code and dashboard into this folder. Okay, and let me just try to create in a layout in this file. Let's say we are just going to create this layout and just try to check the answer that we got from this endpoint here. So what I can do is, let's make this as the asynchronous component, and let's name this as the app auth layout. Okay, and what this is going to receive the children of type this react nodes, and here I'm just going to destructure this children. Let's first try to get this user using our the current user. If there is no user, let me just redirect it to our home page, and I'll try to get this here, this db user, using this endpoint which we have. So that is, I can just straight away copy this in here. Okay, and instead of this id, I'm just going to hardcode this for now. Okay, and let's just try to console this db user. Okay, and later we will worry about changing this, and let's just wrap the children inside this fragment. Okay, so yeah, so why is the issue? Hmm. Okay, fine. So now we have this already running here. Okay, so this is in the root part. Okay, so let's try in here and check out this console. Okay, 1 second. This layout, why, what's the issue here? Okay, so if you just see this network call as well, and I'm just going to check this. Okay, so in this console, I should see this db user details. Okay, What's the issue in the network? Okay, in this thing. Okay, fine. I'll just check that thing. But this is the integration. So in here, if you wanted to just see, I can do it this way. Let's do it this way. db user dot name. Okay, so let's do one thing. Result await db user dot json, and here let's see this. Yeah, okay, you saw we got this result and we are able to see this name. Now this is working. Okay, the calling of consuming our services which we have just written. So at least now the route that we want is in place. So no, now I'll just try to add in the post route and other few changes in our backend part. So in this index.ts file, in here, now after this, let me remove this method here because I wanted to include the method for post as well. If this method is equals to this get, okay, in this then we can try to put in all of this. So which one? This, all this part inside this. Okay, else here, else if this method is equals to get, sorry, the post again, I forgot. Post, we need to prepare in the schema using our jar, so that so I need to import this from this jar. Okay, and this one is going to be an object with the id which should be of type string, and then the name which again should be of type string. Email, I'm just enforcing that also to be of type email. Okay, so this is our the schema, and I will try to get this body. So let me just move this a bit up, and also I can just minimize this part. Here we'll try to get this body from our request.json, and we will try to parse with using the above schema, that is user schema dot parse this body. Okay, and I'm just going to destructure this id, name, and email. So once we have whatever is needed for us to create an entry in the user table, then I can just perform the insert query here. Await db.insert this user, and the values are nothing but the above id, name, and email, and we are just going to return the same using this, and I'm just going to return this JSON result. Fine. Okay, and else part, it's going to remain same, that I can just move this up. So here we can just move this up, which I can say something like no method not allowed, and status code I'm just setting this to 405, and this one will just remain as it is. Okay, so here this one I'll just keep that as it is. Okay, so those are the small change in my route. Now I can just deploy that as well. So here I'm just going to run this again and deploy, and we'll have the updated code deployed, and then we can just go ahead and consume that. So if I wanted to do, let's do one thing in this front end layout file. So inside this, what is the issue here? Okay, inside this layout, let's try now rather than passing in the hard-coded value, I'll try to use this user.id, so and try to get that. So this one db user .json as the result. Okay, and we'll do one thing. After I try to get this result, if there is no id present in the result that I get, then we can go ahead and try to create. So I'll better name this as db user json. Okay, and I'm just going to change this one to db user json, and here we'll try to create this user record in our user table. So this is going to be this route. I'm going to mention this, the method. This is going to be a post. Headers, we are just going to mention this content type, which is going to be of type this application slash json. Okay, and this body json, I'm just going to stringify. Okay, and this one with the id is nothing but this user.id, and name, we are going to use this user.first name concatenated with the last name. Okay, so user dot this last name. Okay, and this email, user dot email address of 0 dot this email address. So this will be the body posted to this thing. And yeah, just wait a second. So there's an issue. So after this, if else there is already the user exists in db, so we're not going to do anything. And this is now I can just console this. So let me just remove, but you will see the new record created in our db. So I'll just show you that. So if I just go in here, so if I refresh this, so we should have a one more user created. Yeah, you can see there are 3 rows. So this is the id, and this is the name, and this is the email. So the post endpoint which we just created to add in a user, it's working. So this is how we'll be creating. Okay, and yeah, I just try to sync in the authorized user and put into our from the user management of the clerk to our user table. So kind of syncing the authorized users in both the places. Okay, so now what I'll have to do is I should try to display virtual boxes on our dashboard. So here, so I need to, this was just the hard-coded value. Now whatever we have, whatever the values that will be putting into VirtualBox tables, I mean this is the table. So let me just take you to the table. So here, as of now, we don't have any entry in this VirtualBox. So whatever the entries that will be making into this table, we are supposed to show in place of this React project one and all those dynamic values. For that, what I'll do is first let me fix the DB relation. There is some issue, so I need to fix this. So here we will create a relation here. What I mean is To fix the relation, let me import this relations from Drizzle or okay, and we have this user, and I'm just going to create the user type here, this type, which is going to be this type of user dot infer select. Okay, and this user relation I'm going to create here user relation. So we are going to use this relation, and here I'm just going to add in this mini to this VirtualBox. Okay, so here let me just pass in this VirtualBox, so that is user can have many virtual boxes, so that's the indication here. And here now in this VirtualBox I'm going to add in one more field, this as bucket. Okay, so here this text, it's the bucket column. Okay, fine, and let's add in the type and the relation the VirtualBox relations as well. So this is the VirtualBox type of this VirtualBox dot infer select, and the VirtualBox relations, we'll use this relations VirtualBox here 1, and this author, so this user, this fields, it's going to be this VirtualBox dot user ID, and we are going to reference this user dot ID. Okay, so this is just a small correction of the relation between them, and now we need to generate the schema. So this is how we are going to run npm run generate. Okay, so you can see this, we have this new file, and now I need to push the same to db. Okay, so that one, and also we need to add in a lot of routes, which I will do that. Okay, so in here whatever the command that we executed, except that this migration file generated file, it's different. So this is going to be this organic spike dot a SQL. Okay, so this is the fine, so I'm just going to move this. So this is going to upload this, and already I showed you. So let's just go back to index, so that will anyhow will upload. And in here now the route part, let me add in the schema here. So this schema, what I'm going to do is, let me import this as a schema from whatever we have in this schema file. Okay, so once I have, and here I'm going to better handle this now. So this instead of using equals to, let's use this if path dot starts with API slash user, and in here inside this now okay, let's do one thing. So whatever I have here, I'm going to add in here if path dot starts with slash API slash user. Okay, so let me try to copy this whole thing, and we'll change this later. So I just moved everything in here. So if that is the case, and if it's a get, we'll do just the same as we were doing the post and all this thing. Okay, and if method is not allowed and all. So after this, okay, so this else part, okay, now there will be a new path that I'll be creating for VirtualBox. So that one I am going to handle just below this if in the else part. So this is what, so maybe it right below this else, I'm going to add in that if this method is post, and this if it's not neither of get not post, we are just going to say method not allowed. And after this we are going to create in a new so here for this, if I am going to create in here this new else if, so here if else if this path is equals to this API slash user slash this virtual box, I am going to do the same thing like we did, get this search params first, and if this method is equals to get, okay, and if this params are dot as this id, we'll get this id, okay, so this params dot get id, and typecast this as the string, this result, let's query now the db dot query dot this user, the find first, and here this where will query this user, okay, and this equals this user dot id to the id that we got, and along with that I'm going to get this virtual box, okay, so I'm just going to get the details of the virtual box, okay. So after this all we are going to do is return this JSON response, or else the empty thing. So that's the thing, and else I'll just copy this and use the same here, method not allowed. So here this method not allowed 405 status code, okay, so I'm just going to remove this else. So that's the thing, and yeah, now this is going to remain same, and also this for this I need to copy this, okay, new response not 1404, okay. So this is the change, and now you just might have understood now by now I added the route for us to get the details of our virtual boxes, okay. So fine, so those are the changes that were needed in our backend section, and now we can go and try to query our virtual box in our dashboard. So here let me collapse this backend part in this dashboard page. Below this what I can do is try to get this virtual boxes, okay. So this is going to be let me take that from this layout, the base URL, and go to this. Here what I'm going to do is, now this is going to be this virtual box, and the query param id, and let's try to get this data by just await this response.json, and this one VirtualBox. Okay, as I'm going to create a types for this, just kind of types for our user and the VirtualBox. Let's create inside this front end folder the new folder for library. So I think we already have, yeah. So here I'm going to create in here this types.ts. Let's just kind of, these are like db types, so let's just create a type for user, which is going to be string. This name, again this is going to be a string, and this email. And we have for our VirtualBox, yeah, let me just make this capital letter. This will have this id, which is going to be a string again, name, the string. Okay, so this is the type. Okay, fine, and this is the type. For now I'm just restricting this to React or Node. This bucket, this is going to be of type string or null, and this user id, which is going to be a string. So these are the types, and now let's just go, and I'm just going to import this virtual box. So I need to import this. Okay, I'm not getting that suggestion, so let me just import that. Virtual box from front end, this library, this types. Okay, why is this not okay, I need to use this now. So VirtualBox array, it's not utils, this should be types. Okay, so now the data, so I can just console that, and I'll just try to pass on this to this dashboard. So maybe let's say this as the virtual boxes, and I'm just going to pass on this data, and will receive this issue because there is no virtual boxes as the input prop on the dashboard component. So I'll just add that now. So in here, let's add in this virtual boxes, and this is going to be this virtual boxes of type this virtual box. Okay, and this is going to be an array. So once we receive that, and now rather than hard coding this React project one and all those things, we will use this virtual boxes prop. So here, and I'm just going to map through this and get this virtual box, and we can make use of this now. So this, I'm just going to move this into this inside this list, and now rather than hard coding this, we will pass on here this virtualbox.name, and here I'm just going to keep the rest as it is. Okay, so and we need to give the ID, that's why we're receiving the is issue. So this one, what I will do, this key, let's just give in here this virtualbox.id. Okay, fine. Yeah, so this is the dashboard page. And why is this an issue? What's happening? JSON.parse. Okay, there is some issue, looks like. Okay, I'll just check that. So there is an issue in this the ID. So the things that we are trying to get this. So let's do one thing. I'm just going to create in here one example inside this. Let's refresh this, and let's try to create one sample row into this. Okay, so let's do, yeah, here we have two rows in this user. I'm just going to take this ID and associate this VirtualBox that will be creating to this user. Okay, so let's add in here. Let's say this as the 1234 name React project, text sample React project. Okay, and this is the user ID, and the bucket. This is going to be so basically we need to give the type this one as the only of React or node. Okay, so here, and this bucket I'm just going to set this to be empty. So let's just create this. Okay, so we have one row, and now if I just try to refresh this, I think there is some mistake that I am making in here. So need to check this because we are seeing an issue. Once I try to get this VirtualBox and passing in this ID, there is an unexpected thing. Okay, so let's try to console the data. Here, okay, let's try to query this directly. Okay, this is not found. Let me check this route. Did I misspell? Starts with, else if it's equals to VirtualBox. And here this ID, I'm going to pass on this ID. Let's say this ID. Okay, fine. And if this method is get, am I making some mistake here? The logic, if okay, this starts with this, and if this it's a user, and if method is get, we are doing the regular things related to user. Okay, that's fine. And after this, the health we are receiving showcasing method is not allowed. And here if this is VirtualBox related thing I'm trying to handle in here and get this params method. It's get and it has the ID. We are just doing the normal things like we did. Okay, method not allowed or else not found. Okay, looks correct to me. Okay, and so going to this dashboard API is VirtualBox. Okay, okay, I'll just check this and I will proceed from here. Okay, so the issue was I migrated the schema of tables, but I did not deploy the project, the endpoints, but still I was referring to the endpoint. So I just ran npm run deploy and then deployed it, and then I'm able to get the result. So I just console the same, so you can see this is the result, the data that we have, and this is the old response. And now the name was the React project, and that's what we are seeing dynamically. Okay, so now the integration of this is also done, so we can just remove this console statements in here. Okay, so fine. And now what I wanted to do is, so in this card I need a drop down to either make this as a private or public. Okay, so we will try to create one simple component for that and try to add that in place of here. So what I'm going to do is, let me add in the drop down menu from this shardcn. Here let me just go back to this front end, and in here let me add in this shardcn UI, this latest add this drop down menu. So this is going to give us the drop down menu, and okay, did I, let me just check the name of it. Okay, so drop down menu, it's correct. So let me try to add it again. Yeah, it's installing now. Okay, so once this gets installed, I'm going to create a new component inside this project card. Okay, so I'll I'll try to create the new folder for project card itself, rather than having the separate component. So inside this dashboard itself, let me create a new folder for project card. So this project card, and here I'll create this drop down dot tsx and make this as the client component. Okay, and once I make this client component, I can use this as the client side component. Fine, so let's name this as the project card drop down, and here we are going to send the VirtualBox, the name of that for this. Okay, so I'm just going to have this type imported. So VirtualBox. Okay, so this one I can import this. VirtualBox from our types. So this is going to be from this front end library or types. Okay, so why is this? So here why am I did I not make this as TSX? I did, but still. So it's in this. So what I will do is, let's do one thing. Let me move by folder. Okay, and now this library folder, this types. Okay, fine. And here in this component, let's use this drop down menu which we just installed now. Okay, there is an issue with the way that I am using the imports. What I'm going to do is in this ts config, let me change that. Okay, here again I made a mistake, so this should go to this UI folder. Okay, and in here let me just delete this. Okay, I'm just going to delete this whole folder. Okay, and also let me change in this ts config thing. I'm just going to keep this was what it was before. Okay, and now let me just restart the server and see if I'm still facing this issue. And here, okay, and in other places I'll just remove this front end part. Okay, so yes, that was the issue. And even here I can just remove this front end part, and even in this drop down I'll just come back. So now we should be good. So I can just import this now. Okay, yes, so this is the drop down menu which we just imported from the shardcn, and I'll have this drop down menu trigger from this components. Okay, I need to style these things. We'll add in this ellipsis from this solution react, and icon size, let's just set this to height and width to 4. And after this, the content of this drop down menu content, this let's style this class name of width. I'm just going to give this 40 for this content thing. And now the individual item, let's wrap this inside this drop down menu item. First the log icon, so I can use this log icon from this Lucid React, and I'm just going to set this height and width as a 4, and let's add some margin at the right so that I can add some text here. So let's say this is going to be something like, make a private. That's one item. Okay, and below this I'll have the similar way but just the different icon and text. So this is, I'm just going to add in this trash icon, kind of delete this VirtualBox, so delete this project. Okay, so this is the component, and also For this trigger, I'm just going to give some styling for this. Height and width, let's give this as a 6. Flex and items, let's just center them. Justify, even I'm just going to center. And transition, let's add in this colors. Background, I'm just going to make this as a transparent. However, let's make this background to have a muted foreground by quarter, and this rounded, let's make this as a small rounded corners. Okay, so yeah, so that's the project card drop down component. Now I can go and add in this project card drop down into, and also I need to create in here this index.tsx file, and this whatever we have the logic here maybe, and also I need to correct this, and I'm going to move this into this index.tsx. Okay, so here what's the issue? Okay, so here I need to import this. I don't know why this is going to create I mean it's taking time to load. Okay, so now I can just delete this. Okay, fine. Yeah, so let's go to the dashboard index.tsx file, and this is where I need to make a lot of changes, and we'll come back to this later. I have an issue here, no such file, or in our project card. This is the folder. Okay, in this index. Okay, this project card. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to fix this. This let's import from our project card. Okay, yeah, so fine. And now here what I'm going to do is we are going to show this only if the screen is the projects. Okay, only then we wanted to show this. So let's just wrap this whole part in here, and this remaining for now, let's just have this null, and we will have the icons based upon the type. That icons I'm going to add in, let's create in this public folder, where let's create a new folder kind of, let's for project icons, and I'm going to add in the two icons, and I will the svg icons will share that in the repo, so we can refer from there. So I'm just going to use this node and react. Okay, so inside this thing now, after this let's say after this project card, we will have a div to show that image. So this is the place, and I'm going to use this image component, and source, what I'm going to do is based upon this VirtualBox dot type, if this is matching to the React, then we'll have this project icons react.svg showcased, or else I'm going to showcase this node slash the svg icon. Okay, fine. And this width, let's just set this to 20, and height I'm going to set this to 20. Okay, so that's the thing, and I need to give this halt. Okay, so fine, so this is the icon that I was talking about. So since this is a React project, we're seeing this a React icon, and after this we'll have this VirtualBox name, and just below this I need to add in that this project card drop down component, and the VirtualBox, I'm going to pass on this VirtualBox for this. So if I just yeah, so this is the thing. So if let me, if I open this, so now we have this drop down, making private or delete project and all. So this needs to be styled, which we can take care of it later. Maybe I'll just make this columns 3, and this I should set to XL or to 4, and if it's a medium, let's make this grid columns as 2. Okay, so if I, so that's the just the column change based upon the screen size, and also the styling for this div for the image, make this as the flex, and let's have the space in the x direction. I'm going to center this items, justify, want it to be at the start, and let's give width as the full. Okay, so that's the change for this div, and we will add in this div and the project drop down inside this div. Okay, now it is proper. Okay, so this is where we'll have the option to choose this drop down. So that's the change, and that's how we include this project drop down. And for this I'll just keep that as it is. Okay, so that's the thing. And if the screen is the other than the projects, we can try to handle that here. If the screen is the shared, this is going to be null, and others things all for now I'm just going to set this to null. Maybe later we'll change this, we'll try to add in for them as well. Okay, so that's how we added this card UI, this drop down and all those things. We can tweak any stylings as you needed. Post this, I need to maybe separate a few components of dashboard, because I wanted to take care of the shared section and all those things. Now let me try to create the component for a shared part. So let's minimize this. I can just, so here in this dashboard I am going to create a new file for this shared.tsx, and I need a table, so I'm going to add in this table from this shardcn. So let's just add in this table. So basically I'll try to show the VirtualBox name, shared by, and opened, and all those icons, and then the details. So you'll just see in a while. In the shared component I can create this component and name this as dashboard or shared with me. So this is going to have this virtual boxes as the props for this. Let's try to import this virtual box, and this is going to be of type array, and I'm just going to destructure the same, and inside this we can just import this virtual box. Okay, not an issue. Let's just import the same, import this virtual box from this types. Okay, so I need to refresh this. I don't know, there is some issue with this, and we will wrap everything inside this div, and the title, this is going to be shared with me. So maybe I'll try to add this, and I'll keep developing this. So this one needs to be added inside this dashboard component. Okay, so here when the screen is shared, okay, so this I need to show in here this dashboard shared with me, and I need to pass on this virtual boxes for this. Okay, so and this also I'll try to move this to a separate component, but first we'll complete this. So if I just select this, okay, that's what we're trying to show here, shared with me, and let's go to this shared component. Inside this I will try to show the details in this table now. Let's this table, and here the header, and then the row. I'll just wrap this inside row, and now the head for each column. This is going to be this virtual box name. Okay, and this one more, this is going to be the name shared by, and the one more header like opened, and finally the last header. I'm just going to leave this as empty placeholder. Okay, and now the body, so just below this header we will have this body, and inside this I'm just going to iterate through this virtual boxes and get this each virtual box. Let me get this each virtual box, and once I get that I can try to show the values present like name and all those stuffs you in the each table cell. So here let me add in here, and inside this I'll add in this image again based upon the type. So if so let's add in this image this source virtual box dot type if it's equals to React. So I can just use this project icons slash this react dot svg. Okay, or else this node svg. Okay, fine. So that's the thing, and the width and height, let's just set this to 20 respectively. Okay, and some styling like margin right and alt, I'm just going to give this as the empty text for now. Okay, fine. And after this I'll just have this VirtualBox name. Fine. And just below this table cell, let me add in one more cell below, and kind of I'll just add in for now name. Okay, so here inside this div I'll have one more div which I'll try to style this just for background color, and here I'm just going to give in here my name, and after this we will have one more cell here where I'll try to show the date. Okay, so here let me show in here this local date string. Okay, so which I will show you that in a while, and after this one more cell where I will have a button to open it. Okay, so here let's have this text as open. I'll have this icon, right icon, something, let's say chevron right, and let's give class height and width as a 4, margin left. So yeah, so there is an issue with things we will take care. Okay, now coming down to the styling, why is this issue? Missing key prop. Okay, so this I'll add in this VirtualBox ID. Okay, now styling wise, let's make this div the styling font type to be medium and flex, and I'm just going to center this items. Okay, so just load this again, and coming down to this, so the shade part. Okay, so yeah, so this is the thing, and I need to style this. So name, let's leave that as it is, and now this part, the shade by and all those names, let's make this as a flex, and center this items, and now coming down to this, I want height and width to be 5, and background, let's have this red like 500, and rounded I'm going to give the full and margin in the right. Okay, so yeah, this one, so which I can take care later, and now this thing we can have the text alignment to be at the right, and button, let's leave that as it is. Okay, so yeah, so if I just open this, so this is VirtualBox name, and the shade by and opened, and this open, so which still doesn't have anything, so I'm just going to leave that as it is for now. For shade with me, I need to style this, so what I can do is, let's make this text size to be extra large, and the font type to be medium, and margin bottom of let's say 8. Okay, and now the styling to this root div, let's add in this grow and padding of 4, and also flex and direction to be a column. The styling for this div, I'm just going to add in this grow and width that to be a full. Okay, yeah, so now it's looking good, at least decent enough. Okay, so this is the shade component. Okay, and also as I said, we'll have a separate component for our projects, so I'm just going to create in here inside this dashboard itself the new file. Let's name this as the projects.tsx. Okay, and let's just create in here the same as this component, okay, but not I'm going to completely remove this part, and let's remove this one as well, and here I need to have this thing, and now inside whatever we have as part of this the grid and all those things, I can just take these things. So basically what I'm going to do is let's just copy all of these things and go to this section, and let's just have the okay, we can just take whatever I had in here. Instead of this table we will have that project card component. So here I'll just remove this table, okay, and inside this we'll add in whatever I have in this project component. So let's copy this, and in this projects, now let's just import all these things, this image VirtualBox. Instead of this I mean we can just copy the whole thing, this complete thing here. Let's just remove this and use this along this, okay. So now let's import this project card and this image from this next image, okay. I can import that, this project card drop down component, and this globe icon from this Lucid React, this as well from Lucid React, and this I'm just going to import it from this next, okay. So this one needs to be from this next, okay, fine. So this is the projects component, and we can just remove this inside our the dashboard, and also shared rooms text. I'm going to change that to shared with me so that it makes more sense. And now here, instead of writing this whole part in here, I'll just use the component which we just created. So let me remove this dashboard, okay. I need to rename that, okay, dashboard projects. So let me just rename this to dashboard projects, and here I'm just going to import this, pass on this virtual boxes, okay. And now we should see the same thing that we were seeing, and we can just get rid of the things which we are not using here, okay. So let me just remove this clock globe also, okay, in this image part, okay. What's the issue still in UI button, okay. Okay, this I can just change back to this library, okay. And also now in the custom button, okay, now at least we should see, yeah, okay, fine. So maybe yeah, we just created the separate components for both of them, so that we are trying to split into smaller components, like atoms, components, atoms, molecules, and all those things. And also in the drop down in the project section where we just added to select these two options, make private or delete project, we need to add in here some on click. So I'm just going to add in some this on click functionality. So here let's first try to prevent this default event, and let's stop this propagation, Okay, later I'll just change that, but indicating we should do something while we are trying to click on particular option. Okay, and also in this project card index, I'm going to pass on this ID as well along with the children and the class name, so that we can I'm going to change this to link a component from this next, and add in this navigation to our particular code editor page. So this is code slash id. Okay, so this is going to be of type string, and yeah, rest it's going to remain same, and the place wherever we are using this thing project card, we need to pass on this id. So now this id, it's going to be nothing but this virtualbox dot id. Okay, so that's the issue. So we added the table for shared with me section, and also okay, there is an issue with this shared with me section in our dashboard. Here in this dashboard index.tsx, yeah, I need to change this text to my projects. Okay, yeah, fine, and we'll take care of remaining things if there is some things needs to be taken care. Okay, so if there is a styling things, uh, because it looks weird for me, yeah, this one we need to apply this grid, and let's we have this grid columns based upon the resolution of the screen, and let's make this as a 3 and the same whatever we had there for. Okay, and medium 2, and let's have this gap of 4. Okay, yeah, now looks like it was. Okay, that's the change I think that we missed. So this is how we moved to different components, like separated whatever section that we're seeing in our dashboard section. Fine, so the next thing that we will try to check out is the let's see this user button UI that is in the navbar, where kind of we can edit a profile and also log out and all those things. I'm going to add in inside this navbar section. In this navbar folder, let's me try to add that user button.tsx, and this is also going to be this drop down component. Okay, dashboard user button, and we are going to send in this user id as a props for this, which is going to be of type string, and in here we are going to wrap this everything inside our drop down menu component. Okay, fine, so I need to import this, and also first let's make this as the use client component. Okay, and we can just import this drop down, import from this components. I don't know why sometimes this acts weird, not receiving this suggestion. So this drop down menu, and we need to import this. Yeah, now we are okay. So this drop down menu, and this drop down menu trigger, Okay, so inside I'll just add in some div placeholder for background. Will come back styling to that, and this one, the content where we are supposed to show the content of this, and now this individual item, menu item. So I'm just going to use this. I'll add in this pencil icon just to indicate this is then editable, and as usual this will have some margin right and height of 4, width of 4, and we'll have some text here inside this span. I'm just going to write this text as the edit profile, and let's copy this one more drop down item, and also I want this time to have this separator, so we can have this separator, and after this I'll add in one more item, and here we'll have this logout icon, and this one the text will change from this edit profile to this logout. Okay, the styling and all will take care. So we have this user button, and I just need to add in this inside our navbar index. Okay, so here after this maybe I can just remove this whatever we were using, so I will just use this now dashboard user button, and I need to pass on this user ID, which I will get it as again the props for this, and I'm going to change maybe let's keep that as it is, and this user ID as a props for this. So this is going to be again of type string. So this we will be passing on a user ID for this. So this we were referring in our app dashboard page. So all I need to do is pass on here this user dot ID for this component. Okay, so if I just see this now, what's syntax error again here? I don't think so. Yeah, okay, fine. Okay, still we have few places where I have not removed this, so wherever this front end reference is there, just to check this and remove this. Okay, and also in the input this front end, just remove this. Yeah, okay, so now at least, so here if I okay, I'm not seeing anything here. User button, that's because this dashboard user nav search, and next I did add this, but okay, let me add in some styling for this div, having this, and also I need to style this content so then I can see something, this line at the end. Okay, so yeah, there is something here. Now I need to add in this indication, so height and width is 9. Okay, and rounded, let's make this to full. Okay, and overflow hidden, and background red color, let's say 500. Okay, so this is the thing, and I need to yeah, now we can just see the edit profile and log out that here for this menu item. So let's make the cursor to be of a pointer so that user knows he can click on it, and also this thing, let's make the text as the destructive and cursor to be a pointer. Okay, so let's yeah, okay, so this is the our component, user button component. So we can just change and also we need to change in the other sections, the other components, if you wanted to create a new components. Okay, and also Yeah, I think yeah, that's okay for now. I mean, we can add in later the image and all those things, but I just wanted to have an options for editing profile and the logout so that we can have our own user button. And now we need to pass data to the user button. Okay, so that how I can do is I need to first we need to make some changes in the types first. So in the types dot ts, after this email, I'll add in this here the virtual box, which will be of type virtual box array. And also to this, I'll not pass in just the user id but the user data. So for this user button, we will receive now this user data, not just the id, user data. So I'm just going to import this type from this types. So once we receive the user data, what we can do is in here we just added this height and all those things. Now let's try to add in. I'm just going to remove this background since it was just for our identification. Let's add this font type to be mono, and the background gradient I'm just going to add to the top. Okay, from this neutral color, let's say of 800 to this neutral 600. Make this as a flex, and items let's center them. Justify, let's center it. Text size, let's make this as a smaller, and font type, let's make it as a medium. Okay, and now inside this div, what I'm going to do is we will try to show this user data the name. I'm going to split this by space, and just get this two characters 0 comma 2, slice this, and get this name the first character and show this uppercase. Okay, so here I need to change this because we are only passing this user id, and so this we'll have to first change in our the place where we were passing on this here. Instead of now passing the just the user id, I need to change this to user data, and here we will collect this user response. How I can collect is let's change this one to user response. Okay, and now instead of calling this virtual box just the user, and try to get this user data, so I'll just change this to user data, and also this one to user response, and let's just remove this completely. This is going to be of type this user, and going to pass this user data, and this virtual boxes we just added that. So this is going to be user data dot virtual box. Okay, so this one needs to change here. We need to change this one to user data. So I just need to change this to user data, which is going to be of type user. Okay, and this one, this user data, okay, fine. Let's try to see this. What's the issue again? Okay, so let's just try to check the details. in this user okay, this one I need to tweak in the backend also. That is so if I just go in here into the source, if method is equals to get, okay, and it says id, if this a post, okay, and returning I yeah no I think we have all the details that we need. So just need to refresh this once. Why is this causing an issue? I'm just changing the user data and trying to showcase the first character, and I just tweak that accordingly to this API slash user in our dashboard page. Okay, there isn't anything wrong I think that I'm making. Let's just remove unwanted things from this imports. Okay, fine. This is the thing, but I think maybe let's try to run this again and refresh this. So ideally this should give the result. Okay, we are seeing an issues in this layout.tsx. It's just the imports. I just messed a lot of things in this. Let me change this to components back, and also the okay, again I'm receiving the same thing. But ideally this is the thing. I'll just check what's the issue. Okay, so there is some issue with this logic, so let's try to tweak this. What I will do is we will shorten this backend logic of removing let me just remove this part completely, and even this, and lets me have this. If this is the get and has id, and now when we have this, we will try to query the user in this way. I mean the same, this one we can just copy this and try to do it here. In this one it's we'll just leave that as it is, in this one as well, of returning this, else not method not allowed, and I will try to remove this completely, this else if part. Okay, so yeah, now let's try to deploy this, and we will try to check this again. So I'm just deploying this worker to this, and let's wait and try to check this again. If still issue, we'll check it out what's the problem. If not, then we are good to just continue using this endpoints. Okay, there seems to be still issue with this. If I just check this, okay, this one, so if I just try to get this thing, I just wanted to try this thing. Let me try querying this here. Let me just try querying this id. Let me take this id. Okay, and here, okay, it's not found. Database API slash user, if this as id. Okay, so the biggest mistake was I was trying to query using the slash, and the path that we were sending was slash API slash user slash, but the check that we were doing was a slash API slash user. So that's why it was never getting into this, and what we were getting is a not found, and due to which we were not getting any of that data here, and I was referring to that data and then passing on to that, and due to which we were seeing that issue. Now I corrected that and we should be good to go. And also I misspelled this virtual box. I missed a T in it, and that also I did correct. After that, this is what we're able to see. So now the main things of the UI at least are decent enough. The important thing is we'll get started with having our the WebSocket server, so that whatever we are trying to make changes in our code editor should be reflecting and passing on to our server, so that we can see receive the auto code completions and all those stuff. Before that, let's just tweak minor changes in our user button in editor part. So if I just go to this code, to this, let's say in here, so there are issues in this. So going to this code component, in this the id, all I have to do is change this, remove this front end part, and here as well. Okay, so after this, the in the resizable component here as well, I need to remove this, the front end part. Okay, and also we can see here we're seeing the issues in the user button. So I need to address that, which is in this navbar component. What I will do is, let me first rename this to, okay, so let's do one thing. This user button, let me move this to our UI folder. Okay, and also I'm going to rename this to user button. Okay, and okay, so this is one change, and now we changed this. I need to change this in our navbar, so the place where we were trying to refer to this navbar, the user button. So this is going to be the user button in this navbar. So I'm going to remove this usage, and now this is going to come from components, and instead of this I need to use this user button component. Okay, and the issue that we have is in this user data. So the place where we were referring this navbar, we need to pass on the correct value to this. So this how we can do is I need to go to our dashboard navbar component, to this components. Okay, so here the actual code id page. Okay, so not the navbar. So here, okay, how we wanted to get or pass in the user data to this navbar, what we can do is I'll remove this and try to get the user data like we did, and also we can just remove this client component, and I'm just going to make this as a server side component, and we will try to get this current user by getting this current user. And if we don't have this user, I'm just going to redirect this to the home page. Okay, if not, we will get this user result like we did try to get in the other dashboard component using this endpoint. So that is, I can just take the reference from here. I mean, I can just take this and use it here, this user data. Once I have that, and all I need to do is I need to pass on this user data for this, and okay, and also now here I can just remove this club.loaded and this thing. So because we are already redirecting here, and I need to import this from this types. Okay, so if I just try to get into this page now, yeah, so we are okay. Why is this navigating? Okay, is this just, this should be current user. Okay, no, why is this being redirected to this? Because we do have this I just wanted to check this once. Okay, so it's redirecting back to this, so I need to fix that in the editor section. So we can do that in our editor component. So if I just go to this components and the editor and this index.tsx, okay, so here I'll try to get this let me get this clerk object. Okay, so here use this clerk, and I can just remove this, and also now here while I'm trying to attach to this the editor, I wanted to have a check here, so this needs to be clerk. Okay, fine, and here if this is loaded, then we will render this editor, else I will showcase the null component. Okay, and also let's just for now comment this part, and if I just click on this, still there is an issue. Okay, is it I don't think so. Oh, because I just changed in this thing, and also dashboard. this navbar also is taken care. Okay, and also this, mainly this is the issue of it's redirecting to this section. If I comment this and try to get into this page, I'm still I just wanted to restart this and check once again. I'm getting the data that I want. Okay, and also let me just scroll to the bottom. Okay, this is the data that I'm getting. So if I just get in here and I'm immediately redirected to this. So what's the issue is if I just get into this network. Okay, I'll just check this. There is some issue going on due to which I'm not able to stay on this code editor page. It was purely because of Navbar component that we were not able to be on this code editor page. Now what I did is I created a separate navbar component for dashboard and editor. So for this, the navbar was present before as the common navbar folder in this components folder. So now what I did is I moved this navbar containing folder containing index.tsx and search.tsx into this dashboard folder and referring the navbar component for the dashboard page from here. And to editor, I created a new navbar folder and the component, and here I just whatever we had before, the hard-coded React project and passing on the user data to the user button. That's what, so you can see here now the first two characters and all, it's looking good. So that's the only change that I made, and then we are able to be on this page. So if now I'm just moving on to this the dashboard page. So if I just click on this, we are taking redirected to this code editor page, and this is what we wanted to fix. Okay, so now we are into this code editor page. So again I'm saying the issue was with the navbar component. So now I created separate components for the both of the things, separate folder in each of the respective components folder editors, and referring the same. So if you can see, so this navbar is coming from this editor folder navbar, and I'm using that here in this dashboard also. So I'm using this navbar from this dashboard, and I'm using that. So this fixed the issue that we were facing. So moving on, the important thing, the WebSocket server initialization, which I will do. So if just before that going in the editor components. Okay, so if I get into this editor component index.tsx, let's say we wanted to show this selected, what I wanted to do is, let's try to add in the tab components for our the editor components, so that we can so if I just open this, so here I wanted to add in the selected so that I can see which part of the file, whether index or the components folder, app, or styles folder is selected. So that how I can do is, inside this I am going to wrap this inside this tab. So let me just remove these things. Okay, so let me just remove these things. Okay, and here I am going to use this tab component that we will add it from using this shard cn. So I can do it this way. So just let's navigate to this front end, and in here, okay, we have this. Let me try to add in this npx shard cn ui latest add this tab component. So once I had this tab component, and we will try to use this, or else okay, why is it I'm receiving an issue? Okay, it's a tabs, not tab. Let's do one thing. I'm just going to create a custom tab component for it. In here, let's just create a component called tab and make this first as the client component. Let's create this tab component, and the props for this will pass in this children, which is going to be this react components selected, which is going to be optional boolean. On click, what is the we are supposed to do, the callback function. Again, this is going to be the optional callback function, and on close we are supposed to remove this. This is again the callback function. Let's try to destructure them. Here the children selected, on click, on close. So inside this, let's try to wrap this button component which we have from our button. So I can just import this button from this button component. Okay, and here let's have this on click. I'm just going to pass on this on click, or else undefined size. Let's just set this to be a smaller size. Variant, let's set this to be secondary. The class name styling for this, we'll have this group effect applied. Select, let's apply this none, and based upon it this is selected. We will have this background neutral, let's say 700, and on hover effect will change the background color to 600. Okay, else I'm not going to have any styling for this. So that's this, and inside this we'll have the children wrap, and after this the div with the into close icon, where we'll be closing on click of this. So this will have this icon with the width and height, setting it to 3. So I'm just going to have this. Why is this an issue? It's always something to do with this. Okay, fine. And the styling for this, let's give this height as 5. Okay, okay, let's do one thing. I'm just going to use this first here, this tab component here. This I'm just going to wrap in this index.html. So if I just open this, okay, so this is how it's looking. So I need to style this. Going here, we will first make this height and width also as 5, and also I need to have some margin in the left direction and make this as a flex item center so that it's properly aligned. And also this justify center and translate in the x direction by 1. Transition colors, background, let's apply this transparent, or let's have this background muted, foreground by quarter, and cursor to be of a pointer, and rounded, let's say small. Okay, at least okay, this is looking quite decent. And here on click we need to call this on close function if it is, or else I'm just going to do nothing, undefined. So this is the component. So in here I'll just add in the one more file, and we can just say this is like, selected, and see the difference. So if it's selected, that's what the color it will be. And if it's, I'm just adding here the sample. So this is the selection, and this is, we are not tweaking anything, so I'm just adding this. And also here on the node and all those things, I can just remove this button. So here also I'm just going to replace this with the selected, the text as the node, and one more, let's say this is like, console. So this is where, okay, so we can just apply in the same way. So this is just the small tab component addition for the files that we have opened. Okay, so that's the thing. And now we'll jump on to the core server addition, where we'll try to set up the express server with socket IO dependencies and all, like we started our database worker and all. Okay, so let's get let's just create a new folder for that, something like server, and we will initialize empty express project. Let's go back to this backend folder, and in here I'm just going to create a new folder called server, and we will initialize the project. So let's see the name. Let's, okay, I have to get into this server folder, and then we'll start creating this. Okay, so the name, what I'll just give this as the server, so whatever it is, version, the default description, and the main will change that. Okay, so for now I'm just going to leave the default that will be given while we're initializing this npm init project. So in here let's minimize this. So this is the file which we just created. So let me create the new folder for source. So this is where we'll try to add in the code related to that, and I'm just going to create index.ts. And in this before that I'm going to add in this ts config, because this is going to be, so I'll just add in this ts config whatever we add as part of this backend database project. So let's just create in this server new file ts config dot json, and I'm just going to add in this default compiler options target module, and out directory is dist, and this strict, this default what's the minimalistic suggested to have in ts config. Okay, so after that I'm going to add in few dependencies that I need. So first is the the express server we want, and then this socket.io and a job for evaluation, and cores for handling the cross origin resource sharing, and for environment let's have this. Okay, for now let's add this dependencies, and we need to have a dev dependencies where we need a TypeScript, then types for node, express, cores, and also to just develop in the dev mode I'll add in this node man also. Okay. Okay, there is an issue with respect to, okay, I just misspelled this .env. Okay, fine. And now this dev dependencies, types for cores, types for express, and types for node, and node man for development, ts node, and the TypeScript. Okay, so these are the dependencies. Why isn't this writing into this? This isn't writing into this package JSON file. So if I let me try installing the dependencies again, and let's check it now. Okay, so here if I try to save, compare, and then okay, fine. And same way I need to do all the dev dependencies as well. And also yeah, this one also it's not automatic adding, there is an issue with this. Maybe I'll check this later, that's not big deal. So now we will use this write this commands for building, starting, and dev mode. So for building I'm going to use this tsc TypeScript compiler. Okay, and for starting we will use this dist folder, so which we are yet to have that. We will add in, and dev mode we will use this node man source index dot ts. Okay, and in here let's try to create a simple server. Okay, so here what I'm going to do is let's have this express object where I'm just going to import this express from this express module, and the types for our express. Okay, so now this port value I'll just either refer the value from this port, or else we'll assign the default 4000 as the value for this. And the HTTP server, now we'll import this create server from this HTTP and pass on this express instance, and this socket server, new server from this socket.io. So let me import that server from this socket.io, and here we'll attach this HTTP server, and then the course. Just for now I'm just going to allow all, and here the middlewares. Okay, so just let's add in some just check. Okay, so trying to establish handshaking connection, so socket dot this handshake dot query, and we can just console this as something like middleware, just to check for our sake. Okay, and here I'm just going to console this query. So if this q dot user id or this q dot virtual box id it doesn't have, then I'm going to pass on with the error message, something like this as the invalid request. Okay, fine. Yeah, and here I'll just make a call to our server just to get the details of the user. So I'm just trying to initialize this and db server, so I'm just going to use this fetch and this endpoint, the base URL. This is going to be the place wherever we referred. I'll just take this base URL and go to this file. Let's use this. So now this is going to be the q dot user id. Okay, and I'm going to get this db user json data. Let's make this caps. Await db user dot json. Okay, and we will just check if we don't have the data received or this db user json or this virtual box includes, it doesn't includes this q dot virtual box id, then we will just return the error, this as the invalid credentials. Okay, yep, and then the pass on this next call. So just the middleware, and now here I can just try to connect this on this connection event, this get this socket object, and here we can just console for confirmation this is connected or connection. Okay, and here I'll try to get this user id, that is this socket dot handshake dot query dot user id. Okay, we can just console the same user id. Fine, and after this I can just start listening on this port, and here in the callback I'm just going to say that server is running on this so and so port, server running on port this 4000. Okay, so this is the simple server. So if I just, now we had it, so if I just run this npm run build, so this npx tsx it's going to run, and wait a second. So, and in here let me just specify this dist slash index.js as the main file, and also I'll configure this nodeman. So this is this nodeman .json, that is the watch the source folder. Okay, and this ts executable executing this concurrently npx tsc, that is build. Okay, and then we are going to watch this, and this ts node source slash index dot ts. Okay, so now let's just get this dist folder for us by running this. So now we have this test with index.js generated. So if I we have in here the build. And for starting, if I just so you can see now the server is starting on 4000, so there's no issue with the starting. So we just set this initial server. So I'll talk about this showcasing and usaging on all this connection eventually. Anyhow, so we're going to see that in action. So this is how we started a simple express server with socket IO and initializations. So now what I wanted to do is we need to have a one more worker kind of for storage. So what is the storage in the sense? So as of now we are going to support this React and Node initialization of the projects on our cloud editor. So we need to store some few default files into our storage somewhere rather than the database. So it's better if we try to split the database worker and the storage worker separately, so that we will have the single responsibility for each worker. So that what I'm going to do is, let me stop this server, and in this backend folder I'm going to initialize the Cloudflare worker for storage like we did for the database. I'm going to initialize the Cloudflare worker for that. And what I'm going to do is, let me install this Cloudflare. Okay, and I here for that the name that I'm going to give is the storage. So if I just get into this create sorry, why did I, sorry guys, I made a mistake. So this, I'm just going to delete this. Okay, fine. And also this node modules. So the create, okay, so create this Cloudflare. Yeah, so now we are going to create a new worker. I'm just going to name this as the storage. So this one let's make this also this simple hello worker. Do you want to use TypeScript? Yes, I'm just going to have this TypeScript, and so it's going to create the new folder, new worker project for us, the storage. So I'm not going to touch anything, but we eventually what we'll try to add in is trying to get the initializations files for respective type. If it's a React, we will get some index.htmls and app.tsx and all those things. And if it's a node project, then package.json, the index.ts and all those files we will store in our the cloud storage, and then we will try to get that based upon the type that user is trying to create the project. I will show you in a while what changes are and what things we are going to make. Okay, so it's adding. Do you want to deploy? Yes. So we are just going to deploy this as well. So we have this storage, the simple like we saw already before. That's exactly what we will be given in here. Okay, so here I need to attach in the R2 bucket. That's where we'll be trying to store, which we should create. We'll come back to that. Before that, in the storage, so it has deployed and it's created, so we can just go and access that, which we already saw. So I'm not going to show you that in this thing. The thing now we are supposed to worry about is improving anything left in our backend logic. If so, we are supposed to do that now. Kind of, let's say I wanted to maybe initially what I thought was adding the storage logic also in our database worker, where we have this the endpoint. That's where try to somehow fit in as a one more endpoint and try to get the details related to particular VirtualBox initialization also. But it's always better if we try to segregate it as the separate projects, so that it will be better for us. So this is why I just created those, and we can, if needed, we can tweak that later. Fine then. So here in this backend database, few things that I wanted to do is I would like to handle this any type errors and all, but I don't think we can do it it's needed now. We will take care that at the end. Let's leave this backend for now as it is. What I'm trying to do now, what I'll try to do is, let's try to create a model in our front end to start like to create a new project, whether it's a React project or the so basically when he clicks on this new project, so I'll just show you this. So when he clicks on new project, and we'll try to show a model with the React or Node or other project selections and all. So I'll try to create a model for that inside this dashboard itself. So I'll just collapse all so that it doesn't, we'll come back to this worker and the storage part. Okay, so here inside this components dashboard, I'm going to create a new file called a new project .tsx. Okay, and in here let's try to create a model which kind of shows the options React and Node as initialized project starters. Make this as the client component. I'm just going to minimize this, and let's try to create this component. Okay, so I'm just going to name this as the new project model, and in here we'll have the open and set open props to just close our open this model based upon this props value, and so this default here, this open, this is going to be of type boolean. Set open, this just the callback function to update the above variable, so we can destructure the same here, open and set open. And inside this we need to know which option that user is going to select, whether is selecting React or Node or other project which will have the option in. So for that we'll have this selected local state variable to store the user selection, by default I can set this to be React. Okay, and the options, let's define the type for that here. I'm just going to define this types for this. For now let's just keep this to React or Node. Okay, so I can just specify its type here, the T options. Fine, and now this we need to wrap everything, the UI part, inside this dialog. This dialog I'm going to initialize, install this dialog component from this shard.cn. So what I can do, this front end npx shard.cn UI, this latest add dialog component. Okay, and then we'll try to use that, and inside this we'll try to first have a title which kind of says like create a virtual box. So let me just import this dialog. So let me just restart the server, and here this sometimes doesn't components, this UI and this dialog. Okay, so I need to have this dialog. Okay, fine. So dialog, and I'm going to pass on this open value and also the callback function on open change. Okay, this set open function, and now we'll wrap everything, the content inside this dialog content component, the header section now, where we'll have this title, the dialog title. I'm just going to give the title as create a virtual box. That's the title. Okay, so that's the header for now. After this I'm just going to show the description and the name for this particular type. Okay, so we can just create a, for now, the constant list for that data. So here let me just create this object or list of this object, where this will have this id, this options, and this name which is going to be string, the icon, let's set this to string, and this description, if you wanted to show some detailed instructions about the project, this is going to be list of such that. So here we want this to have this id. So the first is the React, the name, I'm just going to set this also as a React. The icon we have already in this project icons for this React and the node, so I'm just going to add in that. And the description, so let's just say this as something like a JavaScript library for building user interfaces. Okay, so something like the description about the project that we are going to help them to initialize. In the second one, this is going to be of type node. Then this name also, let's just set this to be node. Icon, same, we have this project icons already, so node.svg. And after this, the brief description. So I'm just going to again name this as something like a JavaScript runtime built on the V8 JavaScript engine. So whatever, we can just add in whichever makes sense for this. So this is just the for now the data that we wanted to support the project initializations. So what I can do here is, after this header, we can wrap everything inside this div and use this data now and map through that and get the each item, and use that the properties present in that to show as part of this button. So I'm just going to wrap this inside this button, and here we will style this later, so no need to worry about that. First, this image, the source, this is going to be this item dot icon. The width and height, I'm just going to set this to 20. So if you wanted to see this in action while we are building this, what I can do is I need to give this ID, so that's why we are seeing this issue. Okay, and this needs the halt. Okay, let me just, okay, so we want this usage, so this usage will be in our dashboard, so I can just import that and see this in action while we are developing. So since we need to maintain whether the state is open or not, I'm going to create a new state variable for that. Let's say this as new project model open. This set new project model open, and here I'm just going to set this default value to false, and this one we need to show here. Let me do one thing, so I'm just going to wrap everything inside this fragment, and here we'll try to add in this model which I wanted to add in. Here let me just import this new project model, and all we need to do is pass on this above variable. This is new project model open, and this set open, this set new project model open. Okay, so this is the model. Okay, and yeah, remaining it's going to be same, but now we are not, now let's go here, we have not used this so if I refresh this, the thing is I need to have a button which is going to help me open this, the dialog. So that one we need to do it in here itself. Yeah, so in this new project, this custom button, let's try to add in this on click functionality for this, and in here I'm just going to set this to true. Okay, so now hopefully we should be able to see this dialog once I click this. Yeah, so this is the dialog, and we will try to add in the logic to make it look better. I mean the UI styling. First for this, okay, so we added in here the images. After this image, I'll just add in the name of this project. So this the item dot name, so the react and node. Okay, and after this styling we will do this later, and here I'll just have this description, item dot description. Okay, so fine, so we have this item description, all those stuff. So if you wanted to style this and see this in action, first I wanted to make this as a grid, so that we'll have either two columns or yeah, I'll just restrict this to two columns so that it looks better. And yeah, and let's make, yeah, you can see now this is looking at least better, and let's have this cap of 2 and margin 2. Okay, and now we need to style this buttons and all those things. We'll come back to this button. Before that, the image div, here I'm going to add in some space in the extrusion and make this as a flex. Items, let's center them, and justify, let's just start it, and width, let's apply this full. Okay, yeah, at least looks good now. And this one, let's apply this font type, the font type to be a medium. And for this description, I'm going to apply some margin at the top, and this text I want it to be muted foreground. Okay, so now if I style this button, I think we should be good. This button, let me style this. So this one, it's going to be a dynamic styling, so I'm going to wrap this inside this curly brackets. So if this it's selected, so this is like the option that user has selected, we will try to add in some border foreground. So this is the thing, or else I'm going to make this border style apply, and that's the thing. If it's selected, else we'll have this rounded the normal mediums for this button and have some border. Okay, yeah, now you can see that, and this background the card. Okay, and this text card, let's add this foreground. Okay, and apply the shadow effect, and also I want the text size to be smaller. Okay, fine. Let's align this to be left to the left, and padding of 4 in all directions, and yeah, now looks better. And make this as a flex direction. Let's change this to column. Let's apply this transition all effect, and this focus visible effects like we did apply in the other place. So I'm just going to add in that. So I just don't want the any outline, and this focus visible, then this ring offset to this let's say this ring offset the background. So I'm just going to apply that, and the focus visible, let's have this ring to applied. Okay, and finally this. Okay, so at least looks decent to me now, the projects that the user can go ahead and create. So just to showcase those options, after this we need to have a form. Okay, so after this, a form which kind of provides an input for the user to create a new project, and input in a name for that project, and also the option to select to make either the visibility as a public or private, and all those fields we need to add in. So that again I'm going to first add in this forms component here. So we need to install these things. So this one, let me install this forms. Okay, and then I can import these components. So once I add in those form component, right below this div we will try to create in this new form. From this I need to import this as well. So this import from this components UI slash form, did I this UI, yeah, form. Okay, fine, and here we need this form. Yeah, now we have this form needs to have the form attached, which is the React hook form. So that one, what I can do is, first let me define the schema for validation. For validating, just to ensure that while we are trying to save this, these two fields are present. So I can just define the schema for that, and import this jar. So we need to install this. we do have. So I'm just going to import this from this jar. Okay, and then I can try to create an object out of that. This is not the default export. Okay, so now this object and this will have, for now we will try to take the name for the new project as an input. So this can be of type string, and we want this to be there, not an empty field, and max we will restrict it to, let's say, 16 characters. And this visibility, we will set this to be enum, where we will have two enums, one for the public and another for private. Okay, fine. And why is this the issue? Okay, fine. So that's the schema, and now I need to create this form using this use form hook. So this one I need to get this from our React hook form. So I'm just going to install that. React hook form. So this is the best way of trying to build forms now. So we can import this from this React hook form. So I'm just going to import from this React hook form, and to this we will provide in the the definition that we are expecting. So here we can do it this way: the type of the form schema which we created, and this will be the initial default values, and we need to attach in the resolver. So here we'll be using this jar resolver, which again I need to import this will attach in the form schema, and the default values we can just pass in here. And initially we'll just set this to be empty string and public respectively. Okay, and this jar resolver needs to be imported, and this one, so we need to do, yeah, you can see here, this is what I want. So I'm just going to install this, sorry, import this. Okay, fine. Yeah, now we have this form also ready, and that I can attach to our form. So just below in here, all we are going to do is spread whatever we have as part of that, and in here now we will try building the fields for our inputs. I'll come back to this on submit and all those things. Let's import this form field, and this control, we are going to attach this form dot control, and this name, it's going to be this name, and this render part, let's try to get this field object. Okay, so and in here I will wrap everything inside this each form item. Inside this form item, let's have this label. This label, let's say the name for this is the name. So if you wanted to see, I'm just going to open this here. Okay, I have an issue, so what I'm going to do is, let me just close this. Okay, and now we should be able to see this. So this is the name label. Okay, and after that label, in the form control, I'll have this input component. Okay, so this is the input component, and placeholder, let's say I'm just going to give something like my project, and I'll just spread in this remaining properties of this field. And now we should be able to see this. Yeah, so this is the input, so where we'll try to provide an option for the user to enter the new name for the project they are creating. And the styling part, I'm just going to give some margin bottom. Okay, yeah, and for the remaining I think they're good, so we don't have to touch them. So after this, one more form field for the selecting the visibility. So let's just attach those things. The name of this is going to be the visibility, and this render part now field. Okay, and here in this we will wrap again everything inside this form item, and let's have some margin like we had in the above, some margin 8. Okay, and I can just close this so that we don't see issue. Fine. So inside this now, inside this form item, let's have the label like we had above. The label, let's say this is going to be the visibility, and after this the select component. Okay, so this select component also I'm going to take this from here. Let me try to add in this select component. So I'm just copying this, and we'll add the select component, and we'll use the select component from this. So that again needs to be imported, this select component from this components UI slash this select. Okay, and here I can just import this select, and then we can use this component here. For this we need to provide this on value change. We will be passing on this call on change callback function in the default value. I'm going to have set this whatever value is present in this field dot value. Okay, and inside this, okay, I need to inside this the form item, the form control. Okay, so I'm going to wrap this the select trigger and select value inside this. So yeah, okay, fine. And now in here this select trigger, and what we are going to add in is just the select value component inside this. Okay, so this is the thing. So now we don't have any options. So the select content, we are going to provide the content inside this select content component, where we will have each item for public and private. Select item and value, this is going to be this public, and the text that we see on the screen should be public. Okay, so yeah, so if I just why is this issue public private? Okay, this select content, select trigger. Okay, that's because this should be out of this form control, that's why we are seeing that issue. Okay, and if I just open this now, yeah, public, and I need to add in one more, this select item, this value. Now let me just add in this private, the text, the private. Okay, so default we set it to public, that's why we're saying this public. And if I just refresh, yeah, now we're able to select this public or private value. Okay, so after this we're just going to close this, and if there are any issues, the if it's not meeting the criteria that we set in our the form schema, then that message you can see in here. So that's this thing. And after this we need to have a button. So right after this thing, I'm going to use this custom button which we built, and this type I can just give this type to be a submit, the styling, let's say with full, and the text of this button I'm going to say this as a submit, and this needs to be tweaked, so the custom button, because that's why we are seeing this issue. Let's go to this custom button and tweak that. So here it's going to be simple. We'll add in one more prop for this type, and this is going to be optional. It can be a button or this submit or this reset. Okay, and I need to destructure the same here, this type, and we need to provide the type for this. So type, if there is a type, else we are going to just have this default button type. Okay, that's the small change, and I think you shouldn't see this issue anymore. Yeah, this is gone. Fine. So that's the creating the project model. Okay, and so we added this dialog form and all those things. So at the same time I wanted to add in action and create the service which is going to help me once he clicks on this project, new project. We should take the values from the user, this name and visibility, and create a new virtual box. So for that we need to have a service, so that we can do it inside our let's say storage, or where do I want to do that? Let's try to add in our storage section. So I'm going to create a new endpoint for that in our storage folder, or else yeah, it's better if we try to do there maybe, or else I can do one thing, create inside our database. I am still thinking where should we do that. What I can do is okay, let's do one thing. I'll try to create that inside the database itself, because we already have an endpoint for to talk to our user tables and get the details regarding VirtualBox, and so we'll try to create inside this itself. Later if I feel it's not the right place, I'll just try to move into different section. Okay then, so that endpoint I'm just going to create in here right below this. We will try to create this endpoint, let's say slash API slash virtual box create. Okay, and if this method is equals to post, then we will try to handle that VirtualBox creation inside this initialize schema. I can just prepare this, the name, this type, it's going to be of two types, either the React or it's a node. Okay, and this name, this is going to be of type string. This user ID, this is again going to be of type string. So this is the initialize schema, and now we'll try to get this body await request dot JSON, and then we will try to destructure them using this init schema dot parse this body. So here let me get this type, name, and this user ID. Okay, so now we have the params required to insert into our VirtualBox table. So I can give its VirtualBox await db.insert VirtualBox okay, and the values are this type, name, and the user ID. And also I wanted to update the schema, so that is the bucket. I'm just going to remove this, okay, and we will migrate this, okay, and after this let me just return these values so that I can just pass on that to and just for checking you can just console the same something like VirtualBox. Okay, fine. Now once we create this VirtualBox, depending upon whether if it's a React or the node, we need to have a initialized files, and that we need to put into our respective storage bucket depending upon the ID of this VirtualBox created. So as I said, we will separate the logic of putting the files into bucket into other thing which we already created the storage. Here we will try to handle that logic inside this, and also I'm just going to create in here this new file. Before that we need to add in the binding to our R2 buckets. So this section we need to uncomment this, so I can just copy this and remove everything, and this is the thing, and the name of this binding R2 and the bucket name. So I just created a bucket, so go to this R2 and just create a bucket. So I created this CCCE storage bucket, so we need to provide that value in here, so that whatever that files that we wanted to put into will be stored in this bucket. Okay, so fine, and going to this now we will create one simple file, starter code. So I'm just going to for now add in few files, the starter code file for React and Node. Let's define that as an object, const starter code. Okay, so based upon for Node I'm just going to have this list of objects. Okay, similar way for React I'm just going to add in this list of objects. Okay, so this is what, so like this I'm just going to add in a few examples. So simple, so I'll just add in a few examples here. You can just refer from the code base that I'll be sharing. Okay, so simple, the objects, the index.js, and the content in that is the console.log, and the package.json, and the content in that is just the name and all this in it that we got. Okay, that's the thing. And for React also I'm going to add in few objects like that. So let me just add in the objects for React. So here also the default boilerplate code that we get when we create a React application. So the package.json, all those things is common, and also the white config if you're doing it from the white. Okay, so this is the thing, and index.html, app.css, and app.jsx, and the main.jsx. Okay, just the starter files for Node and React. I've just created that file here. Now going to this index.ts, what I'm going to do is first we need to create an interface for environment, so that we can attach in this R2 bucket. So all I'm going to do is this R2 bucket, so the name of that, and now here I'll just remove this. I can just minimize this. Okay, so here inside this let's try to create a new endpoint as kind of like initialization API slash init, and I'm just going to prepare some success not found method not allowed responses rather than writing it multiple times. So here I can do it this way: success, this new response of this the success, and the status code, we will just set the status code as 200, and this is for not found. This is again, it's going to be this not found. The status here are these 404, and this method are not allowed. So just the constants which is going to help us not to repeat the same things if we are trying to add at the multiple places. Okay, so this method not allowed and status is 405. So now we have this, and let's try to get this URL like we did in our database worker. Okay, so this request dot URL path, which is going to be this URL dot path name, this method request dot method. Okay, so now we have this, and now let's do a check if this path is equals to this slash API slash init, and the method is the post. We will try to handle that inside this. So all we need to do is we need to first prepare a schema like we did prepare in the other endpoint. So this initialize the schema. I'm just going to import this from jar. Okay, so let me okay, fine. And here this object we are going to expect this VirtualBox ID, so which is going to be of type string, and the type, which is the important thing for us, this is going to be enum of values either React or Node. So based upon this we are going to take help of that starter code object which we just created, and put that into the bucket. So once we have the schema, let's get this body. So await request.json, and here let me parse this init schema parse. Okay, why is this error? Okay, parse, and I'm just going to pass in this body. Let me just get those values, VirtualBox ID, and then the type. Now once we have this, we can just console just for checking. I can just remove that later. The starter code, so we need to import that, this starter code from this. Okay, and I need to export this. Okay, let's do one thing, export here at the end as a default. Okay, yeah, now I can use that. Let's just starter code of this type. Okay, fine. And now here what we'll do is, in this await promise, let's try to get this list of the objects body, map through each of them, and here this file, and we will try to put in this into our bucket the body. So that is this env.rt, the put into this projects, and the ID of our project, which is the VirtualBox ID. Okay, and then the file dot name which we gave in our object, the name and the body, and the content of it, it's going to be this file dot body. Okay, so this is how we'll be putting into our bucket, and here let me just return success, else we can just return not found. So this is the simple endpoint which is going to help us initialize insert the initialized files of respective type, be it React or Node. So now we have this. What I'm going to do is, let me get into this backend and this storage. I need to deploy this. Okay, so yeah, so once I deploy this, then I'll be able to use this slash API slash init endpoint, which you guys already know it. So once this is deployed, I can go ahead and use this endpoint. Okay, fine. So this is the endpoint. So I'm going to get into this database, and after this we need to pass on that ID into this, so that it's going to insert the initialized files. So we can do it this way. So once I get that, then we are going to make a call to this endpoint. So that is the endpoint which we just created, slash API slash init, and this method, this is going to be of a type post. Okay, why is this issue? Okay, and after this, the body we are supposed to send, I'm just going to stringify the VirtualBox ID. That's what it is expecting. That's the schema that we prepared. So this would be vp.id, and then the type, whether React or Node. Okay, so and after this, just the headers, the content type, I'm just going to attach in here this content hyphen type, and here this is going to be application slash JSON. So this is how we'll be putting the initialized files into this particular VirtualBox bucket. After this, I'm just going to return this. So like we did prepare in here these things, I can just do here as well, so that I don't have to write those again and again. After this, I'm just going to return this success, and also now instead of if, I'm going to try to do this else if. Okay, yeah, and fine. And also we need to migrate this schema, so because I just removed the bucket and those things. So let me get into this database, and let me first generate this. So we have this, and I need to use this command, which this wrangler command. So here this npx wrangler, let me just move this up, execute the database name. Okay, so the database name is this d1 VirtualBox. So and this remote, and this file we are supposed to point it to this Drizzle file which it just generated to us, cool solo dot SQL. Okay, okay, what did I miss? Okay, d1, sorry. So I missed this d1. So here, Okay, so let's wait us to see this schema change uploaded into our DB. So once this is done, yeah, it's done, and now I can run this deploy as well, because whatever the changes that we made for VirtualBox create will be created, and this we can go ahead and use it. Okay, so this is deployed as well. What I wanted to do now is wanted to check that post this. What we will do is let's try to add in again the endpoint to fetch the files whatever we have inserted into the bucket. So that I can do in the same way like we just created a post route into the storage. We will just check those endpoints working or not in a while, so nothing to worry. Okay, after this what I can, let me change this itself. Here we are going to create a new endpoint, like let's say just if path is equals to the slash API. Okay, and if this method that we are trying to access is the get method, and I'm just going to get this params using this URL dot search params and try to get this VirtualBox ID. So using this params dot get this VirtualBox ID. So once I have this VirtualBox ID, I'll just do one more check. If there is no VirtualBox ID, we can just return this as the invalid request. So for that also I'm just going to create one constant. Let's name this as the invalid request. This is going to be this new response, and the message that will be sending back is this invalid request, and the status, let's send this 400. Okay, so this is what I can just return here if there is no VirtualBox ID. If there is a VirtualBox ID, we will try to access that. So using this env.auto, now we'll try to list this and pass in this prefix. The prefix, it's going to be this projects slash our VirtualBox ID. So this is what we inserted as well while we were trying to insert. So this is the things. Okay, so this is going to give me the list of the files, and we will just return this as the response. Okay, so let's just stringify this, the result, and the status code as 200. Okay, so this is the endpoint which is going to help me get the files associated to particular VirtualBox. Else if this method is a post, then we need to update the same. So if this is method is post, let's just for now I'm not going to do anything, so let's just return this as the hello world. Okay, and here else method not allowed. Fine, and this one I'm just going to attach this as the else if. Okay, so now we have the route which is going to give us the file fetching API route, I mean, which is going to give me the files associated with particular VirtualBox. So we can deploy that as well. So let's go into the storage. Let me just deploy this. Okay, so after this let's try to dynamically display these files in our UI. So if I just go in here, we'll try to add in that into our UI. So let me just collapse all of this in here. So whatever the routers or services which we just created, I will try to use those services and display the files dynamically rather than whatever we have hard coded it. Okay, let me try to create first the types for it. So because we have the types defined for our files and the data. Okay, so I'm just going to add in inside this types for that. Let me just define this type for, let's say this as the auto files, and then the objects. So this will have okay, before that we'll have the file data or to this file data. So this will have this storage class which is going to be of type string. The uploaded this is string again. Checksums, so you can just refer to the docs of R2 and see how those endpoints are, what it's going to return. Okay, this he tag this is going to be a string, and this he tag string, and then the size of the file this is going to be a number, and the version which is going to be a string, and this key, the string. Okay, this is the file data, and the objects will be nothing but the list of this file data, and the truncated boolean. Okay, and this delimited prefixes. Okay, these are the response that we'll be getting. I think you can just refer to this or to documentation and see what is the values that you'll be getting. Okay, so once I have this, what we can do is let's go to our dashboard. Before that I need an endpoint where I can try to create a VirtualBox, so that we will use the server actions. So let me create in here this actions .ts and make this as the server component, and we can just have an access to our endpoint. This, let's make this as the function, and I'm just going to name this as the create virtual box, and the body that we will be passing on to this is the type, whether reactor node name. This is going to be string, and the visibility, this is going to be string. Okay, and here we are going to just access the endpoint which we created using this the storage thing, not storage, this database thing. Okay, so that we can get it from here. I will just try to get this. Yeah, I'll just get this base URL, and let's go into this, and here this database, and instead of this user, this would be our VirtualBox. VirtualBox, okay, slash create. Okay, so that's the endpoint which we just deployed. So if I just show this again, VirtualBox slash create. Okay, so going to this actions, in here I'm just going to specify this method as the post, the headers, the just the content type will be the application slash JSON, and the body I'm just going to stringify whatever the props the input is for this function. Okay, so that will be the body to this, and this is going to help us create this virtual box, and this one I need to integrate in our the dashboard page. So that what I will do is, inside our component where we were trying to create this new project dialog and all, I will try to import this. Maybe for now we can just so what I am trying to say is, in this components dashboard and this new project here, I'm going to add in this function called on submit, and in here we'll check whether the values that I'm expecting is of the form schema or not, and then we will try to get this virtual box data. So for now, let's say this type is whatever the selected and values whatever we receive as the inputs. I'm not going to do anything, so this is where we need to include that function to create that. Okay, so if you want to just check that, we will do that. So before I'll just call that function. The important thing now is I need to tweak the logic inside this dynamic code ID page. Assume that, okay, creation I'll do it in a while. Assume that now we have created one project, and that's this is the page, the code ID dynamic page that will be coming into, and this is the place where actually we should try to get the user data, get our VirtualBox files, and also try to process the files, and then pass on this VirtualBox files to our code editor as a files. So we need to handle calling of the core services inside this page. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is, let me first define a function here called I'll try to name this accordingly, which makes sense completely. First we'll make a function which is going to give me the user data depending upon the ID that I give to this function. That's going to be a simple. So this is what I'm trying to talk. So I'll just move this to function here. This is the arrow function. Okay, and now instead of this user.id, I'll pass on this ID, and we will get this user data, and we will return this as the user data. So this is one function which is going to give me the user data, and the next function is getting the VirtualBox related files. So that one, this VirtualBox files, make this again async func call. This we will pass on this VirtualBox ID, and we expect it to give us the files associated with that VirtualBox. So this one, this VirtualBox data, we will make a call to our storage. Okay, so that is storage dot c storage dot workers dot dev /API, and here I am going to pass on this query param as VirtualBox ID. This is the endpoint. So if I just show you in our backend storage here, so this is the thing, and the param that it is going to check for is VirtualBox ID, and based upon that it's going to list using this ID and give us whatever the files are present in that and return here. So that's what we will be trying to receive inside this section. So here the VirtualBox ID and VirtualBox data, and I can just maybe let's change this as the response, and here I'll create a variable for that VirtualBox data, and this is going to be of type this R2 files await VirtualBox response.json. So this is going to give me the data associated with that VirtualBox, and what I'm going to check first is whether there are any files in it or not. So this objects dot length is if equals to 0, then we are going to return something not found. So I can use this not found, and if not, we will get that parts. So that is VirtualBox data. Let's iterate through this objects, and using this each object I'm going to get this key. So these are the paths, and we need to, based upon the paths and ID, I need to process those files. So what I mean is, so once I create this function, you'll understand. So I'm just going to create this new helper function which is going to help me to process each files present in that folder, and the inputs for this, the list of the paths and the ID of our VirtualBox, and this is going to return the list of T file or this T folder, okay, array. So here let me just inside, I can just minimize this for now. Fine. So here let me just prepare this root folder. This is the root folder, this ID, this is going to be the root, and this type as the folder, and inside the name for this as the slash, and this children. For now I'm just going to have this empty children. So this is the initialized root folder. Now I'm going to iterate through this each parts which I'm receiving as the input params for this function, and get this each path, and first try to get this all parts. So here we'll just split this by slash. If this all parts of 1 is not equals to this ID, then I'm just going to return this as the not found. Else we will collect these parts into this parts variable, and we will just slice this by 2, so you should understand what I'm trying to do now. And this is going to be a current folder, so I'm just going to assign this to the root value, and let's iterate through this parts now. Let I equals to 0, I less than this parts dot length, okay, and here I'll get each part and check whether it's a file or it's a folder or not, and based upon that we will append that as a children to this root folder, okay. So getting this individual part, this is going to be this parts of 5, and whether first we'll check whether this is a file or not. This we can check using this parts dot length -1, and this part includes this dot, okay. So this is going to give me the confirmation whether this is a file or not, and is it the existing or not. So this current dot children I'm going to find using this child. What I'm going to check is for the name, if this child name is matching to the part, okay. So if this is existing, and if this is not a file, then the current I'm going to change to the existing, and I make this as the T folder, okay. Fine. Else what we will do is, if this is the file, I'm going to first prepare this file object using this t file definition object. The id, it's going to be the path, the type, it's going to be the file, and this name is going to be this path. Okay, fine. And then we are going to append this to our current children. So I'm going to push this the file into this. Else if it's a folder, we need to prepare this folder object and push in the same way like we did above. So this folder, okay, and here let me just this path, okay, and this type, it's going to be a folder, this name, it's going to be again the part, and the children, let's just set this to be empty array, and we are going to append to this current children, push this folder, and assign the folder to be its current. Okay, so this is the helper function which is going to help us process the files, and at the end what we are going to do is return this root.children, and this is what we will be using here. We will just return this process files by passing in this paths along the passing in this VirtualBox id. Okay, so these are the functions that we need in order to pass on this dynamic files to this particular VirtualBox project. And after this, let me try to get this virtual box id using this params. Okay, so that I can get it by this. So basically this id, this params id, so this is going to be that, and let me just get this VirtualBox id. Okay, and now I'm just going to remove this, and we will try to get this user data by using our helper function which we wrote above, user data, and I'm just going to pass in this user.id and get this VirtualBox files in this way by just calling this get VirtualBox files and passing in this VirtualBox id. Okay, and now to this code editor I'll attach in here files. Now we'll receive that error because I'm not defined these files prop for that, and here let's just send this VirtualBox files. So now we'll be sending on this dynamic files to this code editor component, and we need to change the definition of the code editor inside our editor components folder, because this expects now the files, okay, as the props, and here this files, either this is going to be a t file or t folder array. Okay, I need to import this as well. Okay, so once I can just minimize this again. So once I receive these files, now I need to make use of these files and populate these files in my sidebar rather than just hard coding few constant files. Okay, so need to pass on these files to this. Along with that, I need to know which file did the user has selected to open it. Okay, so that also what I need to do is I need to add in some logic here, kind of which is active, okay, and which is not active, and also we need to so now if I just see this is the this was like, you know, so if I just open some page, this one, so I'll just show you this. Okay, we have a lot of issues now, so I cannot show. I'll say that. So if you recall, in the code editor at the top we had two files, which was this one, index.html and style.css. so now we need to even send the function or handle the logic of closing. If he clicks on that cross icon, and also on clicking we need to set this is the active file that the user is trying to view and all those things. So maybe I can show you that handling or logic handling in here. So here let me define two variables which I can maintain the state of those. One to keep a track of the tabs that are open. So here this tabs, this is list of the tabs, and this is going to be of type this t file array, and initially I'll just set this to empty array, and another is which is active. Okay, the id which is active, or the file which is active that the user is trying to view in the code editor. So this is for this active id, this set active id, and this one, this is going to be of type string, or it can be null as well, because default I'm going to set this to null. Okay, so this is the thing. And here let's try to write a function how we are going to update the active id depending upon the file that is trying to select. So this is the function which is going to help us do that. Select file, and this we are going to pass on this tab as the props for this. Here this set tabs, whatever we have the previous values. First let's get this exist values by finding in the previous things, getting this by comparing with this id. T.id is matching to the tab dot id. Okay, so if this exists, then I'm going to set this active id into this exist dot id, else and then I'm just going to return this. If that's not the case, we are just going to add in to this whatever we have. Okay, so for this tab, and this is how we'll be adding this. Okay, so basically this logic is, let's say if index.ts is already present in tabs list and is trying to open that, we don't want to add that this index.tsx file into the tabs list again, because it's already there. If there is no index.tsx tab open, then we need to append that to tabs list and then make that as an active. Okay, that's this logic. Okay, so here the set active id, now this will be this tab dot id. Okay, so this is the select file, and now the functionality to close that, and that is nothing but to remove from the tabs list. So this is the function for that. Again, this we are going to send this tab as the input prop for this. Let's get this number of tabs first. I'm going to store this into this number of tabs variable. This will be nothing but this tabs dot length, and this index, I'm going to find this index first by using this id tabs dot find index, this t dot id matching it to this tab dot id. Okay, and we are going to set the active id, the just previous one. So here this, I mean the next one, if this previous is equals to this tab dot id, then this number of tabs, and again if number of tabs is 1, I'm not going to do anything, so set null. Else this index less than tabs minus 1, then I'm going to set this to index plus 1 dot id, else this tabs of this index minus 1 dot id, okay, else this previous. So this is the logic. So basically if previous is equals to the tab id, and again if the number of tabs that we have is 1, this we are going to set the next as null. Else if index is less than the number of tabs minus 1, then I'm going to set this tabs of index plus 1, the next value present in the list as the next, else the previous one, okay. So that's the thing. If it's not matching, so we will just set this previous one, and after this I'm going to return this next, okay. And here this we are going to update this tabs now. So that is, I'm just going to filter this and remove that id. t.id is not equals to this tab.id, so I'm just going to remove this particular tab, okay. So that's how we'll be updating. And also I need to pass on the select of file as well, the function, so that we can handle this logic. So I need to add in this props to the sidebar, and that's when we'll see this error gone. So this needs to be included in our sidebar component, okay. So in here now this we don't have to use this because we are sending it dynamically. So I'm going to add in these props for this. So in here this we are going to send in these files, which is going to be either this t file or this t folder array, and then this select a file function, the callback function, which is going to help me select the particular file present as part of this sidebar. And let me just destructure them files, the select file, okay. And here maybe let's just change this to capital case explorer. And after this now we can just use this files now instead of data, okay. And also I am going to pass on this select file to this component, which we are going to add in for that, okay. And also to this folder as well, select file, okay. I know I'm trying to do a lot of changes at once, but just hold on for a while. You'll see that action in the output in the right side, because that's how it is. So fine, so now we need to tweak this sidebar file. I need to add in this select file callback function for this. So here let me add in this let me just add in this callback function, which is going to be this select file, and we are going to have the input as the file and this void, okay. And here this select file. Now I'm going to make this as a button, not just a div, so that we can click on it and then pass on the data of this to our select file function. So let me do that. Okay, so here I'll have to wrap that div inside a button. So let me try to minimize this first. This one, what I will try to do is let's make this as the button. So let me change this div to button. Okay, and the on click, what I'm going to do is pass on this data. So this the data that I'll be passing on, and the styling, for now let's just leave that as it is. Okay, or else we can come back and change this. And in here now the source, what I'm going to do is, let me have one state variable for image source. Image source set image source, and I'll use this use state hook to store that value using the slash icons, and get icon for file, and pass on this data dot name. Okay, and this one now source, I'm just going to pass on this variable image source, and if there is any error we'll have this fallback. So I'm just going to set this to icons slash default file dot svg. Okay, so this is the sidebar file component, and as for styling, let's add in this height 7, and padding in the x direction 1, and this hover effect I'm going to apply this background secondary, and this rounded small. Okay, and a cursor, let's add in this pointer. I think I already have that. So just going to remove this hover effect also, whatever we had for this text distributed foreground, and then I'll just add in this focus visible effects. First the outline to be none, and then the ring visible, this ring to be 1. Okay, and finally this ring. Okay, so this is just the styling for our button, and yeah, pretty much that's the change needed in this file component. And now we'll go to this folder file. That's where again we need to change, same way we need to add in this select file callback function for this as well. Let me quickly add in this. This is going to be a file, and void, and let me just destructure this select file. Okay, and now here the sidebar file, I need to pass on this select file as well. So I can just pass on this function for this folder also. Let's just pass on this select file. Okay, so that's the change in this folder component. And now in this sidebar, I think we should have no issue now. Okay, because we just added these functions. So that is the change, and made this. And also I'll try to let's remove this because we are not going to use this anymore. And also let's make this as the client side component. Okay, so fine, I think the sidebar component the way we wanted is tweaked. And yeah, so now in this editor page, the place we were referring to should have no issues. And I need to tweak this tabs also. Let's add in the dynamic tabs list for that, because we are maintaining one tabs for that. Let me remove this hard-coded tabs value. So what I will do is, this tabs I'm just going to iterate through this tabs list, and here we will have this tab component rendered, and this key I'm going to pass on this tablet ID. We need to tweak this component also, which I'm going to do, and selected. This will be based upon if this active ID is matching to the current tab ID. Okay, and this on click, what I'm going to do is we will set this active ID to this tab.id, and on close I'm going to call this close tab function by passing in this tab. And let me just close this component, and here we will just show this tab.name. Okay, so I'm receiving the issues. Okay, so here let me just remove this hard-coded value now. And in this tab component also, what I need to do in this UI folder, this tab.tsx, I need to change this on for this on click and this one. So if it's the on close, so let me change this logic. Okay, here we will first stop this propagating, and also let me just prevent this default event, and we will trigger this on close callback function. Okay, if not, I'm just going to add in this undefined thing. And also here let's do one thing. So if it's a and for this font I'm going to apply this font normal, and also if it's a selected, we will have this text foreground also as the styling applied. If not, I'll have this text muted foreground. So yeah, so this is the change to our tab component also. So mostly the change that we want is pretty much done. And if I just navigate back to this code page, so this is where we need to see. If I just check this out, we are still seeing the issue at the right side. So I need to make a few changes from the backend side. So that's when if I even refresh this, we will not see this issue. So before that I wanted to just check okay, so now you can see this one after we have added. And also I'll tell you I did make few changes in the backend. I'll tell you what is that. Okay, so these are the projects which I created via this endpoint which we have. So I can show you that. So I'll just try to show you that. So if I open this thing and try to refresh this, okay, so these are the just for my testing purposes I have created it, and I'll show you how I did that with our endpoint. Okay, so that is let me try to show you that this is how I can do. So let me maximize this and bring you this postman. Okay, so this is how we have this endpoint, correct? So if I wanted to show this exactly, what I will do is let me show you that. I'll minimize this also. Okay, so if I show you this database endpoint, so I'm just opening this backend part, and in the source, so we have created this API, this VirtualBox create. Okay, so that's the API VirtualBox create, and the thing that we wanted to pass for this is the type, name, and user ID. So user ID is this user ID that we got from our clerk. Okay, so one this is how I just created, and I called this, and we were able to insert the records into this Cloudflare that you are seeing. Okay, so in this, while we were creating, I the things that I showcased you before was I tried to add it this way, and I did check, but it did not work. The problem was I need to add in a binding to other the storage service. So we have this as a separate service. So for this to communicate to this service, I need to add in a binding. So how do we do that? Is first thing in our this normal configuration, And also before this was just commented, so I think I did not uncomment, so please do uncomment the values after you providing this. And to have a communication to other service workers, this is how we are supposed to add in our toml configuration. Services equals to this binding name, so I gave this as a storage, and then service is the actual service name that we created here. So if I go here, this in the storage, this toml file, so this is the name that we are supposed to give. Okay, and once I give that in here, the binding to storage and service, how do we use this name in our index file? So that's where, so if you go here, this is the same name as storage and any mention in this environment, and anyways we'll be having this as a params in our fetch. And once I have, let's say this is my storage request, and I added this, so I commented this. It's a simple request. You can just go ahead and add it. I think I did not show you guys this one. So this is the endpoint which we created in here, this API slash init, and that's what I'm trying to call in this file. Okay, so that's the thing. And method is a post, and body we were expecting the VirtualBox ID, and then the type and the headers. So once I have created this initialized storage request, and this is how we use this storage, this service call. So this in env.storage, which is binded to the service storage service, and call this fetch and pass on this request. That's when we will be able to create. So basically, if I try to create any virtual box, so this is going to call this storage service and create this files in our storage. So let me show you one example what I'm trying to say. So this is the thing. So if I just create this type as a node, and let me name this as the node project 1. And if I, so now I'll show you the state of the storage. Okay, so this is the storage. Okay, so if I just refresh this, so as of now this is the projects folder, and we have this two directories. Okay, so if I just make a call to this, and let's wait for us to create this virtual box, and this is successful. So if I just now try to refresh this, so you can see we had a new project. Okay, so this is creating, and if I show you in the list here, I should be able to see. Let me refresh this. So in here we should be able to see that now the node project which we just created. So I can show you this. Yeah, this node project 1, and the ID is bts074, and this is the files related to this node, and this the whatever we had in our starter code for this, that's those are the files created. Okay, so those are the few changes, and the mapping or communication between multiple services and those things I have made. Okay, and I have not showcased, and that's how I'm just giving a walkthrough because I did debug, and there was an issues going on while we were trying to build. So this is how I figured out. Okay, so now going to this application, so if I just refresh this, we should be able to see this node project also. So this is the one which we just created, and if I try to open this, so you can see these files are loading dynamically with the services that we are trying to call in our code ID page, this where we are trying to get this VirtualBox files and process it, and then pass on these files to our code editor. Okay, so that's that logic and all I have just showcased. So but just for showcasing purposes and how we can dynamically display these files in our sidebar and all, I have added this. Maybe down the line we can will just remove this, because I need to have this communicated via WebSocket, because the content of this files will keep changing as users keep editing. So if I just go back and open this React project 3, okay, so Okay, there is, let me open this thing. Okay, there is, okay, I'll open the things which I just created via the service. I deleted a lot of those things. Maybe I need to clean the projects. Okay, so let's just check if it's working for at least a few things. No, this is also not working. Okay, so this is working. So basically I try to create multiple things manually by directly adding the data in this table. That's why we are seeing that issues, which we will clean that. But you can see this is the dynamic files which we try to initialize using our starter code. So if I show you that in our storage, here the files, if it's a React, the index.js, package.json, and sorry, here package.json, byte config.js, js index.html, source slash app.css, and then the app.jsx in source directory, and main.jsx, and all those things. I'll show you that. So index.html, package.json, this white configuration, and if I open, so this is the file structure we are seeing. Okay, so now I think whatever I wanted to show, I have shown you how I just try to correct a few things in order to display the dynamic files in our sidebar, and also the tab state. So if I just the text, okay, why is this tab? Let me go to this tab component here. Okay, okay, I think I need to show the name. Did I not where is this? Here, this sidebar editor, where is okay, editor index.tsx. Okay, this is the issue. This should be this tab dot name, and let's try to see this. Yeah, so you can see based on the active tab, we added this, and the highlighting is happening. So even if I click on this, okay, this, if I remove this now, this logic, and it's working. Okay, so if I just open this, fine. So this tab functionality, the tab selection, dynamic files display, it's all working. So now so the thing that I wanted to show in the UI, after having we have written a pretty long code of writing services and trying to integrate in the front end, that's what I wanted to show. Now let's try to start our WebSocket server, the project that we have created in here. Let me minimize this database, and here this server was exclusively for our WebSocket server. So I will try to add in a file fetching logic into this, and then again this will be pretty long service writing, and post that we will try to write a WebSocket client in our front end project, and then try to see if the changes that we are making in the file editor, and we're able to capture that and store in our storage and all. So file service logic first in the WebSocket server, and then adding this file fetching data to the WebSocket server, and post that we will try to write a WebSocket connection from the client side. So let me again try to go to the writing of this code part. What we will do, so for that, what I can do is in this, let me create in here new file, kind of get virtualbox files.ts. Okay, and whatever I think we have written as part of this code page, this getting virtualbox files and processing files, maybe I can take this, because anyways I'm going to move this to our server just to show in a quick manner and to see this in action on the right side of part of the screen on UI, I added it this way, but we'll move this to the server. Okay, so here I can just import this, and we need to have a types also. Let me just define new file for that, types.ts, and in that whatever I had for our folder or t file, r2 files and r2 file data, I'll take that from here, our library utils, this one. So let's just take this and use this inside our things. And also I think I need a types. Let me this t file. Okay, so it's there in the sidebar, so we'll go into that sidebar. Yeah, this t file and t folder also we need in here. So let me, yep, here. So I'm just going to use the same. Fine, and now what I will do, I think we can import the same from here, this, the types which we just added. So I'm just going to import this. Maybe I can minimize this because I showed you what I wanted to. And here let's just import this from our types, the types which we just defined, r2 files data, r2 files, and t file and t folder. Okay, so and here I'll remove this handling. Okay, this length 0, and even this one, instead of returning this not found, maybe I will just return for now. Okay, and the remaining things I think they should be good. We are just returning this, and I'm just going to export this as the default get VirtualBox file so that we can use in our main index.ts. Okay, so in here what I will do is, let's try to import this get VirtualBox files. Okay, so this is from this VirtualBox file. So I'm just going to import this get VirtualBox file. So let me just use this. Okay, and we'll try to use this. So this one and also I'm going to improve this logic here, because I wanted to make sure that we doesn't miss the things that we want in the like job evaluations and all those things. So let me define an object for handshake schema. So this is going to be this handshake schema. Okay, and let's import this job also. So import this z object from this jar, and I'm just going to create in here the object. Okay, I need to remove this. Fine, so here this object we will need this user ID, which is going to be of type string, and then the VirtualBox ID, which is going to be this jet string, then the type. Okay, so this type, it's going to be this node or react for now, and this EIO, so which is going to be a string, and then this transport. So this is the handshake schema. Okay, so this is the thing that we expect, And this one, now in our middleware, what we can do, we can try to check that first. So after this, I'm just going to get this parse query. So this parse query, and use this handshake schema and parse whatever I mean, let's do the safe parse the query that we are receiving. Okay, so if this is the success, so that is, if this parse query is not success, okay, then I can just use this now. So maybe I can remove this, just checking for individual user ID and VirtualBox ID, and we will just return from here. So and then I'll remove this, just better way of handling the edge cases and the things that we are looking for and we are missing while we are trying to make a call. Okay, and this is the DB user, and we are getting that. Okay, and also and this is now what I can do is, instead of this, we will just try to check here if there is no this thing we can. And also maybe what I will do is, I will just check for if at least we are not having anything in this DB user JSON. We can just say this as DB error or something like that, because we're not able to get the details that we want. So I'll just be specific here, and I will return from this. Okay, after this, I'll try to get the details of our VirtualBox. So in here, let's define this variable called VirtualBox, and here we will use this DB user JSON, this virtual box, which we expect it to return once we call that service. And I'm going to maybe VirtualBox. Okay, let's make this as a V, and here let's try to check with this VirtualBox ID. Okay, so this one, this VirtualBox ID, what I will do is the query, once we make this is understood this is successful, here I'm going to use this parse query dot data and destructure the values that I want, like VirtualBox ID, the user ID, and the type. Okay, and then we can use that here. And also this one, I'll just give this any for now to avoid type issues, and we will check this. If we doesn't get the VirtualBox that we are looking for, then I'm going to pass on this error, this as the invalid credentials, and then I can just return from this. Okay, if we have this VirtualBox, then the thing that we need to do is, I need to set the socket.data ID, the VirtualBox ID, and this type, and the user ID. So this is the data that we'll be setting onto this, and then this is the thing. Okay, and here in this connection also we will what I'm going to do in this connection also is, let's try to get the socket data. So that is, let's collect this into this data variable, this socket dot data, as the object which we are this user ID, and then this ID, this string, and this type which we are these things which you are setting. Okay, the type which it can be either Node or React. So that's the data. And after this I'm going to remove this completely. So let me just remove all of this on connection. Let's try to get this virtual box files by using this get VirtualBox functions and passing in this data.id. Okay, so this is going to give us the virtual box, and here you just saw what's the logic in here. We're trying to call this a storage service and try to get the using the id that we have. Okay, so that's the logic. Okay, I'm going to I'm just added. So this the connection. So basically this is the middleware. We are going to check this and see if the schema that we wanted to have it's exactly the same, and then get the db user data, and using that get the virtual box id and set that data into a socket object id type and user id, and then use that to get the files associated with that virtual box. So that's the just WebSocket connection. Okay, so we can just get into this server. Okay, and you can just build this again. So here we have this thing. So what I can do is, let me try to build this. Okay, and in here so if you build this, whatever you added here, it will be there and you can just start it. So let me just check if everything it's starting and all. Okay, so if there is an issue, we'll not see this message. So here we are seeing this server started running on port 4000. So I think these are like small changes in our server. So basically we just added the logic to get the files, I mean file fetching logic for particular virtual box. Okay, that's the thing I did try to add. Next what I will do is we will try to is there anything that I can tweak it here in our server? Maybe I think we should be good for now, or else yeah, if there is any issues or the things that we miss, we can try to so if I just go in here, uh, we'll see if there is something I'm missing. I'll come back to that. So before now we will try to write a WebSocket connection from client side. Okay, I think if there is any issues that we see once we try to connect from the front end, we'll come back and check that. Okay, so here this front end part, what we will do is, in first I'll install this I'll stop this thing, and let's go to this front end folder. Okay, and we'll install this socket IO client first. Socket dot IO client module. Okay, so once we install this and this thing, whatever I had inside the components editor part, we'll try to use the socket IO client now. So here let's try to get into this, and in here let's import this IO object from this socket.io client. Okay, so once I have this, maybe we'll change the definition of this code editor itself, where now we can just send in this user id and virtual box id and try to get this using our socket server. So I'll try to start this. Let's get into this server and let me just run this server which is running on this 4000, and here let's try to make a socket connection. So this socket object, and here what I need to do is provide in this localhost URL which we are running now in the locally. Okay, and here this I'm going to provide in this user ID, where let's send this user ID I need. So I'm going to change the definition of this itself, because we don't want to get the files the way we have written the services calling in our this code ID page. So I'm going to change that. So now we'll see those issues. So here we will try to get this user ID, and the maybe let's okay, so this user ID which is going to be of type string, and then this VirtualBox ID, this is going to be a string. So this we will receive from the page component, which I will eventually add that. Now we will see that issue because we need to add in those appropriate props. Okay, so assume that I'm receiving this ID from to this component, so we can provide in this user ID along with that the VirtualBox ID. So this is the thing, VirtualBox ID, and I'm going to attach in this VirtualBox ID, and this will give us the user socket object. And now the connection or disconnection effect we will try to analyze inside this user effect. Okay, so first thing that we'll do is let's try to call this connect function on the socket object, and this in the cleanup on unmounting I'm just going to disconnect to this socket. Okay, so this is on initialization of this component, so we will just add in this. And we need to have one more use effect for event listener. Okay, so this use effect is for that. And in here let me create one function like on loaded event. So maybe I'll change that. So here these files, basically I'm trying to get these files from the socket, correct? So this will be the input param for this. Okay, and here we will set this file. So maybe I'll define in here this local list to store this files list. This can be again for now let's keep this as an empty array. So this can be of this t file or the t folder array. Okay, so I need to change this. Fine. So now here on loading this I'm just going to set whatever the values that we receive from the socket. So that one so what I'll do is I'll try to listen onto this loaded event which we have not added. I'm going to add this and I'm going to pass on this function. Okay, and here on the unmounting cleanup we are going to stop listening onto this loaded event. So this socket dot off, let's stop listening to this and pass on this onloaded event. So this one again on mounting. Okay, so now I need to make changes in my server because I added this new things, loaded event and all listening. So how do we take that is, it is going to be simple. Let me open this backend server, and in this index.ts ts let's make few changes. Okay, so on we are connecting, what I can do is let me emit this the loaded with the whatever the files we get here. Okay, VirtualBox files. So this file, so I need to change this definition of this VirtualBox itself. So what I'll do for that, let me do one thing. Okay, we'll tweak this definition a bit. I'll make this first as asynchronous, and here let's try to uh, get this file data, so which will be again the file data. I need to define new types for this, just few more changes to better handle the files that it can emit to our client, and we can store that in our local state files variable. I'm going to define two types, one for the file data. So just the simple thing, the id and the data, which is again going to be a string, and also the file body for our two files. So this file body, and this one I'm just going to extend this with the file data that we have and this additional properties. The body, which is going to be this readable stream type, and this body used boolean type, and this array buffer, this few properties which you will understand if you just refer to this Cloudflare docs and all those stuff. Just spend some time there. Okay, and this text, promise of this string, okay, text, and then JSON, and then finally blob. Again, this is going to be promise. I'm just going to give this any, and finally this blob property here, maybe I'll just blob. Okay, so these are the new types, and now let me go to this get sandbox files. In here what I will do is, let me import this file data, and I'm just going to create this initialized with empty array, and after this parts, in this parts dot for each, the place where we are pushing this children, I will try to push this file data into this file data as well. That is, the id is the path, and then the data, let's just the empty string. Okay, so once I get that, instead of just returning this children, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to change the return type itself, and here let's just try to use this file data. Okay, and make in here this asynchronous call, and try to fetch the file content. Okay, so that's where we will pass on this id. So I'm going to change the definition, I mean the endpoint in our storage also. So basically what I wanted to do now is, I wanted to pass on the file id and get the responses of that file, and then store that data of each file. Okay, so that's the thing, using this file id I wanted to do it. So we need to again tweak the logic in this storage. In this index.ts, what I will do is, now the place in the main API thing, where we were just checking for this sandbox VirtualBox id and all those things, I'll completely remove this thing. I mean, first let's let that be as it is. So instead of trying to get this VirtualBox id, we will get this along with this the file id as well, the individual file, and I'm going to get the param value, the file id, so VirtualBox id along with that file id. And if there is VirtualBox id, then we will try to get this list of this. Okay, fine. Else if there is the file id that we received, okay, then I'm going to try to handle that logic here. First let me get this object by using this r2 dot get this file id, and if this object is equals to null, I'm going to return this response saying that the file that you're looking for did not find. Okay, we did not find, something like that. So here we can just give in here this dynamic value, this file id is not found, and here the status, let me just send back this 404. Okay, so that's the thing, if we didn't find the object. And I'm just going to prepare in here this headers object, this headers let me create this a new headers object, and we will just set this header the e tag. This e tag I'm going to set in this object dot this http e tag. Okay, and we are going to write this http metadata by passing in these headers, and finally we will get this text by using this object dot text function. Okay, and that's what I'll be returning from this endpoint. Okay, so the text, and here this the headers. So that's the change, okay, based upon the file id and the VirtualBox id. And if neither of them is present, we can just return this invalid request. Okay, and the remaining I'm just going to leave that as it is. So now we made these changes and I need to deploy these changes. Okay, so for that let me just get into this backend and then this server. Okay, and let me just run this deploy. Okay, this not server, okay, sorry, this storage, and we will try to deploy this. Fine. So now getting into this here the getting sandbox files, VirtualBox files. Okay, here what I'm going to do is let me use this file, and using this file we will try to get the data. I'll define a separate function for that. Let me name this as something like fetch file content, because that's what we are doing. Okay, and this the file id will be sending it to this, and I'm going to expect this the promise of type this string, and here let's try to handle this inside this try catch block. Let's try to get this file result by making use of this endpoint, the thing which we are deploying. So this one I'm just going to take this base url and attach in this file id rather than this VirtualBox id. Now here let's attach in this file id and whatever the param that we are receiving for this function. Okay, and we will just return this await this file response the text. Okay, and if there is any error, we'll just try to handle that inside this catch block. Maybe we can just control something, but I'm just going to return here. Okay, so now we have this file fetch content function, and this one we can just make use of here, fetch file content, and pass in this file dot id, and set this data, so this file dot data to whatever the data that we get. And finally we will return the object with the files as the root dot children, along with that the file data. Okay, fine. And also the issue is, now I'll just remove this, now the return type. Okay, so this is the just the change. We added one more endpoint to get the details by using file id as well, and then changing the return type of this process files with the files, along with that the file data. And here now going back to this, I can just so this error is also gone. Okay, so this is the server, the changes that we try to make. Now this we need to use in our front end, so the place where we were trying to make and the index. Okay, and I did change the definition of this code editor component itself, and now we don't want this the params that we were passing in before. Okay, so this how I can do is in this code id page. Okay, in this dynamic page I'll just completely remove this all functions usage, this getting the VirtualBox files, this processing files and all, and you'll understand what I'm trying to do now. Here this VirtualBox files also we don't want, because we're using this WebSocket server now to get this VirtualBox files, and I can just remove this files. Instead we will pass in this user ID, which is this user.id. Okay, and then the sandbox id or VirtualBox id, whichever. I'm just naming this as VirtualBox. You can name it sandbox as well. Okay, so this VirtualBox id. Okay, so that's what we were passing on, and now you can see the server isn't up. Okay, it's a polling. Okay, this server. Okay, and middleware, and this user id is undefined. Yeah, now we got this user id, and VirtualBox id is this. That's the id we should be. Yeah, jd 7 and all. It's a polling and all. Okay, so now the connection that we want for our client side did happen, and the next things is okay. So now we try to establish connection to the WebSocket server, which is going to give me the VirtualBox files that are associated with that. So we need to try to use this to get the files that we want, and I will try to first try to handle this. So you can see here this file. So if I just go back to dashboard, so the id was this jd7 for this VirtualBox. Now if I try to add on this select this bts the id. Okay, so we should try to yeah, you can see this is the now VirtualBox id is this, and this is how we are trying to get this files for all of that, and I am not using that. So if I go here, this files. Okay, and this one okay, so these things what I'll try to do is uh, the files that we did fetch, I'll try to use that which we are trying to get this using WebSocket server in here. Okay, let's do one thing. The files that I'm receiving, if it's still loading, so let's say this files dot length is equals to 0. Okay, then we will try to wrap this in and showcase some loader that we are trying to fetch the files. So here we'll use this loader to icon, and let's give some width and height as a 4, and let's have this animate spin effect. Okay, and styling for this div, I'm just going to make this as the flex, and justify at the center. Okay, and make this width full, and this one in this else part we will have this the actual files showcasing here. Okay, okay, why what's the issue? Okay, the issue is this bracket. Okay, fine. So now if there is any 0 files, this spinner will be trying to show. So now this I need to fix this. It's loading files. Okay, to fix this what I will do is, let me go back to this editor index.tsx, and the things that we have Initially these files are I mean there is this will always, because by default we will be having this empty files. Okay, so then let me try to have this use effect and okay, maybe I'll not do anything, so we share based upon this. Let's try to check this. Okay, and also I just wanted to print this. Just let's log this files that we are trying to get here. So in the front hand side, okay, so I'm just refreshing this again, and let's see this inside this console inspect. Okay, WebSocket is closed before. Okay, let me see this WebSocket. Let me go back and try to open this project again. Okay, anyhow, there is some issue with the way that I'm trying to get these files, but there is connection happening with the files that I wanted to show. It's still loading. So that one, what I will try to do is we will handle that now. So that one, what I'll do is let me. I was very stupid. The mistake was I was thinking that we were running in this dev mode, and as soon as we made this change, we were trying to see this. Uh, we are listening on to this loaded and setting the files and all. But the thing was, we were running using npm run start, so I need to build this and then run that. Okay, that's when this issue got resolved, and we are able to load this dynamically. So I can just show you the same. I first you need to build. This I just added this console and all to just check whether if I'm missing something, but later I realized the mistake was I did not build the project. Okay, and then if I start this, okay, so you can see mm, let me go back and try to run this again. What is this issue? Okay, how about now? Okay, so it's running. So if I open this node project, we should see those two files loaded in the sidebar via this WebSocket. So it's loading, and then yeah, you see we got this index.js and package.json file. So this socket, the fetching this code via this sockets, it's working fine. I just added this consoles whether I was missing something or not. You can just add in this and check it out, but later I realized I said building was the issue. So now we have this files being fetched using the socket, and now we will do is we will try to write a logic for file switching. So for file switching also, first thing I wanted to do is let me try to emit kind of get file from our client side, and then in the server we will be listening on to a get file event. Using that, then I will be sending the particular file data. So that is what I'm trying to say. First let me change that in the server. In here I will be listening on to the this get file event, and here we will be receiving this file ID and then this callback function, and here we will try to get that respective file using the ID that we received uh, using this VirtualBox files, this file data, and we will find this using this ID. F dot id is matching is equals to this file ID. Okay, and if there is no file, then we will just return, else I'm going to pass on this data to this callback function, so to the client side. Okay, so this is the event, and now let me so once you complete that, first build this or and then start this, or you can use just in use the ts node and run in the dev mode, but I just want to do it this way. Okay, so now this is there is the issue all the time if I'm onto this file and then starting this. Now I'll not receive any error. Okay, fine. So we added what we want, listening to the get file event in the server side. Going to this front end part now, in our editor index.tsx, what we need to do is we need to do a few things. When we are going to emit is I'm going to do that let's say okay, first I'll try to create a few variables to store the editor language and also the active file that we have selected. So let's create that, and then I will emit that getting file data event. This the editor language, set this editor language. This is going to be either string or null, so initially we will set this to null, and then the active file. Okay, so set this active file. This is going to be again of type string or null. Okay, and also the editor language, so I'm just going to have the variable for that also. This editor language set okay, I added that, sorry, editor language and then active file. Okay, and also the, let me just minimize these things. We need to mount this to our editor. That one, what I'm going to do is let's go to our editor here. This on mount, I'll just use this handle editor mount. Okay, I did remove this, so here we'll just add in this function handle editor mount, which we just added before this, the on mount, and we are going to receive this editor Monaco. Okay, and I'm just going to set this reference to this editor. Okay, so just mounting that to our editor. Okay, and after that I need to set in the language. Okay, so the language, whatever the value that will be storing in the editor language. Okay, and I'm receiving this type issue, and then value we need to set in whatever the value we have in this active file or this empty string. So here this string or undefined, so I'll just change here this to undefined, and this also I'm just going to change this to undefined. Okay, so that's just the addition. And also to this editor I'm just going to add in this fixed hover flow with just to true, just the property styling. And now the event emitting part, where we are going to emit, that is in this select file. So once I set update this tabs list, then this is where we are going to emit this get a file event with this tab id, and the callback function that we expect this response. All I'm going to do is I'm going to set this as the active file. Okay, and also we are going to update this editor language also using this tab.name, and I'm just going to split this by a dot because the extension the last value is going to be our extension, else I'm going to set this to a plain text. Okay, and yeah, I think that's the event handling, and maybe I'll just check this now. Hopefully we should see the content in that editor to work out. And also in this tab all here in this on click, instead of setting this active id, I'm going to call this select file. Okay, and pass on this tab. Okay, in the tab as well. uh, let me just refresh this. Okay, so let me open this node project and let's see this. So now let's get the files. We got these files, and if I click this, this is the thing, but the value we are supposed to see whatever we have in this active file. Here this response is what I am setting, but still okay, clicking on this I'm able to get this. Okay, and now okay, on tab click I got this first files. Yeah, so you can see there is some issue, so we'll check that. So that one, at least I'm able to populate that content into this editor. So, and also few things we need to correct things, that is, if I let me close this. In this close thing I need to first correct few things. This setting active id, let's do it this way. Const next id, I'm just going to create this new variable, and you will use this active id if it's matching this to this tab id and whatever the logic we have, this one I'm going to use this. So let me remove this, and we'll apply in here instead of this previous. Now this is going to be this active id, and I'm just let me completely remove this set active id. We will change this a bit. Okay, so now I have this next id, and if and this next tab, so this next tab will be nothing but I'll use this tabs list and find using this next id. Here this t dot id is equals to this next id. Okay, if we have this next tab, then I'm going to set this select file as the next tab, else we will set this active id to null. Okay, just a few things, corrections. Okay, yeah, yeah, that's the pretty much a change. And now let's go back, and I'll try to open this new React project. Okay, and okay, so this is the thing. Now we're able to see this and this. Yeah, now this white okay, and this app one. Yeah, so now it's working fine. Okay, uh, okay, so now the file switching logic. So if I just select this this one, there is a few issue. There is issue with this, but we will check that. Okay, populating value is the issue because the server is down. Okay, I get it. Okay, so now if I just check this, okay, no white one, this app, yeah, it's working. It was not working because the server went down. So the files switching, the seeing the content in our, if I just, yeah, so it's working fine. Looking selecting the file and seeing that content in our editor, and also able to remove the tabs, all those logic. And there is some issue with this, we will check this out with this logic and all, but at least okay, I need to restart this. There is some things that still needs to, we need to put in a work. Okay, but anyhow, just for now, the basic thing that we wanted to see of the file selection and seeing its code in the editor. Okay, let me yeah, it's at least it's working. Okay, next thing that we will try to do, maybe still there are a lot of things that needs to be checked. That what I wanted to do is, maybe why is this server is crashing is what I'm thinking, but maybe we can move on for now. I'll come back to that. The next thing is, I would like to create a VirtualBox data route and then try to show the data in our Navbar. For now, we have just outcoded this as my React project and all, but we wanted to avoid that. So that logic, let's open this database, because that's where I need to write in the endpoint to get the data related to the VirtualBox. So we can do that. Let me try to add in here one more else if. So here this else if, let me first close this. Yeah, this slash API slash VirtualBox, and this method is equals to get. Okay, I need to close this. Okay, and this one, if method is equals to get, okay, then we'll try to get the data related to that VirtualBox. First we'll get this search params. url.search params, and if this params as id, then we will get that id and then try to get the details regarding that. This id params dot get id. Okay, and let's just typecast this to string. Let's get this result by making a call using our db.query virtualbox dot this find first, and I'm going to query this one, this virtual box, and this equals we will use this virtualbox or dot id matching to this. Okay, so this will give the id which is matching to the id in the list of our virtual boxes. And then I'm just going to return this JSON of this result if there is or else the empty object. And if this has no id, then I'm just going to try to get the details of all of them. This select from this virtual box and this all. Okay, and we will just return this JSON. Yeah, so this is the virtual box data route. Okay, and I need to deploy this. Let me just get into this database. Okay, and we need to just deploy this. So I'm just deploying. So once we deploy that, I need to make use of the endpoint which we just created in our front end. Okay, so where we will try to create a function for that is in this respective code editor page. So let me create in here the new function called get a virtual box data, and make this as asynchronous, and this we will be passing in this id of the virtual box. And here let me collect this virtual box result yeah, virtual box result by making a call to the endpoint which we just created. So I'm just going to copy this base url here. To avoid this duplication of base url, you can just maintain one environment variable and just do that. Okay, so here this virtual box and the query param that I'll be passing is the id, and this will give me the result of that virtual box. I'm going to collect that virtual box data. So this is going to be of type this virtual box. We will just get this by querying this virtual box json. Okay, and then I'm just going to return this virtual box data. So this is going to give me data about that particular virtual box, and I can just call that function here and get this virtual box data. Let me just get query this get user virtual data by passing in this virtual box id. Once I get this, I'll be sending this to the Navbar along with this user data. So this is going to be this virtual box data, and I'm going to pass on this virtual box data, and we need to edit this component. So I'm going to this Navbar, and in this we need to update this props. For this I need to change here and add in this virtual box data, which is going to be of type this virtual box, and let me destructure the same virtual box data. And now rather than outcoding this my React project, I am going to show in here this actual name of this virtual box data. Okay, that's one thing. Okay, and And also I need to write one util basically in the editor section for editing the language. I mean, setting the extension of the language here. So let me, in this utils, I'm going to quickly create a new function, kind of like on a process of file type and all like that. So we need to return not ts or jsx or like that, but like the plain text, the full name, TypeScript and JavaScript, because you see there's no highlighting of this now. So if I just fix this, we'll be able to see that process file type, and this we are going to send in here this file name. And first let me get this ending, this file dot split by this dot, and let's just get this last thing. Okay. Oh, okay, so this is not arrow function. Okay, so here if this ending is equals to TypeScript, or this ending is equals to tsx, okay, then this return type, this is going to be the or TypeScript. And same, I'm just going to do one more check for JavaScript, and then we will worry about other languages later. So this, if it is a JSX, then return the Java script. And if we have this ending, I'm just going to return ending for other languages for now. Else the default value we will return it as a plain text. So this one I can make use of it in my editors component. So in this index.tsx, the place where we were setting using this, I can just use this now, the function, this process file type, and pass in this file name. So that is this tab dot name. Okay, so I think, yeah, that's the pretty much change. Yeah, if you see this, change it to React project 3, because we are getting the actual data, and also the extension. So let me just try to go back and show you this node project related thing. So now if I just try to open this server, again server is down. Let me just go back. Okay, and let me open this node project. Okay, I'm still saying this, why? I need to see the, yeah, node project one. Okay, fine. And also if I just open this content, why am I not? Oh, let me open this. I just wanted to check if the yeah, now you see the, before it was just plain text. Now the util function which we have written, which is giving JavaScript, TypeScript based upon that. So if I just open this, yeah, this highlight is also working fine. And again this server crashed, I'll check that. Okay, but now the we are able to populate the actual VirtualBox data in the navbar, and also the cosmetic change of like highlighting the language based code in our editor. Okay, just we have written one util function which is going to help us achieve that. After this what I will try to do is we will focus on the file renaming logic. Okay, so that one, what I will do is this file's renaming logic, Okay, we will try to write a logic for that in this editor page itself. Let's try to write one function. I'm going to name this as handle file name change function, and here we'll pass in this id, which is a string, and the new name that we wanted to set in. And here first uh, I need to make changes in the backend. So because ideally we need to emit the some event such that we can handle in our server, kind of, let's say, a rename file event, and then we will listen on to that event in the server side, collect what the new name the user wanted to change it to. So if I just edit in here, you'll better understand. So like we had for our the get file event listener, I am going to add in just below this one more event handling. Okay, so let's name this as like rename file, and make this as asynchronous, and file id which is going to be a string, and then the new name that the user wanted to update it to. So here let's get this a file like we did using our virtual boxes. This file data, let's just find this using this id that we are receiving. f.id is matching to this file id. So once we get this file, I'll just do a check. If there's no file, we'll just return from here. Else we need to rename this file. How do we achieve that is a bigger question now. So to rename, let me create a new function. Okay, maybe what I will do is let me try to create something, a utils folder here. I'll try to write something functions like that in this file. Let's create the function called rename file, and once we have this rename file, okay, I'm just going to keep this as a placeholder now. Okay, so and make this asynchronous because we need to make a service call, and we need to update this file name in our storage service. Okay, so that one I'll take care. So but what I will be expecting here is the file id, and then the new name that we wanted to update it to, and this data. So this is the string, needs to be separated by comma. Okay, so just commenting here, we will first get this parts by trying to split this by slash, and get this new file id. We will just slice this to this end of this parts, and I'm just going to join back by this slash, and then we will add in this new name. Okay, so this is the new file id, and I need to pass on to a one more service which we should write, and then create this file. So how we are going to do that is, again, we should go to our storage service. So this is the place, and here let me just try to create here one more router. Let's say this else if I'm just going to add in here. Let's make this path name as something like API slash rename. Okay, for now I'm just going to keep this like this, and here if this method is equals to this post, then we'll try to update the file name here. The rename schema that we are going to expect is this let me just create an object for that, this file id, which is going to be a string again, and this new file id, which is going to be a string, and this data is also going to be a string. So this is just the schema for my validation, and this, let's get this data by this request.json, and then I'm just going to parse that, making sure we are getting what we are expecting. Okay, so this body, and here let's just restructure them, file id, this new file id, and this data. So these are the props that we need, and what we need to do is we need to delete the this file id and create this new file id. That's how we will be doing it for now. Okay, so this is how I'll be doing env.auth, then I'm going to delete using this file id, and the renaming this, we will be putting this new file id into that folder. Okay, and the data into that is the data, and I'm just going to return this success. Okay, so this is the endpoint that we will be using. That's why we need old file id and the new file id, so that we can delete the old one and again create the new file id. Okay, so maybe now I will just deploy that service storage. Okay, so I can try to deploy this. Okay, once we have this service deployed, we will try to make use of this service inside our server. Okay, so in this I need to call that a service. Okay, so for me to get that, I'll get this first base URL in our database for storage. Okay, so this is the base URL, and let's go to this. Here let me try to make a post call to our endpoint. So this is going to be API slash rename, and this method is going to be of type post, and the headers I'm just going to set in this content type as this application slash JSON, and we need to pass in this body with the 3 parameters which we already have. I'm just going to stringify them and send them. So this file id, new name, and the data. Okay, so fine. So once we make a call, I'm just going to send this response. Okay, so this is the function we will be trying to use this inside this rename file event listener. In this, what I will do is, let me if we have the file, we will just use that. Maybe I need to export that. Okay, we have exported, so I need to import. Let me import this. This rename file from this utils. Okay, so here let me use this function and pass on this file id and the new name, along with that the file data. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to set the ID of this file name with the new name. So this is the rename file event handling in this server. And let's go back to our client side now, and I need to build this again. So we already have this. Maybe I can just build this and then I'll run the server eventually. So first let's go to this front end editor page. In here, in this handle file name change, we need to emit I'd have to emit that event. Okay, so that one, what I will do is, let me just try to this socket dot emit this name rename file, and we need to pass this ID and then the new name. What I'm going to do is, I'm just going to update this tabs, get this tab, and then find that ID first, tab.id, matching it to this ID. All I'm going to do is, I'm going to set this update the name of that. So this is how we'll be doing this new name. Okay, if we don't the remainings, I'm just going to keep this as a tab. Okay, here this. Okay, so this is the thing. What's the issue? Okay, yeah, so yeah, this is how we'll be updating this. And this one, the handle file name change, where I'm supposed to use this is okay, so in this file component, okay, I'll handle this rename build in a while. But in this tab component, I would like to make few changes. That is, if we are trying to edit the or update the value in this, I'd like to show this as not saved, and show instead of this cross icon the indication that we have made some changes in this. Okay, so in this I'll open this. We will add in one more prop for this, the param, kind of, let's say saved. Okay, so I'm just going to add in this saved, which is going to be a boolean. Okay, so fine, and let's get this. And this one I'm going to first let's remove this group styling for this, and I'm going to apply this to this one. Okay, and here, instead of just displaying this icon blindly based upon if it is saved, we will try to show this. Okay, else I need to show this icon, which I'm going to have this icon of let width and height same as 3. Okay, and this group hover as the block, and default will hide it. Okay, so that's that. If not, I'm going to have this div with just the background effect, so height and just the dot kind of dot indicator. Okay, let's make this as the full rounded full, and let's have this be a background foreground, and this group hover, I'm just going to hide this just the opposite, the above icon. Okay, and This is the issue because I need to wrap this inside this fragment. Let me just take this and I'll just add in inside this fragment. Okay, so yeah, that's the saving thing. And what's the issue? Why? Yeah, there should be this comma. Okay, so this is just the change now. For this I need to define the types as well, so that we can have the saved type. So I'm just going to create in here this as the new like tab, and just extend this file. Along with that, this additional whether saved or not, this a boolean type. Okay, so this one we can now make use of this inside our I need to change the definition of all of them. So first thing, the select file, the definition, it's not going to be t file now, so we will add in this t tab. Okay, and this needs to be applied to the other section. So here also this is going to be this t tab, and yeah, this needs to change. I'll add in those logic. Okay, so even in this folders, this needs to change this to t tab. So that's the change. Now heading back to this file, I will try to first write to see if whether we are in the editing state or not. Let's maintain one local state for that. Set editing, and let's set this default to false. Then I'll have one input ref so that I can know if the focus, if it's editing, then I'll have the focus set. Okay, so this is going to be of type this HTML input element. Initially we'll set this to null, and this we will update this based upon the editing value. So if we are editing, then this input current we are going to call this focus function. So changing depending upon this editing. Okay, so this editing will set this to true on double click of this button. So I can add in here on double click. All I'm going to do is let's just set this editing to true, and now on click, this needs to change. This one we need to add a saved. Okay, so whatever we have in property and saved, I'm just going to set this to a true. Okay, and now this name should be in the form now, not the just the name, because we need to edit this name. So I can change this to a form, and also wrap use the input component where we can edit. So this is what I'm trying to talk about, and inside this the input. Okay, and the reference, I'm going to attach this input reference, and this will be disabled if we are not editing. And this default value will be this data dot name. On blur, let's just set this editing to false. Okay, so this would be a simple thing, and the styling for this, I'm going to change this a bit based upon this editing value. Background will apply this transparent and width as full. So this is just small change. So if it's editing, will not do anything else. We'll have this pointer events none applied. Okay, so this is the thing. And in this form on submit, just when he tries to update its value, we will first prevent this default event, and we can just control just to set, and after this I need to set this to false. Okay, ideally we need to update this to pass on the new file name and update this, which I will add in eventually. Okay, so but this is the a small change for us to edit just the beginning of the editing the file name functionality. And also, so we can just check this out in action, and also in this editor index, uh, this one needs to change the definition to tab. Okay, that's one thing. And also now to the tab, in this I'll come back to that. So here I'm going to this saved, let's pass on this tab dot saved value. Okay, so this needs to change, we need to change here. This is going to be now this t tab array. Okay, and also this editor, I'll try to handle this on change. Okay, so whatever the value we have, we need to update, I mean set the particular tabs saved to false or not. Okay, so this let me get this previous value, whatever we have, and let's get that tab, and first to find this the active ID. Okay, so if this is the thing, I need to set the saved value to false, indicating that we are editing the content of this. So this false, else we will just set whatever the values we have in this tab. Okay, so that's the small change for now. Still we have a lot of things to be done, which I will do that. And also, if there is active ID is null. Okay, I need to first try to handle this properly, so that we doesn't see any typing issues. Okay, that is this editor we will try to show only if one more check. So what I'm going to do, if this active ID is equals to null, then we'll not try to show this editor. Okay, what I'm going to do is let me move this inside this now. Okay, so there is an issue. This null issue. Okay, so I need to remove this extra, and also this one. Okay, fine. So if this active ID is null, we don't have to show the editor, correct? So what I'll try to show is something like, no file selected. So this is what I will be showcasing. So this no file selected, so the server is down, so you'll see this loader. Let's style this first, and also I'll try to show the icon here, let's say, which is the file JSON icon, and the styling width I'll give it as a 6, and height as 6, and margin right 3. Okay, so yeah, let's see this. Yeah, this is the thing, and I need to style this. First thing is we will make this as a flex. Okay, and I'm going to center this items, width and height, let's give this as a full, and also justify at the center. Text size, let's make this to be extra large, and font type, let's make this medium. text secondary select as none. Okay, so this is what we'll be trying to show if this no file is selected, else we will show the editor. Okay, so I need to start the server, then we'll see this in action. So this server, I need to start this. Okay, and yeah, we got these files. Now let's try to check a few things. So I'm trying to select this, so that's the content we are seeing. Don't worry about this, all these things. So now this is the icon that we're seeing. So if I double click here, so you can see this is editing, and we have this editable things, and as of now we are not updating anything. So you can see in our file component where we were just on submitting, we are not just setting this to false. Okay, so I'll just change back that. Okay, and also here if I just add in some thing, you can see this icon changed to that we are editing and all, so that indicating that we need to save this. Okay, so those are a few things we added as the logic. Okay, and if I just change this thing and go back to this. Okay, fine, still we have a lot of works to be done. Just we're trying to rename this, but at least double click I'm able to rename this file name, and now actual logic needs to be integrated. We just added that dummy handle file name change function. This needs to be passed on to this file component from the prop drilling needs to happen. So that can happen is from our editor index.tsx. I'll just minimize this for now. We'll change that later. So here what I will do is this function we will still try to handle the validation as well. That is if it's trying to update the file name with the slash, backslash or white space and not empty or no duplicates and all those things, and also files must contain dot and folders must not contain dot, and all those things validation should happen. Correct. So rather than keeping this as a file name change, I'll just change this to handle rename function, and then first we will check those validations. If it's not meeting, we will just return that itself as a false. The checks is here. This is for validation. If this new name is matching it to old name, then we don't have to so that needs to be as a props for this. I'll add in this id new name and this whole name which is going to be a string, and also this type, whether this is either a file or this folder. Okay, so we'll try to do that validation here. If this old name is matching it to the new name, or this name this new name includes any the forward slash, or this new name includes this backslash. Okay, or this new name includes empty space, or and if this type is equals to file, and new name doesn't include dot, that is it doesn't include dot, or this type is equals to a folder, and new name includes dot, then we are not supposed to proceed further. So these are all the conditions. In here I'm just going to return false. So okay, so if this is happening, then we'll return false. If not, then validation is correct, then we can handle that. So this is going to be the same, and I'm just going to return in here this true. Okay, fine. And this function needs to be passed on to the sidebar, and this sidebar needs to pass on to this file component. What I'm going to do, let's create in here this handle rename function. This handle rename function is the prop callback function to this sidebar, and now I need to handle this in our sidebar file. So going to this sidebar file, let me add in this callback function this handle rename, where the props, that is the id string, this new name which is going to be again string, the old name of the file which is a string, and finally this type, whether the user is trying to change the name of the file or folder. Okay, so the return type is going to be the boolean, and I'm just going to destructure this handle rename, and this thing needs to we need to pass on this to our sidebar file. Okay, so and also to the sidebar folder as well, this handle rename, I'm just going to, so we'll receive these errors because we are to update those components. This one, this handle rename. First, let's say update this file. I'm going to just copy this definition here for our file. Same thing we can just do for our folder. Now let's go back here. So this handle rename, in this file let's create one function. Okay, and that needs to be called on while we are trying to submit in our form. Okay, so I'm just going to name this file as rename file, and in here first let's try to get this renamed file. Okay, so this renamed, I'm going to trigger this function with this data.id, and this input ref this current dot values, we have this, and then I'm going to pass on this data dot name, else this I mean if this value is there, we'll be passing on this, or else the whole name. Okay, fine. And then the type, this is going to be file, and here if this it's not successful and we have this input ref current active, then I'm going to set the name of this as the same as this data dot name, else we will set this editing I mean normally we'll set this editing to false. Okay, so this is the handling of the renaming. So basically we are getting the boolean after we pass on this callback values to this callback function, and if it's not true and there is an active, so I'm just going to update to whatever the value we had, and setting the editing to false. Okay, and this needs to be called in our form on submit function. What I'm going to do is, let's just remove this, and we will call this rename file function. And also this one, let's just make this outline foreground. Okay, and also this on blur, I need to call this function. Okay, even on blur we need to update that value. So that's the change for our file. So this needs to be handled in the for our folder as well. So going to that, I'll just copy this same thing. Okay, going to this folder, let me create in here this rename folder. So basically I need to, yeah, let me first get this, and we need to create the same editing in ref like we did for our file. So I can just copy that by moving to this. Okay, so need to import this useref. Once we have this, I need to first set this in our user effect. So maybe take this also from this, and needs to again import this. Fine. And now this what I need to do is first thing, to this we need to add in on double click functionality. All I'm going to do is set this editing to true. Okay, and this name should be wrapped inside this form like we did. I can just copy this and use the same here, this form, and here instead of this rename file, I will set this editing to false. Okay, we will check that. Okay, and in this on blur, let's, for now let's set this editing to false. So I'm just adding the placeholders here for now. Okay, and this one handle rename, we will pass on this handle rename function, and even this handle rename. Okay, so I think that's pretty much I mean for now this, we will come back to this changing this. Okay, oh, this server is again down. Let me go back. Let me start this server. It is running, so let me just open this project. Ooh, okay, again the issue. Okay, let's, yeah, we got these files. So here this is showcasing some content. I don't, why is this? There are a few issues needs to be tackled in the server side. Okay, fine. Looks like there are a lot of issues in the server, which I'll take care, but I'll just give one more try. Let me refresh this. Let me start the server. Okay, so I'll just try to open this React project. Okay, again the issue. There is some type error which I need to handle, due to which it is continuously stopping. Okay, so if I just check this console, which I will check, needs to handle a few things due to which these things are happening. What I will try to do is, I think the rename file, I don't think so we have an issue. Okay, let's try again. Okay, okay, it's up, but again, the issue is with this authentication. Maybe is it because user ID we are sending, VirtualBox ID is also we are sending, but somewhere the issue is happening. I'll just check this. I just restarted the server. Let's just check it out. Now if I just select this and try to edit this, so let's say I wanted to change this to check and enter this. Okay, I'm able to see this. The change happened, but at the same time I need to confirm whether this okay these are the files, that's fine. The thing is, we should be able to, so if I just go to server in this and in here after this we wanted to console this response whatever we get, so making sure this, if this should be successful, because this storage, the main logic is here. We send in this file id, new file id, and then we delete this new thing, existing file, and then try to put in this old file id and then return this. Okay, just wanted to confirm if this is happening or not. So this, how we can do is, let me build this and let me start this server again. Okay, and I just wanted to refresh this project. Refreshing and then trying to get the file. So you see, I think there is something not correct happening. I wanted to see this. So basically, if I just try to edit this, let's try to change this to check. Here, I'm not able to call to this API slash rename, due to which I think we are not even updating it. So if I just we have this storage, and if I just open this projects, the ID of ours is this JD7 thing, and if I open, ideally it should create this check.html and delete this index.html, correct? But it's not happening. So that one, how I can correct the thing is, this is a create and this is this in here. Why is it not happening? Utils storage API rename and then passing on this, but I'm not able to see this also. Even this okay, the thing is I need to pass in here this new file ID, not this new name. Maybe because of that, let me just check this. Let me restart this server once again. I just wanted to give one more try. Sorry, I need to build this. And let me start this. Okay, so let's go to this thing now and try to reload this page. And I just wanted to see if at least we're able to make a call because I added the console statements. If I'm not able to see that, then definitely there is something wrong that we're doing. So this check.html, this thing. Okay, I got some response here. Now let's try to check in this thing and refresh this. You should ideally see this check.html in place of index.html, which was this JD7. Yep, now it's working. So the issue was here, the new file ID. Instead of that, I was passing this new name. So if I again reload this, we will see this name as the check.html rather than index.html. Why is this again? Yeah, so it's working. So the renaming logic, the thing that we wanted to do, it's working. So that's what I can show you now. Okay, and the content, it's the same was what it was before. Okay, fine. And now the next thing is I will try to go back to our dashboard page, and so the editor, I think the renaming, populating the value of that file into editor, and then showcasing the tabs and the functionality to close it and open it, and it's okay at least for now in decent shape. We need to try to add a logic to create a new project from UI. Okay, so as of now this does nothing. So we will try to add in a logic which helps us to create a project from UI. For that, few things needs to change. One is I need to update the endpoint in our database server. Just need to handle the CRUD operations like updating the visibility and creating a getting the details of our VirtualBox, all those things. Okay, so I mean just need to correct few things, and then we can use that service in our front end side. Okay, and also we need to make few changes, and I'll do that now. Okay, so first thing is we did forget to add the visibility in our VirtualBox schema. So if I just show you that in the schema, so you can see there's only name, type and user ID. So first I'll add in that visibility, and then we will migrate that schema, and also we will update the endpoints of this VirtualBox. The schema update, what I will do is, let me just maximize this part here. Let's add in this visibility. Okay, and this text is this visibility column, and we will restrict this to two values. One is public and another is the private. So this is the schema, and also that's the schema change. And now the endpoints in our index.ts. So here for whatever the endpoint that we have for our virtual box, what I will change here, we will try to add in one more layer for post or put method. So if this method is equals to get, then I'll try to move in this logic. So that is this logic, the params, I'm just moving in here, then whatever the we had to get the details about VirtualBox. Okay, and additionally after this we will add in the post or updating method. So let me just write the put method. Okay, and here this initialized schema, let's say just to prepare this object, the type. Okay, so like we did prepare the schema, so for this the type, this is going to be the enum of either React or the node. For now we're just restricting it to 2, and then the name of the project, which is going to be a string, and I mean I can just minimize this part. Okay, fine. And then the user ID, who is creating this project, and finally this visibility. This is going to be enum with the values of public or private. Yeah, so this is the schema, and we'll try to get this body using our this request.json, and let's just try to parse it with our schema. So here let me just try to destructure them, parsing this body, and in here I'll try to get this type, name, user ID, and the visibility. So once we get that, I'm going to try to insert this into our VirtualBox table. So here this VirtualBox await db dot insert into this VirtualBox. Okay, and the values I'm going to pass in this type, name, user ID, and the visibility. Okay, and we will try to get that response once we create this. And once I get this VirtualBox related details, then we need to pass on this to our storage service. Okay, so that one, what I will do is, so if I just here 1 second. Yeah, so here what we will do is, I'll try to make a call to our service like this. This one we need to remove this, which I will remove that. Okay, so I can just copy this one. Okay, so let me just copy this, and here I'm just going to add in this logic. So we will just call this API slash init storage service and pass on this VirtualBox ID, then type, and finally we can just call that. Okay, and return this success. Okay, so this one, whatever we had for our create and all, I'm just going to remove this now. Okay, so this is now, this will have the endpoint to create as well as to get the details. So just optimizing it the way we have written. So now first thing is we need to migrate the schema. So this database, let me run this generate. Okay, so we have this and we need to run this command. So just the command that I'm looking for is the d1 execute okay, so Drizzle ORM. Okay, so once we create this, we need to where is that command? Okay, okay, I think yeah, here it is. So the command is just this, so I can just execute that, minimize this part, and here we will try to yeah, npx wrangler. Okay, and d1 this execute, and the database name is d1 virtual box. This the remote. Okay, and the file is just the migration file which is generated for us. This drizzle slash this 002 dizzy mad thinker. Okay, so that's the thing, and if I just execute this, we should be able to push this schema to our okay, did I misspell? Wrangler d1 execute file this drizzle. Okay, I added an extra 0. Okay, yeah, so now we are just going to migrate our schema, and also I'll once we migrate this, I'll deploy this endpoint also, and then we'll try to add in a the logic to create a project from our client side. So, and I'm just going to deploy the new services or the changes that we made. Okay, so fine, that will deploy, and now the thing is yeah, it's deployed. Now the thing, as I said, we need to add in a logic to work this project creation. So this project creation, so this one, let me just minimize this backend and in this front end part. And also I'm going to add in a new dependency called a sonar to just show the toast once we successfully create a new project, just an indication like this error we are seeing, something like this toast message. So I'll just navigate back to this front end. Let me install the sonar, and I need to add in this sonar provider to our layout. That one, what I will do is, let me add in a sonar component in this UI folder, sonar.tsx, and I'll just minimize this. We'll come back to that later. And in here, make this as the client side components, and create this toaster component, and this one we will pass in this props, which will be of type this toaster props. The toaster props will take it from our sonar module which we just installed. Toaster props, this is going to be this react dot component props, and this is the type of sonar. And this sonar, I'm just going to import this from our sonar module, that is this toaster. I'm just going to typecast this because we are naming the component name as a toaster already. And here let me just import this from sonar. This is going to be this toaster props, and here we will just wrap that actual sonar component and attach in the whatever the props that we'll be receiving to this component. And I'm just going to close this, and we need to provide in a theme and all those things. The themes, we are going to use this next themes. Okay, so this, this is going to be this import. Okay, and here I'll just get in this theme value. By default this is going to be the system, that's what we are assigning, and we'll use this use theme hook and pass in that value to this the theme. And I'm just going to typecast this to toaster props of this theme. Okay, and the toast options we are supposed to add in for this. Okay, so why is this? Okay, so here let me just toaster, and also this this react refers to UMD global, but the current file is a module. What is it? Okay, I'll check this, but in here first we'll add in this toast options, the styling, the class names, this toast. So the styling, what I'm going to do for the toast, description, action button and all, we are supposed to add in here. For this toast, first let's make this as a group, and this toast will apply this background color for this. Let's say this for this toaster. Let me just refresh this. Yeah, so this toaster will add in this background bg background, and this for this group toaster class The text color, I'll make this as the foreground. Okay, and the border, we'll add in this border, and finally the shadow effect, so I can just add in that. Shadow, maybe large shadow. Okay, fine. So that's for our toast. Okay, and the next for the description, this one also, let's just add in this text muted foreground. So maybe I can just copy this and add in quickly for this. Here we'll add in this text muted foreground. Okay, fine. And this action button, for this action button also, let's apply this background primary color, and so this one, just the toast. Okay, and here as well the toast class, and we will add in this text primary foreground effect. And finally for this cancel button, the for this we'll make the background as the muted, and the text as the muted foreground. Okay, simple. So this is the toaster component. Okay, now we have this, and what we need to do is we need to wrap this inside our layout. So if I go to this app layout dot here, all we need to do is import this toaster, this from this component, and position I'm going to specify here this as the bottom left, and apply this rich colors. Okay, yeah, so this is the just the addition of the toaster to our all layout. And now this we have the toast. Let's go to the dashboard section where we have our new project. Okay, so if I just open this new project component, so this on submit and all, we need to handle this. How is that I'm going to handle? First thing, let's add one state variable where I can keep track of whether we are making a call to insert it or not. So this loading, just a loader indication, set loading here, make initially assign this value as a false, and also so this needs to be used this loading variable. Where we are going to use this is in the custom button. This we will disable this one if it's a loading. Okay, and we need to add this. Okay, I'll add those things, and if this loading is true, then I am going to show this loader icon inside this this loader icon, and the styling for this will add in this animate spin effect, and margin right 2, and height and width let's just set 4. And the text, this is the loading. I'm just going to add in this loading text. If not, we will just show in this text, which is this submit, and I'll just remove this now, this submit text. So this is the usage of this, and we need to edit this custom button because this disabled needs to be added. Let's go to this. I'm going to add in this disabled and make this as the optional, and let's get this disabled. And for this button we are going to pass on this disabled value. Okay, and now we shouldn't see this issue disabled. Okay, yeah, so after this, the thing that we are supposed to make in this on submit, that's where we are supposed to handle this. What I'm going to do in this on submit is, if this user, I need to get this user, so let me get this use user hook from this clerk. Okay, if this user is not signed in, then I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to return here. Else let's first try to get this VirtualBox data. VirtualBox data, this whatever the type this selected, okay, which yeah, and this user ID, which will be nothing but this user dot id, and then the values, and we will set in this loading to true. After this, I am going to call to the function which is going to help me this creating this virtual box, and pass on here this virtual box data, and we need to make this as the asynchronous. So let me make this as asynchronous, and after this we will try to navigate to that particular editor page. So for that we will use this router object. I'm going to use this use router hook from this next navigation, and here let's try to navigate to our code editor page. This code and the id is what we need. And also now if I just, here we have to update this endpoint, because we changed this. It's going to be just now the API slash VirtualBox, and also the method, this is going to be a put. So that's the only change. And after this, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to return this response dot text. Okay, so this is the call to our service to insert or create this VirtualBox. Fine. And now here in this types also, for our VirtualBox, I'm going to remove this thing and add in this visibility, okay, which will be either public or private. That's the small change. And we can, and also I need to use this toaster to just indicate, so this on submit also I need to add into our form. So if I just go to this new project here, this on submit, we need to invoke this in our form. So I'll just add in that. Okay, so if I here I'm going to add in this on submit, and pass this on submit function to this handle submit. Okay, yeah, so that's how we'll be trying to handle this. And quickly let's try to tweak few things in our editor page, this index dot tsx. So just I'm going to add in a few the toaster which we added, just to indicate that this has been renamed and all those things. Here I'm going to change this a bit. So if this new name is equals to this old name, we are going to return this as the false, and I can remove this here. And in here I'll just show this toast this error with the message that this is the invalid file name. Okay, and yeah, that's just the toast include. I just added this toast, and now we can just go ahead and check it out. Hopefully it should work. So here, let me try to refresh this and click on this. Let's try this as the UI project 1, and this I'm going to make this as a public itself. Clicking on this submit, we are supposed to, yeah, it has okay, I shouldn't get this success. Then there is some mistake that we're doing in the backend. In here, what I am going to do is we need to tweak things. uh, Here I'm returning this as the success. Rather than that, I need an ID. So how do I get that is we will return, instead of this, let me just return this new response and this bb.id and this status as the 200. And let's try to deploy this again, and now hopefully we should get the ID, and this will never work, okay, because of this not so I'll just go back this to dashboard. So we just deployed this. Let's try to create this again, this as this UI project 2. Okay, and I'll keep that as a public. So we are trying to create this. Yeah, so now we got this thing, and we should will not see this because I think the server is down. Yeah, I'll just start this server. npm and start. Okay, and hopefully now we'll get this files. Yeah, we got this. So if I click on this, we'll just go to this dashboard, and we should be able to see this UI project 2. And also we're able to create this project from UI now in the service addition. And also I just wanted to show the toast ones. So basically, if this is the thing, and let's if I try to rename this with the something like slash, okay, and try to save this, so you can see this the toast, this invalid file name is what we are receiving because that's not the valid name. Okay, so yeah, that's just the toast usage, so for better user experience. Now at least this project creation is done. So the next thing we will try to shift our focus on is to save the content of our file. Okay, so if we are trying to change this, we need to update that into our storage. For that, what we will try to do is, let's try to add in the way of handling. What I'm going to do is in our editor page here, let's try to add in the event handler for WebSocket. So maybe not completely. So what I'm trying to do is we will try to emit one save file event to our WebSocket server, and we will receive that on our server end, and try to do this updation of this content of the file into our storage, which maybe I'll understand. So I'll try to wrap this inside our user effect hook, and let me just name this function as the down, just the down key or something, just we can name it whatever we want. So let me just minimize this, and this one we will be receiving this keyboard event if this e dot key is yes. Okay, and we are trying to save this, and this meta key or this control key is, so basically if user is trying to press control plus s. Okay, we will first try to prevent this and also get this active tab by using our tabs list. We will find this using this t.id is equals to this active id. Okay, and here we will just update this the saved state to our particular tab, and here let me, yes, this previous dot map, and I'm going to get this tab, and just going to find out the right active tab. Once we have that, so this tab, and I'm just going to update this saved to true. Okay, or else we will set this as usual the tab value. After this we will emit this the whatever we have in the current editor value. Okay, that, let's say I'm just going to name this as the save file event. Save file event, and we are going to pass in this active id and also this editor ref dot this current, this whatever the value that we have as part of that editor. Okay, and after this we will try to add in a event listener for our we will add in this event listener for our key down and pass on this down function, and in our unmounting we will just remove this event listener. Okay, so here let me document dot this remove event listener, this key down, and yeah. Okay, and this needs to be called when we are trying to change the values and also the active id. This needs to be triggered with the values changing in this. So that's this thing. Okay, I'm not doing still we will try to, so this event handling should happen in our server. So if I just open here in this index.ts, so for now let me just add in a placeholder like we added for our renaming file and all those things. Here I'll add in this for the save file event, and what we'll be getting here is this active id, which is the string, and also this body, which I'm going to get this string and the callback function. Okay, and in here we are supposed to perform this logic handling. Okay, so what I will do here now in this, let's try to add in a logic for that. That is inside this maybe this callback for now I'm not adding because we are sending just the body and file id. Here make this as the asynchronous, and I'll rename this to file id. We will rename that also in our thing because that's the file that we are trying to update the value to, correct? Using this file id we will try to get this file this VirtualBox files dot this file data, and find this file f.id is equals to this file id. Okay, and if we don't find this find this file, we are just not doing anything else. Whatever the body that we are getting, I'll just store that as the content of this file, and we need to pass on this to a function which is going to help me save this. Like we have a a rename file I'm going to create in a save file util in here. So maybe I'll just copy this, and we need to add in a service as well, which we will do that. So let me change this to save file, and we'll be receiving in here the file id and the data. Okay, and after this, and we don't need anything of this, we need to make in a call, like we have this rename. I'm going to create a save endpoint, and this is going to be let's pass in this file id and the data for this endpoint. And I'm just, we can print this or else not needed. So we need to create this save endpoint, okay, that we are going to do in our storage service. So let me just get into this storage service, our index.ts file, like we have in here the rename. Just below this, I'm going to create in here one more endpoint. So else if this path is equals to slash api slash save, and this method is equals to this post. Okay, yeah, let me remove this. Yeah, and in here we'll try to handle that. The first, the schema for this, like, you know, let's say this save schema. Let's we will be receiving this file id, which is going to be of type string, and then the data. So this is also, it's going to be of type string. After this, let's try to get the actual body and parse that request.json, and I'm going to get this file id and this data by just using this save schema dot parse this body. Okay, once we get that, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to update the content of our file id. We will use this env.er2 dot and update this the file id, and the data that we wanted to put is this. So this is the logic for this. So I need to deploy this. Okay, so let's go back to this storage, and let's first yeah, I can straight away deploy this. Okay, so now we'll have this service, and going back to our server in the index.ts file, I can just now call in this the function which we just created. So that is the save file, and pass in this file id and the body. Okay, so this is the logic that it's going to help us what do you say, save this content of the file. And also here I'm just going to change this order. Fine, so now going to the front end part. Okay, I need to rebuild this so it's deployed. Going to our server now, let me just build this. Okay, that's built, and I'll start that server. And in our client side, we should be able to save the content. Okay, so let's try to start this server, because we already have our this socket. So if I listener, here we already have this thing set. Okay, let me just try to check this this is going to work or not. Okay, so ideally it should work. Okay, so what we did is just try to add in a event listener for our key down. Okay, and whenever user is trying to press this control plus s, we are trying to update this, the content of this file, and saving it in our storage. So if I say okay, so let's try to save this. So this is like title is React starter code. So updated, I'm going to change this as updated and call in this, and I'm just pressing Ctrl S. So you can see this now if I try going back and coming again, and we should see this updated. That's when this again stop. Okay, let me just start this. Okay, so if I just go back and try to come to this project, we should be able to see this content the updated in this index.html. If it's not, then the service that we added, it's not working, so we need to check that. Okay, so let's try to get those files. This is crashing for some reasons. Maybe that's not of our priority for now. We just wanted to get our functionality done, then we'll see this. Okay, so if I just open this, yeah, you can see the content that we got is updated. So it is still it's persisting. That means the thing that we have done to save the content of the file is working fine. So that's the thing. And we need to now if I wanted to delete and this CRUD operations for our VirtualBox and all, we need to have a services, and we need to implement server actions for those data mutations and all those things. That changes goes first in our services, the database service, because if you remember, we just added in this put and get. So I need to add in the delete and post also here. After this again we will try to add in those remaining things. Else if this method is delete, we will first try to I'll just get try to get this params. Okay, maybe I'll just copy whatever we have here and I'll just tweak this. Okay, we'll first get this ID, and here instead of this, the logic now it is going to be db dot delete our virtual box. Yeah, this virtual box. Okay, and the equality, so where this virtual box dot id is matching to the id that we got. Okay, so we are just trying to delete this, and after this I'll just return the success, and I'll remove this return part, and else I am just going to return this as the invalid request. So that one I'm going to create a new constant. For that, let me create in here this as the invalid request. So this is going to be a simple new response, and the message is going to be something like invalid request, and the status code I'll just send that 400. Okay, so this is what I'll be sending here, this invalid request. That's the delete functionality, and the post endpoint, so post method, else if this method is equals to post. Okay, so that one I can just copy this logic and we'll tweak this here in this thing, in this schema. Okay, first thing I'm going to expect this ID. Let's remove this type, which is going to be a string, and the name, and that one we will make this as optional. And then visibility, this one also we will make this as optional. Okay, and the body, I'll get this body, and in here this ID, name, and visibility. There should be separator, and let's remove this user ID as well. After this we need to update this. So you should have understood by now what's this endpoint for. uh, I mean, I'm just doing it, I think, the opposite way. It should be put and then there should be a post. You can just go ahead and change that. Okay, so here we are trying to expose an endpoint where the user can change later the name of the project, at the same time the visibility of it. So here this we need to pass on the set the name and the visibility for this, where the equalities we need to match this to our ID, that is this VirtualBox ID, or to the ID that we are getting. And after that I'm just going to get that ID. Okay, so this is the updation, and post this. I'm just going to remove this everything. We are just going to return the success message. Okay, so this is just the endpoint to update. You can just change the methods, but I'm intentionally keeping it this so that you guys can go ahead and change it. Okay, fine. And now we have this endpoint. I need to deploy this storage, not storage, database deploy. Okay, so this endpoints would be deploying, and now we need to make use of this. First we need to create an action, server actions, like we did create. Let me go to this library folder in our front end, in this actions, like we added the endpoints to create a virtual box. We need to add in for deletion and updation. So maybe we will just copy this, and we will tweak this accordingly. First we'll make the simple one, this the delete virtual box, and we will be just expecting the ID as the param for this, so that we can just pass in this ID to delete this. Okay, so this one method is going to be delete. I'm just going to, yeah, so delete, and after this we will just revalidate this path, this one from this next cache, because we just wanted to see this updated dashboard with this project deleted. Okay, so this is the simple delete VirtualBox function. We are just passing on and I need to add in this ID. Okay, so this one, let me make this as in the backtext. Fine, so this is going to help us delete a particular VirtualBox. And now this one, let's say this as the update VirtualBox, and the body instead of this should be this ID, and then the name, which is going to be optional, and visibility I'll change this one string to public or this private. Okay, and in here now this one we are going to change this to post, and headers is going to remain same, this is going to remain same. And after this I'm just going to revalidate this dashboard page, so that the name and visibility of that also will be updated and showcased in our dashboard section. So maybe I'll just go back in here. So this needs to be included in our projects component. So here I need to add in a functionality in and pass on to this project card drop down component. Let's do, okay, let me just first create those functions here. Let's say this, the on delete function, and make this as asynchronous, this VirtualBox, which is going to be of type this VirtualBox. And here let's just show some toast, that is this project, and this let's say this one, this VirtualBox dot name. Okay, yeah, VirtualBox name is deleted. And after this I'm going to just make a call to our server action function, that is this delete virtual box, and pass on this id. Okay, and after this the one more function which is going to help us change the visibility of the project. This one, let's say I'm going to name this as on visibility change. Make this again as the asynchronous, the virtual box. Here let's say first get this new visibility value by using this VirtualBox dot this visibility. If it's equals to private, we are going to update this to private, or else this to public. And here we'll show this toast with the message that this project and the name, I'm just going to VirtualBox dot name is now the value of this visibility. Okay, and we are going to make a call to our server action, which is this update VirtualBox, and we need to pass in this VirtualBox ID, this VirtualBox ID, and this visibility, which will be passing in this new visibility. Okay, so these are the two functions which is going to help us achieve this. So this needs to be passed on to this project card drop down, which we are yet to add as a props for this component. So this one on visibility change, we are going to pass on this on visibility change function, and then this on delete, I need to pass on this on delete function. Okay, so here this on delete, if I now go to this project card drop down, we need to add on this props. So after this, let's add in this on visibility change, this one, this VirtualBox, okay, as the input props for this callback function. Okay, and after this on delete callback function, same on this VirtualBox. Okay, yeah, so now I'm just going to destructure those things on visibility change and this on delete. Okay, once we have this, and now the actual here we need to add on those functionality for the on click. Okay, so that one first for the delete, I'm going to add on to this on click. Let's try to first prevent stop propagating this event. Okay, and we need to call and pass on this virtual box to this function. Okay, and the styling for this, I'm going to apply this text destructive. Okay, and this cursor pointer, and now making this private or public in this for this thing. Let's add in this on click functionality, and same thing, first we will try to stop this event propagation, and we will trigger this on visibility change function by passing in this virtual box. And we need to change this icon showcasing based upon this visibility. So that is, if this virtual box dot visibility is equals to this public, then I will show in this whatever we had, just indicating that you can go ahead and make this private. Okay, else this needs to be in a fragment. Okay, let's put this in a fragment. Else here say just the icons I'm going to change. Let's copy this icon and the text. uh, okay, and I need to close in this. Let me just remove this once. Okay, yeah, now I'll just copy this, and here let's change this icon to globe, that is make public indication. So here I'll just change this text to public. Okay, so yeah, this is the addition of the functionality to either delete or change its visibility. Now let's see this in action. So this one, first let's try to delete a lot of projects we have. So let me just refresh this again. Okay, so if I wanted to delete this UI project 1, so we have two options, making it as a private. Now this is all public. Okay, so if I just delete this, uh, yeah, you can see this UI project 1 is deleted, and we don't see this anymore as part of this thing. And even if I try to delete this React project do, so now it will revalidate, and it just deleted that. Okay, and I'll just try to change this the visibility to public. Okay, there is an issue on visibility change is not a function. Okay, so there is an issue with this on visibility change. Am I doing something? This is the callback function on visibility change. In this virtual box is we are supposed to pass in, and to this we're just passing on this. And let me go to this. Okay, I just misspelled here. Yeah, I think now we should be able to do this. Let's try to check this again. So this let me try doing this node project. Let's make this okay, the text, I think this is not correct. Okay, so if I go to this drop down, the visibility is if this is equals to public, make private, and then yeah, this text is correct, but I shouldn't Okay, let's try changing one. So here let's try, it's now public. Okay, fine. So now this is let's check this again. This node project one, it's public now. So let me try changing this to private, and we should see this getting changed. Let me just refresh this. Okay, this value is, what's the value that we are getting here? I wanted to check that the visibility. How about this? We are getting a toast, but the status of it in our UI, it is still remaining public. So I just wanted to check the DB. Okay, so let me refresh this. Let's see, the visibility is private. Okay, for others we have null, that's the issue. For but UI project 2 and this node project 1, we can just remove other things, maybe because we migrate a lot of the times, but still this should show me this icon. Okay, yeah, this needs to change. I know, I understood now. The text what we were trying to check is here, but the thing that we need to change is in our the actual content comes from the visibility 3 days ago. Let me just search for that. We have all coded that. Okay, that's why. Okay, so this one also needs to change. What I will do these things, let's try to add in that same logic what we have in this drop down for these icons first, and then we will see the time one later. Okay, so in this projects and this one, I'm just going to change this, and based upon this, I'm just going to import this lock icon. So let me just, okay, yeah, so now we should see these updated values. Let me refresh this. Still seeing this. Okay, strange. Okay, this because they are private, correct? Yeah, so if I just change this to public, I need to see this text as make private. Okay, so now they are working. So before it was, we were just trying to, so my bad, I was checking in the drop down component, but this is coming from this projects component. So this timing we will see that, but at least now we implemented a server actions for our VirtualBox deletion and updations of the name. So if you wanted to just uh, updations, I'm yet to add this. What I will do is the name part we will see, but for now this is the visibility part. Okay, fine. Okay, so after this we'll try to add in a sign out logic and still a lot of things, but the creation, deletion and visibility change, is working fine. Okay, so we will try to delete all this duplicate projects, this React project. Okay, and also the React project 1, this one also. I'm just going to delete this one as well. Let me just delete this, all of those things. We will just keep the two things. Okay, so now we should just be left with this projects. Okay, fine. Yeah, I'll just delete these things also. Yeah, so now we have just these two projects. Next we will try to add in this sign out logic, that one in our user button, where we did try to create a separate component for this user button. We need to add that. This is going to be simple. So here first I will try to check if the user data that we are expecting is not null or null. If it's null, so I'm just going to return null from here. Okay, and here let's try to use this use clock hook and get this sign out function. Okay, and here I'm just going to use this router object using this router hook, and so that we can navigate to this. And I need to okay, what's this? Let me just refresh this. Okay, fine. And this one, this sign out, why am I receiving this issue? This is client component anyhow. Okay, so this need to be added in this menu item. So in this on click functionality, I'm going to call out the sign out function, and in this we will go to our the home page. Okay, so this is the thing, and yeah, now we should be why am I receiving this issue is okay, there is no return. Okay, anyhow, let's check this out. So this is the button. Where is this logout? Yeah, so if I just click this, okay, we did logout. Okay, so this functionality is working. And now if I just try to log in this using this account, we should be again logged in. Yeah, so logout is working. So just this simple sign out function, and this router, I don't know why this TypeScript error. We can just avoid this by using this. Okay, fine. So the sign out functionality is working. After this, what we will try to do is this file, creating a new file, so if I just enter any of this, is my server up again? Let me just check this. Yeah, it's up. So we are trying to open this project, and we have in here the options to create a new file or a new folder. Here, this icons. So I will try to add in a logic for that. That one where we can make changes is inside our sidebar components index.tsx, and here let's try creating that. We will maintain one local state variable, like creating new, set creating new, and this it's going to be either of type this file or this folder, or I'm going to set this to null initially because I'll be setting this to null. Okay, so that's the thing. And in here the file plus, we need to change this to div to button. So if we just go to this file component, the thing that we did try to add on for this, the button, same way we will try to add on this icon as also a button. So I'm just changing this to button, and on click we are going to set this creating new file. Okay, and same applies to this folder. This is also going to be a button, and this on click, let me set creating new this as a folder. Okay, and the stylings and all those things, we will change that. Maybe just I'll apply this button styling which we already applied in multiple places, so you can just refer the stylings. Okay, so this is the styling. Same thing, we are just going to apply this. So there's nothing, just I added in this hover effect, and also the focus visible outline and ring and ring. Okay, so others are remaining, are going to remain same. Okay, so this one also, thus I need to change this. Okay, yeah, and this search we will try to do it later. Okay, so now what I need to do is we need to try to show this here. If this, let's say we are trying to show whatever the files we have here, but if user clicked on this new file or new folder, then we need to add in one more file showcasing in our tree structure. So for that, first let me create a simple component inside this sidebar. Let's name that as a new file. Okay, so new.tsx, and make this as the client component. So it's going to be a single file with the whatever we have in this file. I'm just going to copy this, and we will just tweak this accordingly. So here let me change this one to new, and this props we are going to send to this component is the type. So this is going to be either type of file or folder, and this callback function to stop editing. Okay, so here I'm just going to destructure the same, this type, and this stop editing function, and this will have input ref attached to that. And in this thing, so let's just on mounting of this, we are going to set the focus on our this reference. And also I'll just create one function just for now, create file. We will not do anything inside this. I'm just going to trigger this function for now. Okay, and this, let's just remove this. Okay, so the styling and all, we'll just keep that as it is, except that I'll make this as a div, not the button. And also we'll remove this on click and on double click for this. After this, this uh, image source, this is going to depend based upon this type. If type is equals to file, then we will show this icon slash this default file dot svg. Okay, else this icon slash default folder dot svg. Okay, so that's one thing. And also this width and height, let's say 18, I'm just going to set this to 18. And the class name, okay, and on error, I'm just going to remove this. Okay, and why I'm still receiving this? Now in this form, instead of this rename file, let's call in this create function. Okay, and this input ref. Okay, so on blur, let's just call this create file function, and default value, let's remove, and disabled also we are just going to remove this. And this styling will have this, so this is not going to be a dynamic one, so let's just remove this thing. We'll have this background transparent and let's have this transition all effect. Okay, and this focus visible outline none. And this ring offset, I'm just going to set this to, let's say 2. And this ring offset background, and finally this ring width. Okay, so this focus visible ring 2, and we'll add in this okay, fine. And width full we already had it, and we can just make this as a rounded a bit. So I'm just going to make this a small. So this is going to be a new component, and I'm just going to remove whatever we are not using from this imports. So assume like this is like simple new component now. And this one, what how I'll try to show in here is this one. After this if this creating new is not equals to null. Okay, and then I'll try to show you this new component, and type will pass on this as the creating new type whatever we are setting. And this stop editing function, we will set this creating to null. Okay, and I'll just close this, and if it's not the case, we'll just not show anything, so null. Okay, so that's the change. Let's try to check this out now. So I just wanted to see how this is going to look. So if I just try clicking on here, yeah, so this is what we see this new thing. And I can just, let's say new file dot html, and since on editing I'm setting this to null, and we'll not be able to see this component. Okay, at least now if I'm clicking this, we are able to see this. Okay, and if I click this, the folder, okay, did I miss the icon? default folder. Yeah, this icons. Okay, so let me try this. Yeah, okay, so at least now this input is coming in shape. Now what I need to do is we need to we will check this. Okay, so to this file addition logic, I'll just come back to this in a while. So as of now, just in the UI we are able to see this, but actual passing on to this our socket server, where we will try to again talk to our storage service to create a new file into our storage and all. We need to do that. Just before that, I'll try to add in a few complex logic for our terminal. The right side where you are seeing this right, the localhost 3000 host the terminal UI. I wanted to add in few logic for that, and then we will eventually come back to this file adding logic, okay, which will be simple when compared to this. For terminal, let's go to our server. Here I'm going to create a new file, let's say in the source folder called this terminal.ts. Okay, and let me minimize this, and also I will be using this node pty module. So basically this is going to help me simulate the terminal things. So you can just check this out. Okay, it supports Linux, Mac OS, Windows terminals. Okay, so it powers many different terminal emulators, and that's why I'll be installing this. So going to this server, let me install this module. Okay, and we'll just try to create a simple class for that thing. Let me create this class and name this as a pdy, and here we need this socket for this. So this is going to be of type the socket from the socket.io. So socket.io, so I'll just use this, and also this pty process, which would be of type pty. Okay, so I'm just going to install from this, import from this. Okay, and then this shell. So these are the things needed for us, and in this constructor we will pass in this socket along with this the id, and in here we'll initialize this socket whatever is being sent from the constructor, and then the shell, it depends upon this OS module. So I'll import this OS. Okay, and here this os.platform, if this is equals to the Windows, then we want this command prompt. Okay, so this command or else the bash. Okay, so this is going to be shell, and then this pty process, we are going to spawn this dot shell. Okay, and in here let's the options, and then this name, let me set this to something external. Okay, and this columns, let's say 100, and this current working directory, I'm just going to set this to slash temp for now. Okay, okay, what's this issue? This not from the shell process, this is from this notepad. Okay, so yeah, fine. And the callback on data listeners. Okay, so this on data, what I'm going to do is for now we will create one function outside of this class, sorry, inside of this class, but outside of this constructor, the methods to send and write. Okay, so if they send the data, the string, okay, and we'll use the socket dot emit this as let's say the terminal response, and here this I'm going to buffer dot from data, this utf right. Okay, so just the send function, and then I'll have this write function as also. So this one, let's say this dot pty process dot write this data, and here on data let's just send this data. Okay, so this is just the simple class, and now I'll just use this inside our source index.txt file. We will import this, so it's not default. Okay, so from this terminal, and I'll create in this global terminals object with the list of IDs. Okay, and this is going to be of pty mapping. Okay, fine. And now I'll try to add in a few emit listeners, event listeners, kind of. Let's say what I can say is let's say maybe let's try to add in the event listener for we wanted to create a new terminal for that, and also event listeners on the terminals data writing. Okay, so just few things. So this one, let's just create here this. I'll emit from the client side, which I will show you in a while. So this ID, which is going to be of type string. Okay, so here let me just, for this ID we will create a new instance of this pty class, and pass on this socket along with that ID. Okay, this is what this event listener on create terminal does, and now this event listener on this terminal data. Okay, so we will be receiving this ID along with this the data. ID will be of type the string, and this data would be also of type string. So in here, if there is no terminals of this ID, then I'm just going to return from here. Else we are going to set the call the write function on this instance of pty, and pass on this data to write. Okay, and also let's just disconnect. We are not going to do anything, so I'm just going to leave this as it is. Okay, so these are like few event listeners for terminal and data, and the core is we are just creating a global terminals object within a here each ID terminal is mapping to the instance of pty, and let's just try to build this. Okay, and this one, now let's try to integrate into our UI. So for that, let me create a new component for let me just minimize this for terminal itself. I'll create that inside our editor components. So let me just create this as new file, this terminal.tsx, and in here I'll use this xterm module. So basically I'll just show you this dependency So I'll just add in this X term. Okay, so we need to, I'll just show you this. Okay, so this is going to give us the terminal view, and I'll load that and showcase in our UI. Okay, so you can just refer to this thing. Now going back here, I'm going to first let's go to this our, okay, the front end. I'll just navigate to this front end and install this xterm dependency and also this xterm add-on fit. Okay, and once I install this, let me try to create a editor terminal. So here I'm just going to create in here first. Let's make this as the client side component, and let's create this default function. Let's name this as editor terminal, and for this we would be expecting a socket object as the props for this component from the socket.io client. Okay, and here I will, yeah, let me just minimize this, and here this UI part, this is going to be simple, a div, and I'm just going to attach in a reference. We'll create a one reference for this div, and we will give this width as a full, and height I want it to be half of the right side screen, so we can just give this as height of 1/2 and text to be left aligned. Okay, so this is just that div, and now so here for this we need one reference for our terminal, so I'm just going to create that using our useref hook, this one, and initially let's set this to null, and then the terminal initialization, I'm going to have one local state variable for that, so terminal, and this one, it's going to be of type this terminal, where let's import this from our module which we just installed. Okay, this xterm/xterm, and this is going to be either this terminal or the null. Okay, initially I'm just going to set this to null. That's for this. And now in this use effect hook, on mounting of this component, first we will check if we have no reference. I'm just going to return, else we are going to initialize this terminal object. Okay, so this, the cursor blink, I will set this to false, and we will set this to our state variable, this terminal instance. And on unmounting in the cleanup, if we have this terminal, what we are going to do is I'm just going to call this dispose function on this terminal object. Okay, and this is going to happen on mounting of this component. That's one thing. And now we need to try to handle this terminal responses and all using in one more hook. So here first, if there is no terminal, so I'm just going to return from here, and this dependency will depend upon this instance of this terminal, at the same time this terminal reference, until we have this active. Okay, so here inside this I'm going to create one function like on connect. What is that we are going to do? So this is going to be on connect function, and we can just console just to check, and let's try to wrap this inside our terminal. So I'm just going to here emit this create terminal event to the backend, and I'm going to pass in this ID. For now, let's just hardcode this just to see this in action. Okay, and this timeout or let's say of a second, that's the on connect function, and then we'll have this on terminal response also to emit the terminal response event to our socket server. This the data, let's we are going to emit this, and all I'm going to do is terminal dot write let's say I'm going to create one util for this inside our utils function, just to decode this terminal response. So this is going to be a decode terminal response and a buffer. Okay, and this return type, it's going to be a string here. I mean, not, this is not a arrow function. Export this and all default, let's make this as a function. Okay, and here I'm just going to return this buffer dot to string this udf8. Okay, so just the helper function for us, and going back to this, and all I'm going to do is use this util function and try to write using this terminal instances. Okay, so here let's this decode or terminal response and pass on this data. Okay, that's the on terminal response that we will be trying on, and here this on connect, let's pass on this on connect function, and if we have this terminal ref active, then I'm going to keep listening on this terminal response and attach this on terminal response. Okay, and this one, the fit add-on, let's create this new fit add-on object. So I'm going to import from this xterm dependency, so this xterm add-on fit. So I'm going to get this fit add-on object, and this one I'm just going to set this to load add-on to our terminal instance and pass on this fit add-on, and on open let's just set this reference thing, and we are going to call this fit function on this, and now I'm just going to update this and set into our term. Okay, that's this thing, and after this disposing, what I'm going to do is let's create one disposable function, this term dot on data, whatever the data that we get, all we are going to do is I'm just going to emit this terminal data to our server, and the ID, let's just set this test ID, and this data I'm just going to pass on that. Okay, and after this we are going to emit this terminal data. Initially this data is new line. Okay, fine, and in the cleanup what we are going to do is, I know this is going to be a pretty complex, but just once you understand this, it's going to be clear. Okay, and on just I'm going to stop listening to this connect, and also the terminal response on terminal response, and then disposable dot dispose. Okay, so this is going to be a way of handling the connecting the terminal. I mean, that's the connecting the terminal, and also emitting the terminal data event, and also listening onto this terminal response, which we don't have all of this now because we just added this create terminal and terminal data. So we will just check for that. Okay, so this is the terminal component, and now I'll try to use this inside editor. So in our editor dot in, what is the issue here? Yeah, I need to attach in this ref terminal reference. Okay, now going to this, I am going to use the terminal component which we just created, and also in this use effect hook. So let me just create in here in this connect thing. What I will try to do is, let's say I'm going to create in this, here in this, let's say new function on connect. Okay, and this is just let's say we'll do a logic handling later, just the empty functions, and this one, this on disconnect. Okay, this is also just empty a callback function, and I'm going to add in a listener to this connect, and call on this on connect function, and also the disconnect on disconnect function, and the same thing we will stop listening to this events on disconnect, and this socket dot off disconnect. Yeah, okay, so just the yeah, listening onto this connect and disconnect, and disposing them off. Okay, and now the place where we have this, the div where we had it in a placeholder here, this one I'm going to first make this as the relative, and also background, let's change this to secondary. Okay, and inside this, if we have this socket object, okay, then I'm going to import this editor terminal and pass on this socket props for this, the object that we have. Else let's just show this nothing, null. Okay, and yeah, that's the change. Let's just check if the server is, I'm going to start this server. Okay, so in here now let's see that if we are I know still there's nothing. Okay, there is some issue. Let me run this again. Okay, address is also in use. Where is it that I'm running already? Yeah, this is the thing. Let me run this now. Okay, So let me go back and try to open this. We got these files, and we have this placeholder, but nothing is happening. Okay, then I need to check the component, terminal component, and the styling of that, so that we will be better able to see this. Okay, what I can do is, in the editor component, I need to check because just below this node and console, I try to add in this, and this is what I got. So this I need to check this because if I open this terminal and we gave this width as a full and height as to text to be left, and since I made this editor as a relative, we'll check that, and we'll see and try to correct this, and then we'll move on to this file addition logic and also this terminal logic working fine. The styling and all, I'll check that later, but if I just added the console statements to just check whether the data is being sent from the UI to the server or not, so I will just show you here. So I'm just typing here okay, so this is the received data for terminal ID, and this is what we are added. So if I just go to this, here I just added listening on to this terminal data, and so from this terminal ID test ID, so this is the data that is being sent from here and all. Okay, so just I wanted to establish this connection to the from the front end to the socket server and all, and see if this data is being passed or not. Okay, so fine, so that's being passed, so we'll just park this aside for now and move on to the easiest part of adding this file to our storage. Well then, first we will try to add in that service in our storage, where we'll try to create in a new empty file and store that in our storage. Let's try to create the, here I'm just going to yeah, instead of this hello world, we'll update this now. So let's create here this empty create schema. So this we are going to pass in this file ID, which is going to be of type the string. Okay, and let's try to get this body await request dot json, and I will just get this file ID by parsing using our schema, and finally we will just make a call to this R2 and create in a new file with empty data. Okay, and I'll just return in here this success. Okay, this should be come up. Okay, so that's the simple storage service. So we need to deploy this. Let's open, yeah, this is the storage service, and now we have this service. We can make the changes in our server. The changes that I'm supposed to make, first let's go to our server utils like we created here. Save, I'm just going to create a new helper function called this create file. So let's just change this to create file, and maybe I can just minimize this, and here just the file ID. This one will be just the slash API, method is post, and the data is just the file ID, and we'll just return this. Okay, this is just the function which will help us talk to the service to create a new file. That's one thing. And going to this index .ts, let's create in here the directory name. So just I'm going to create here a new directory name using this path dot join this directory name, and okay, fine. And also wherever we are trying to get those VirtualBox files here, after this let me just iterate through this each file, and get this file path dot join this directory name and this file dot id, and this let me import this fs from this file fs module. Okay, so let's go here. In here let me just make this directory sync this path dot directory name file path, and this recursive, let's set this to true, and then we are going to write this file path, and the data is file dot data, and in this function if there is any error we are just going to throw this error. Okay, so that's the thing. And after that in our place where we are trying to save the file, I can do write this, and path dot join this directory name file dot id body, and this callback function, just if we see any issues with the errors. If any error, I'm just going to throw this. Okay, and we will create a new event listener on, let's say, a create file. This let's name this as create file, and in here we will be receiving the name of the file that he wants to create, and the id we are going to prepare this projects slash this data dot id. Okay, and the name of the file, and here I'm just going to write this to path dot join this directory name and the id. The content is the empty string, and just the callback function, and just throw this error. Okay, fine. And after this this VirtualBox files, we are just going to push it to this, the id name, along with that the type, which is going to be the file, and here this VirtualBox this file data, let me just push this id and its data as the empty string. And after this I'm going to call this create file function which we just written and pass on this id for this. So that's the create file function. And also now here the renaming file, what I'll do is here let's try to move this to this place rather than handling that. Okay, so I'll try to get this part and new file id, get this, and then we are going to rename this auth.join this directory name, this file id with this new id, so which is the directory name, new file id, and this callback function. If any error, just throw this error. Okay, and then we can just pass this, and here instead of this new name I am going to pass on this new file id. So this needs to be tweaked, so maybe we can just remove this now, and also this I'll change this to new file id, and now everything should be good. Okay, so those are the few changes. And also while we are trying to create this terminal, so I'm just making those changes as we are here. Along with that, I am going to send in this id. Okay, this project slash this dot id. So we need to tweak that in our terminal class. Here this is nothing but the current work directory, so cwd, which is the string, and I'm going to set this id as well, and we need to add in this id, and instead of just hard coding the temp, we can just pass on the cwd now. Okay, so dynamically passing on this current working directory. Okay, so those are the changes. I think now I can go ahead and try to build this. So let me build this, and I can make use of that inside our front end. So opening this, let's first go to this new component which we just created in our sidebar. For this we will pass in this socket object. Okay, and also this add a new callback function, the name of this, which is and also the type, whether this is of type file or it's a folder. Okay, and this return type just the void, and let's try to get that socket and add new function. And this one, let me just import this from our socket.io client. So once I have this, so I'll just let's change this to create new, because it's not just file, it can be a folder as well. Here let's try to get this name of this thing, so that one I can get using this input ref this current dot let's be type cautious. Okay, value. So once I get that, and if this name is not null, and we will try to write a util, whether again to check whether this is a valid name or not, like we did try to check, so that we can move it to so here I'll try to create an helper function just which we can commonly use, kind of, let's say this as the validate name. Okay, and here this will have this params a new name which is going to be of type string, and then whole name, this is also a string. Then finally the type of it, whether this is a file or folder. Okay, and I need to find that here this logic, we will just take this checkings, and the util function, I'm just going to move in here this, if this new name is equals to old name, or this new name length is equals to 0, then we are returning this false, or else this is going to remain same, and I'm just going to import this toast from sonar and return false, else we can just return true. Okay, so this is just the helper function to validate the name. Now going back here, I'll just use this function validate name, and for this let's just pass in the params, which is this name, and this is the empty string whole name and the type. Okay, uh, and after this, if this type is equals to a file, what we will do is we will try to emit this create a file listener which we just created, and send this name. Okay, else we are going to repetitively this uh, pass on to this add new callback function, this add new name and type, and after this I can just call this stop editing, and this will be the create new function which we are supposed to call on click of this. So I can just change this to create new, and here as well, so we will just change this to new. So that's the change in this new component, and the place where we are adding this needs to change, and also this should come to this component. This definition also is going to change, so this is also going to need this socket, and this add new callback function, this name of string, and this type it can be the file or folder. Yeah, I'm just going to destructure those socket, and the add new function, and this one we just need to pass this to our new component. Here I can add in those the socket, and also this add new callback function. Okay, fine. Yeah, and now in this index.tsx in the editor where we are referring this sidebar component, I need to pass on this thing. So if I just scroll down here this place, this socket, let me pass on this socket, and the add new callback function, this name and the type. If this type is equals to file, then we are going to update this files value. Here let's try to get this previous values as it is, and this new I'm going to add in id. For that, this id would be this projects slash this VirtualBox id slash the name of the file that user is trying to create, and then this name and the type which should be for type file. So this is what we'll be doing. Else what I'm going to do for now, I'm just going to add in this placeholder something like adding a folder. We'll handle this later. Okay, that's that. And yeah, hopefully now we should be able to create a new file. So let me just check this. I'm just refreshing this and see if we have our server up. No, so I'm just going to start this server. Already it's running somewhere. Yeah, here it's up. I'll just stop this and let me start this again. Okay, so I'm just refreshing this, and here we'll try to create a new file and see if we are able to process this or not. Okay, so I'm just creating this, and let's name this as the utils.js. Okay, yeah, so I created this, and if I just go back now and come back to this, we should be seeing that so that it is persisted. So let's check this again. Yeah, so this is created, and it's working. So the file saving logic to our storage is working, and we have integrated. And now let's try to see if we can make this terminal working. For that I need to tweak something in the backend in the server, so I can just minimize this and minimize this part as well. What I wanted to do, so let's tweak something, because there is issues with the things that the way we are initializing the terminal instance. And let me first import the interface from this node pty module. Okay, so this, and also the spawn. Okay, and after that in the create terminal listener, where is that? Yeah, so in here what I will do is, let me create this pty by spawning this os. Let's import this os also from this os module. Okay, and where is this? Yeah, here. So if this os platform is equals to this windows 32, this command.exe. Okay, else this bash and this empty thing and this name. I'm just moving this to here into this file, and this columns 100 current working directory. Let's use this path.join, this directory name, the projects, and the id of this thing, so this data.id. After this, let me add in this on data callback functions. We are going to emit this terminal response and just pass in this data. Okay, and I'm just going to remove this. After this, let me on exit code, let's just console just for our testing. So I'm just going to console this code. Okay, and after all we are going to set this pty instance, and this needs to change because we are seeing a type issue. For that, what I'll do here, rather than this, I'll just change this to ipty. Okay, so that's this change in this event listener on create terminal. And also in this terminal data, let's just change this to id string. Okay, data also a string. Okay, and here I need to fix few things. First thing is, instead of trying to write directly into this, this should be function. Okay, so here let me try to handle this in try catch block. So this terminals of id dot writing this data. Okay, else if there is any issue, we'll try to catch this in catch block. We can just log this something error writing to terminal. Okay, fine. And so I'll just remove this now. So these are like small changes. I'm just trying to create this and listen, emit this terminal response and add in on data listeners here itself. Okay, and now we can go to this terminal thing, and I'll just remove what's not needed, this shell part, and also this, because we are handling in this index.ts, and even this one. What I'll do, instead of this, we'll use this OS module. So this OS dot platform command at exe, or else this bash. Okay, remaining I'll just keep that as it is. Okay, so yeah, now this, I think we don't need this. Yeah, that's the thing. Maybe I need to build this again. So this one, let me build it, and I can start that server again. And going to this front end now, we need to change that. Okay, so going to this editor where we have this terminal.tsx file, what in this on terminal response, here what we will do is, I'll just change this thing from this response, which would be data of type string now, and inside this we will try to get this response by calling this response data, and we can just console that just for our testing. Terminal response, this something like this, and then we will try to write this to this terminal object. Okay, and also in the disposable, instead of passing this as this object, what I can do now, pass on this test id and then this data. I think this should be good. Even this terminal thing, this I'm just going to pass on this /n. Okay, yeah, yes, these are the changes. Let's try to see if we have at least something working. Okay, so here in this, I'm still not able to figure out the issue in the UI side, the terminal part. Okay, looks like there is some issue. Am I missing something? Maybe this is a big crosswalk, because we have some issue with this. Okay, anyhow, we'll check that. Okay, maybe do I need to improve anything? styling, or let's try to do it this way. I'm just trying this once. Let's see if it's working or not. The terminals, the global const list that we have, I'm going to attach in this just this return type, this terminal, okay, and which is going to be a 5pty, and just then this on data a callback function, which is going to be this high disposable, and this on exit, which is again I disposable, just the definition of this object for each key. Okay, so that now what I can do here in this terminal, now I can try to get this on data and also this one on exit. We can now set this the terminal as this pty, okay, and on data function, and then on exit callback function. Okay, yes, and now here this would be this terminal dot write, and also in the disconnect what I can do is, first let me get this terminals and iterate through this each one and get each terminal, and here I'm just going to destructure them, the three things, the terminal, then this on data, on exit, callback functions. And what we are going to do first, if this OS platform is not equals to this Windows 32, then I'm just going to call this kill function on this terminal, else anyhow this, then we are going to dispose this on exit, also on exit dot dispose, and delete these terminals of this t of 0. Okay, so this is what we'll be handling in this disconnect, just few improvements in the way that we're trying to handle. And also now in this UI anyhow it's not working, but let's check this. So what I'll try to do is, let me create in here this new folder called terminal, and I'll just create in here this index.tsx and also styling for this x term. So here in this index.tx, whatever the content we have in here, I'm just moving it to this. Okay, so here anyhow I'm not using this. Okay, and in this styling, you can just refer to this documentation for this x terms. I'll just show you that. Yeah, so this x.js, just refer to this for docs for styling and all those things. So I'm just so this one, the xterm.css, so I'm just I just referred their docs and taking the content of that css, and will create in here paste that content inside this. Okay, so this is just the styling of that, and now we will just import this xterm.css, and then I can just delete this terminal.tsx. okay, and I'm just going to restart this ts server, and now here in this index.tsx, I think anyhow we are referring to that terminal. We should be good to use. And also to this, let's check this now. Is there some change that okay yeah, it's completely black. No styling is there, but I'm not seeing the content. That's the only issue in this terminal. But you can see the change now with the styling addition. It's completely now in the style of this terminal, but I'm not seeing that content that we're trying to type into this. But we are seeing this in our server, that we are trying to pass on this data for the terminal. Maybe I'm missing something which I will check, but at least now it's looking like a terminal. Okay, we will check the actual thing. If I am, and also if I just go to the server index.ts, this pty are we using? Okay, so maybe I can go ahead and delete this, because I'm not using this, right? So I'll just delete this and also the reference to that here from this file. But still there is an issue, but I'm able to see the cursor and all. Looks like there is something wrong going on. And also in this editor index, I can make this cursor blink to true. And also let's just change this theme also. Let's say, let me set this background theme as this 2626. Okay, let me refresh this. Yeah, theme is changed, but nothing to the typing thing. Okay, did I mess up something in here? I don't think so. Anyhow, we'll check that. The terminal is a bit tricky. Now we will try to go for this itself. I mean, let's select one thing. Okay, now let's try to do the deleting file logic handling. Okay, so that again we need to come all the way from our storage service. This terminal, I'll check that there is some issues. The communication between server and front end, it's happening, and the data is also being passed, whatever I'm typing here, but not able to see on the UI part. We'll see that. Now the deletion of these files, let me just collapse all of those, and I'm just going to minimize this part. Let me collapse all of this. And now in the backend, the storage, this things. Okay, so I need to add in a delete route. Okay, so we will just try to add in here. Let's say if this method is equals to delete. Okay, then I'll just create this standard schema, which is going to be an object with this file ID that we wanted to delete. This is going to be string. Okay, so that schema, and I'm just going to get this body or this request dot JSON, and we will just try to parse and check if the schema that we are expecting is what we got from the body. And finally we are going to delete this file by passing in this id. Okay, and just return this success. So this is the endpoint that we just added, and I need to deploy this. Okay, so once we deploy, and need to go back to our this worker server, database server, and in here we're not here in this socket server, in this utils. Let's try to create an helper function which is going to help us delete this file. So this delete file and the file id, this is going to remain same, except that this method, this is going to be delete now, and this everything will remain same. Now we have this, and we need to use this inside our index.ts, and again add in one more event listener for delete file. So let's just try to add in this socket dot on this delete file, make this again asynchronous, expect the file id and then the callback function. Okay, and I'm just going to get this file details using this VirtualBox files, this file data, then just try to find using this id, if got id is matching to the file id. So if there is no file, so we have nothing to do, so we'll just return from here. Else what we are going to do is unlink this file. So this path dot join this directory name, this file id, and this function, this error handling. So just in here, if there is any error, I'm just going to throw an error. Okay, fine, that's one thing. Why is this an issue? Okay, this is not fine. After this VirtualBox files or this file data, I'm just going to update this by just removing this file which we just deleted, so that we can just do it this way. F dot id is not equals to this file id, so except this files all will be set into that. And here I'm just going to call this delete file and pass on this file id. After this, the new files we are going to get using our get VirtualBox files and passing on this id, and I'm going to pass on these files to this callback function. Okay, so that's just the event listener for delete file. Okay, and we can just go back to the server wherever it's running. So just build this again. So good way is to use the Nodman server and then start developing. Okay, and I'm just going to start this. Fine, now we have changes made in the server. We need to integrate into our sidebar. So going to the front end, let me open this front end part and this components editor. What we need to do is I need to add in a callback function for this individual component in the sidebar. So starting with this sidebar file, let me add in this handle delete file. So this going to be of type this t file, this void, and let me just destructure them. Maybe I can just minimize this. Okay, yeah, so that, and a delete file, and let's add in some loader indicator for pending any deletion. Okay, so here this pending delete set pending delete callback function, and this one, let's make this initially false. And also here I'm going to do some changes, that is, if its editing is true, I'll just set some try to include this in this timeout. Okay, and then we will try to focus on this reference. Okay, call this focus function on this reference. Okay, and also here, if this input current ref is not active, then we can just console that it's not. So I'm just going to check this like this, like no input reference found, something like that. So, and also here the dependency, now it's going to depend on this current as well. Okay, and the deletion, what I will do is, let's try to add in some in the context menu. So basically I'll use this Shatsian context menu component. So here let me just search this one, so like this. So basically on right click we need to see the options like renaming, deleting, and all those things. That's for this. So we will use this, going to this front, and let me just install this context menu. And now we'll have to wrap this whole file inside this context menu. Okay, let this get installed, and I can, yeah, it's installed. Now what we will do is, let me first import this components UI, this context menu. So this, I'm going to import this context menu. So now this whole thing we are going to wrap this inside this context menu. Okay, and inside this, let's import this context menu or trigger, and this will be disabled if it's deleting already. And on click we need to do some functionality which I will and also after this some styling. Okay, which we will do this, and inside this trigger we will have a form. Okay, so this thing, and okay, so let me just remove this. Okay, and after that, so inside this, again depending upon two states, if we are deleting this, then we'll try to show some loading icon and deleting text. If not, I will have this form showcased. Okay, so first thing here, let's try to wrap this inside fragment, and I'll have this loader icon showcased, and some text muted foreground effect, and width and height I'll set it to something, let's say 4, and let's have this animate spin effect, some margin at the right, and after this some text. I'll just show some text like, this is deleting. And here let's again give something like text as this muted foreground. Okay, and now there is an issue with this. Let me remove this, and I need to, what's the issue? Okay, is it this? Anyway, let me just have this. Let's try to remove this. Yeah, so the button, okay, fine. So that's the deleting indication, and this in the form. After that, the actual content. So we'll come back to this. What are we supposed to do on click on all those things? After this, we need to actually, what options that we are going to show. We should wrap that inside our the context menu content, and each should be wrapped inside this context menu item. Okay, and let's say this we will handle this. So first thing, let's say rename. So I'll add in some pencil icon, and the styling width and height, let's set it to 4, some margin right, and after this the text, let's I'm just the rename text. So in here what we need to do, for just I'm just going to set this editing to true, and after this the context menu item for deleting the file, this is for that, and this will be disabled if it's already deleting. And this on click, what I'm going to do is, let's set this pending delete to true, and we need to write a function which is going to help us this handle delete file, so which is the callback function, and then I'm going to pass on this data. Okay, and inside this trash icon, and this styling, which is will be just height and width for some margin in the right, and the text delete. Okay, yeah, so this is the change for the file now. And also in this on click, what I wanted to do is, if we are not editing and we are not deleting, okay, then I will select this as the file and save this to true. Okay, that's what I'll be doing in this thing. Okay, and also the styling, you see now it's completely gone. So that styling we need to apply to this trigger. First thing is, let's make this as a width full, and also this display as a flex. Items, let's center them, items center, and also let's give height 7, and some padding of pixel in the x direction 1, and hover, I'll have this background secondary. Okay, and this rounded small, again cursor to be pointer, and this transition colors, this focus visible, outline none, and this ring, I'm just going to apply this focus visible, this ring. Okay, and now the main styling, and also here let's say this data state is open, then we'll have this background secondary by off. Okay, fine, and there is some styling needs to be corrected. The image component that we had, I'm going to set that back here. the image. Okay, and the source was this image source, and halt it was some file icon, width 18, height was 18, class name some margin right, and on error we had this just fallback image icon slash this default file dot svg, and I need to close this. Okay, so I think now we should see that image back. Yeah, pretty much. I think let me just refresh this. Yeah, they're back, and if I just press this context that we want, it's working. So this needs to be applied, and also we need to update the other folder files and all. This definition props, this will this callback function and the delete file, which is going to be of type this d file, and here this void, and then this delete folder callback function, which would be the folder, this d folder, and this void. Okay, and then I'm just going to destructure them, delete file and delete folder, and this needs to be passed on to this function. So here to the sidebar file, the delete file, handle delete file, and to this sidebar folder, handle delete file and delete file, and then delete folder. Okay, so yeah, that's the change in this folder. And now going back to this, we need to add in the same. So I'm just going to copy the props of this, handle delete file and delete folder. Let me add here this definition, and we will just restructure those things. Maybe just let's try to maintain the same order. Okay, and here also I need to pass on this to this handle delete file, handle delete file, and this handle delete file, handle delete folder. Okay, yeah, that's this thing. And now going to this editor, the main place where we need to do first thing is I need to fix few things. So let me just create one function. I'm just going to name this as this handle delete file, where we'll be passing on the file that we wanted to delete, and I'm going to just emit this delete file event and pass on this file ID, along with that the callback function, the response, where I am trying, this would be of type this t folder or t file array. Okay, and inside this we will update our files with the response that we get. And I'm just going to call this close tab function, so that here if I go to this close tab function, if this index is not found, that is it's -1, I'm going to do nothing and return from this. Okay, else yeah, just the few corrections. Okay, that's few things. And also we will need to create a function for deleting the folder. So this again we will pass in this folder delete. For now I'm just going to keep this as a placeholder. Okay, and I need to pass on to this sidebar this handle delete file, this handle delete file, and this handle delete folder function. Okay, yeah, so that's the change. And now let's try to see this whether we're able to delete this or not. So I'm just refreshing this, and let's try to delete this utils.js file which we just created. So this one, right click on it and choose this delete thing. So it's a deleting, so we can see this loader. Ideally it will take some time and delete this. Let's see this in our server. Okay, it is taking time. Did something go wrong? I think so. Let me just inspect. In this console, this networks did something go wrong. Okay, definitely there went something wrong. So if I just try to refresh this, we need to check that so the file still exists. So on deleting the file, I am passing on this data to that callback function, which is what I want, and then we are receiving that to this, and we are trying to receive this delete file, and we have this server where server where we are trying to handle that these things. Okay, oh, the terminal started working. I think that was because of this loading issue. So the terminal also started working, but now this deletion isn't working, figuring it out. So let's see this terminal. Okay, so we are in this. Okay, cool. The index.json, package.json, so it's working quite good. So the terminal is also working. I don't know why this is not working. I'm just trying to check this again. Yeah, it did work. So we just deleted. I think it was because of the server waiting, loading or something like that, but it did delete. Okay, so if you wanted to check this, I'm going to open this again. So now we shouldn't see this utils.js file anymore because we did delete that file from our storage. Okay, fine. Okay, so yeah, fine then. So this delete file logic from our files we have implemented, and also I will try to add in starting our terminals logic. What we can do is, let me go to this editor in our front end this editor file, and let me just minimize this. Let's maintain a list of terminals that he has opened or is trying to open, so that we'll know which one to close, and also just the managing terminals. So I'm just going to maintain here this list of them, set terminals, and this is going to be a string array, and initially this is going to be a string array type. Okay, initially let's set this to empty array. Okay, fine, and we can just minimize this server window, I guess. Okay, whatever. Okay, fine. So this terminals, so what I will try to do is instead of this hard-coded node and console values, let's change this one. So I'm going to add some icon like square terminal, and style this a bit. Let's say width and height, let's 4, and margin right of 2. Okay, and the text of this, I'm just going to give this as a shell. After this, a button, I'm just going to add in some button with the plus icon to add in more terminals, and some styling width and height of 4. Okay, and let's just remove this console part also, and the styling for this size, let's say small icon. I'll edit that. Okay, the component and the variant, let's change this to secondary, and the styling for this, the font to be normal, and also select none, text to be muted foreground. Okay, and we need to change the styling here for our button, this one. The props for this, what I'm going to do, let me add in one more icon here. This size, small icon, and height, I'm going to set this to width and height as 8. Okay, so if you just see this, so this is the thing. The styling is still not appropriate, but okay, fine. Yeah, now it's looking okay, fine. So this is the button to add in new things, and this is the terminal and all those things. So that's the terminal, just the instead of just showcasing the hard-coded value of a node and console where we were trying to show.